What if the Marvel heroes that you know never got a chance to exist because of an evil Reed Richards known as the Maker? And what if a small group of people decided to fix that, one origin story at a time? This is the full story of the Ultimates, written by Deniz Camp with art by Juan Frigeri, a compilation of every issue that we covered on the main channel, all in one place. Hope you enjoy. Now, just as a quick recap here for context, an alternate version of Reed Richards known as the Maker, who is from Earth 1610, who had traveled to Earth 616, had started restructuring and creating his new Ultimate Universe. Number one, making sure that this world did not create any superheroes. Number two, by also setting up the Makers Council, which was basically his version of the Illuminati that were made up of giant powers that control different sections of the world. Long story short, the Maker was trapped in a large dome due to Howard Stark, who is known as Iron Man. This was followed by a very young Tony Stark known as Iron Lad in this universe, who is working with Doom, who is the Reed Richards of this universe. Together, they were able to free Thor, who was locked away in an Asgard prison after the Maker had made sure that Loki took the throne instead of Thor. Sif also came along because she said that she was Thor's warden, but personally, I think she just wanted the D. And then later they went to find Captain America, who was still stuck on ice and was never before discovered. So to preserve what the Maker had created, this led the Makers Council to blow up Stark Tower, killing thousands of people, and this was done to frame Iron Lad and create him, labeling him as a terrorist. Now, picking up on where we are in this issue, Tony Stark and the crew escape 6 months into the future when they blew up the Stark Tower. Now, the people think that Tony Stark is now dead, but the Ultimates now have essentially like 18 months to try and fix everything, because at the conclusion of that period, the Maker will have escaped from that dome. Now, time in the dome works very differently there. For the Maker, it would be thousands of years that have passed. Thousands of years to cook up some ish that would be dangerous for everyone else to have to deal with, essentially. So things look a little bleak, right? Number one, Thor was injured back in Ultimate Universe by Captain Britain, and then Captain America is still stuck on ice. There are also a lot of heroes that are missing because the Maker prevented them from being created. And like I said, they only have 18 months to prepare themselves before the Maker comes out to be prepared to kind of go against this superpower that he is. So Tony, along with Doom, have to try and find a way to essentially create the heroes of this universe. So Tony and Doom start cooking up some math and science crap, right? The first thing he does is figure out how to get Cap out of the ice. And with the man being on ice for about 75 years, let's just say that homeboy did not take the news about this new America very well. Now, Thor, on the other hand, is still he's still bleeding out, because in the very last issue, he got stabbed by Captain Britain, who has that special sword. It also took Stark and Doom Gear about 7 days to create these new origin boxes. They were able to send these back 6 months into the past to try to create the heroes that the Maker had prevented from being created. Now, Cap is not too happy about this, because he's like, listen, he's old school. He's like, yo, if you want to start a revolution, you don't use science. You get on the ground and you go start recruiting people. You go start doing the handiwork, right? But of course, he's a scientist, man. Come on, let them do their thing. But they did it anyways, and the results were just not very sexy. They only saw 2 that it worked on. We saw one, which was Spider-Man, who, of course, if you're keeping up with like the Ultimate Spider-Man storyline, then you know what they did there to kind of make sure that that happened. Then also we see Captain Marvel, who it seems had probably killed multiple civilians in this process. Now, Stark had mentioned that the other origin boxes that they had sent back were either rejected, they were either intercepted, or the persons were just deceased. He mentioned that there were a lot of accidental suicides by superpower people, which leaves Tony feeling very guilty, while Doom is just like, listen, man, let's just keep trying to get this to science, baby. This is the hypothesis, let's do it. But he still feels very guilty. But then we kind of fast forward here to see Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne, who got these like Ghostbuster looking suits on. So they're exterminators, or I should say like pest control people, who show up at this restaurant to help out, well, you know, doing exterminating problems, right? Only to find out that the owner has trapped these moloids in the basement, who looked very terrified, I might add. So they tell the owner to go pound sand and then they hop up out of there. But on their drive away, something smashes into their van. Then they find out it was a God's hammer that did it. Now, one of those origin boxes that Tony had sent back to the past starts going off because of this crash. Now, the Ultimates show up trying to explain everything to both of them, because you got to remember that to Janet and Hank Pym, like, they are terrorists. They also thought that like Tony was dead. So they're just like, whoa, and then like, whoa, right? So Tony starts to explain to them what's been going on, how the Maker had prevented them from becoming superheroes, how the Maker orchestrated Hank Pym's brain injury that causes him to have some serious self-doubt about himself, makes him terrified of doing anything, also has him seeing nightmares. Like, he's really a head case here, especially after also seeing what that origin box had showed, like the life that he was supposed to have, all that Hank was supposed to create, the things that he has done, and then unfortunately hurting his wife. Like, he sees all these things from the origin box. That made Hank even more concerned about who he is, which is the reason why he never told Janet that he had received this box 6 months ago in the first place, right? But enough of the chit chat, because Captain Britain and his army show up and the Ultimates have to assemble. And then Janet is trying to convince Hank, like, yo, just do the right thing here. This is what we have to do to make this work. But Hank is just not convinced. But she suits up anyways and starts kicking ass. And I gotta say, man, she looks pretty damn good in that wasp suit. Personally, I always thought the wasp suit had the juice. But either way, while they are duking it out on the battlefield, Hank is going back and forth with Cap about how he doesn't want to suit up. Ireland is getting his ass handed to him by Captain B. By the way, I forgot to mention that Captain Britain lost an eye to Tony Stark. So apart from him being a part of the Maker's Council, Captain Britain, you know, he got a little bit more motivation here towards Tony Stark, or whooping his ass, right? And then Thor decides that he's gonna ignore his wound and bring lightning on them suckers, and then injures himself again. Eventually, though, after procrastinating the hell out of, he procrastinated the hell out of this damn thing, Hank finally suits up, and I'm like, bro, look at all the things that have been transpiring around you, and you're just sitting here babbling on. Oh no, Janet, oh, but I can't. It's like, bro, shut up and do what needs to get done. So then he turns into Giant Man, stomps on these fools, which then sends a statement to the council, but then also, you know, kind of alerts the rest of the civilians as well. Now, as we move forward here, the Ultimates are seen at the White House on July 4th of all times, right? Like, come on, man. Y'all supposed to be doing some cookouts. You gonna bombard the White House or go to the White House state, you know, at freaking July 4th? Either way. But he's scared. They're like, they show up. They're starting to scare people. There's one lady that says, no, don't kill my daughter. They're trying to explain, like, no, we are the good guys here. Now, Tony had put Captain America through this history chamber prior to them getting to the White House that showed him what happened in the last 75 years. It took him about 9 days to be able to get through the whole entire program, but it radicalized him like no other, which is why you see them here at the White House. Now, the man that's at the helm in the White House is named Midas, who has some old Stark tech on. Midas is basically just all about the money, because of course, everything he touched turns to gold. Oh. Either way, so he orchestrated the assassination of Kennedy just so that he could get into the office back in 1963, and this man has been there ever since. So apparently, presidency runs very different here in the Ultimate Universe, but not a surprise, the Maker has changed so many damn things. Now, he's not a part of the Maker's Council, but he is definitely like interacting with them somehow, because he mentions, you know, his associates, right? Now, Midas, this brother can talk. He starts telling them how America really runs down while Wasp and Giant Man are outside dealing with the guards. He's trying to strike a deal with Cap and Tony. He basically states that everything comes down to money and power. He mentions how the greatest invention is money. Any order in the world has been obtained mainly in the pursuit of wealth, above any politics, above any sort of sentiments. It's all about money. At least it is kind of how the Maker set things up. Now, America technically is not really America anymore either. It's now a part of like the North American Union and regional subsidiaries. But as mentioned before, that is how the Maker set up leaders to lead specific factions of the world. And they basically split up different countries and things like that to run on their particular leadership, right? In fact, the Maker had orchestrated things as such to where they would pick factions around the world that essentially would become the villains for like a generation. So essentially manufacture chaos to unite people against like one superpower, because they believe that people could not live in peace, and there always had to be some power that they had to unite against to focus on something externally so that they wouldn't focus on the internal affairs that were going on. Now, jumping back to this here, all this talk is just a way to keep the Ultimates from getting what he is truly hiding. So eventually Tony Stark, he blows up the room to bits and blows a hole through the ground, which they all fall into. Hank and Janet, they are out cold. Now, we don't necessarily know exactly what he's behind, or they don't know exactly what he's been hiding, but we start to kind of see it. There's this woman that is there that is hooked up to this machine with like cosmic radiation surrounding her. Then we see the scene where like Obadiah Stane is shooting Skrulls. This is like a memory that Captain America was going through. So that's very suspicious, right? But perhaps this is kind of one of the ways that they were able to gain control of this woman. So Midas says that she is from the future. She powers his suit. They use her to create shields for space shuttles. They use her blood to cure cancers, which of course they are packaging to sell for $10,000 because why? Why not, right? They are also using her power for states and hospitals, airports, traffic systems, you name it. So Wasp, she comes back too, and then she decides to fire at the station that was holding this woman, right? Which then sends Midas into a rage. The Ultimates, though, are all over him. Captain America throws a shield at his head, which then takes him down. And then, of course, later on, he helps get this woman to her feet. And then we find out that this woman that was trapped to this thing is America Chavez. And I'm like, huh? Because she was like, my name is America. And I'm like, okay, well, America Chavez. It gotta be America Chavez, right? Especially with the cosmic radiation. How exactly did they get her is my question. Was it really an accident, or was it something that the maker had orchestrated to happen here? So the story starts out on this island out in the Pacific Proving Grounds, the very spot where the Banner Ulam Gamma bomb went off. Now, this bomb didn't just explode, it bathed the entire island in 80 million tons of radioactive material composed of pulverized coral, water, and gamma particles. Imagine that. They said it was falling through the atmosphere like snow. Pretty grim. Now, they show us a confidential report revealing that 459 men and women were exposed, leaving the entire island contaminated. This made it the most concentrated radioactive area on Earth. And although the dose was smaller and less direct than what Banner himself experienced, the exposure lasted longer, leading to some pretty dramatic changes. The impact on vegetation was huge. New species started popping up, animals got larger and more aggressive. It got so bad that they started to call it the Monster Island. As for the people, they were hit hard by gamma sickness. We're talking about ragged burns, vomiting, hair loss, disorientation, and mutations. And within just 14 days, half the population was dead. Pregnant women gave birth to, well, what they described resembled piles of grapes or jellyfish with hearts beating and no bones. Just horrific. And get this, the report suggests that all this suffering might actually be valuable, both to the world and to Director Banner. If that's not twisted enough, just wait until you see what some of the survivors look like. Now, Iron Lad isn't going alone on this mission here. He's got Thor and Sif with him, because if you're gonna be heading into a Gamma Island, you might want to have some Asgardian muscle. Now, thanks to Thor's Bifrost, they accidentally fry a few giant lizards that are much bigger, as he said, than a salamander, as Tony puts it. But then they're met by an even bigger creature with gamma green eyes. Iron Lad, this dude is in awe, but Thor and Sif, they're like, yo, we got this. We've dealt with giant serpents before. Now, Thor and Sif take down the creature, though Thor's a little bit disappointed as it wasn't more of a challenge. Iron Lad's like, bruh, did you have to kill it? And Thor's all, remind me to tell you about the time I took down a dragon that was trying to swallow every star in the sky. And as they keep exploring the island, you can see some of the weirdness from the reports. There's a butterfly the size of half of Iron Lad's body, a massive plant, and a crab that is wider than Iron Lad himself. And of course, Iron Lad can't resist dropping some crab facts, like how crabs have evolved independently 5 times and how much God loves crabs. And Sif is just like, she's just not even having it at all. She's like, not all gods. And then she cuts the crab in half, much to Iron Lad's frustration, because he's like, yo, could you stop killing everything? Seriously, these creatures are so unique that any death could be an extinction level event. But Thor, he's like, yo, this island, this is poison. It's mad and it's at war with itself. So then Iron Lad reveals that the island was wiped off every map and they sunk a reef of radioactive battleships to make it impossible to reach. That's why they needed Thor to get there in the first place. And then we get hit with another confidential report. This one's even darker. It talks about how there's no one left alive from the observation crew, except for the person writing the report. Most died defending the research camp. The rest were eaten by giant ants, crabs, and other creatures. The report mentions how the team was sent to observe the effects of gamma radiation on biological people, and it turns out that even the Union Army wouldn't even survive this place. The insects are the size of B-2 bombers. Yeah, those are created like back in the 80s or the 90s, so that gives us a rough timeline for when this was happening. And here is the kicker. The report suggests that the observation team might have been a part of the experiment too. Everything on this island is part of Director Banner's plan. The writer of the report talks about how they've shed their radiation suit and are now eating, drinking, and breathing the land, feeling something strange growing inside of them. The big question, what will I become? But either way, this is where I belong now, the island of the monsters. Now, back in the forest, a massive creature suddenly appears and stomps on Thor's face, punches Iron Lad, and then thunderclaps Sif. And my goodness, look at that thing. It's like Hulk and a lizard had a baby. And then Thor throws his hammer, but the creature deflects it, hitting Thor right in the face. Sif manages to slash it a few times, but then it just cracks her and just knocks her all the way back. And then Iron Lad's firing repulsors, but it doesn't even phase the creature. Then Thor, this man starts swinging his hammer. You know that sexy little swing that he does here, knocking the creature back. And just when he's about to unleash some thunder, a voice yells out at him, "Stop!" And then enter in Lajori Joanna Zakaria. I hope I said that name right. Protector of everything that is on this island. And folks, here is your She-Hulk. She warns them to stop or face the consequences. And Iron Lad's like, "Yo, listen, homie, like, I mean no harm," but she's not really buying it. So she starts singing this lullaby to the creature, and it transforms into a baby. And you see that look on Thor's face? Yep, that's exactly how I felt too. Now, Lajori shares her story, how when she was a girl, people came to her island because it was promising, good weather, large lagoons, and support facilities. They offered money, houses, medicine, protection. They said once that they were done with their experiments and wars, that they'll clean up and restore the island. Trust us, is what Banner said. But when they refused, the bombs were dropped anyway, leaving them to live with the aftermath. And Iron Lad, not reading the room, right, at all, asks the question, "Oh, so there are others that are like you? I knew it. This could change the balance of world power, an incredible Hulk army." But that Hulk army, it's not what he expects. What we just see here is just some sadness. Now, Lajori talks about Tara, who feels everything. Even the gentlest breeze is agony for her. Holding a gun would be torture for her. Then there's Sari, who literally looks sorry. He can't speak or feed himself and doesn't seem to understand or even see what's going on around him. This is a sad situation, guys. And then there's Abram, the baby that Thor faced earlier. He transforms into that creature when he gets upset. Sadly, in one of his tantrums, he ripped his own mother apart. So yeah, there is no army here, Iron Lad. And Lajori, She-Hulk, has been lucky, becoming stronger and achieving self-control that even Banner hasn't managed without help from psychologists, mystics, and spiritualists. But she's not willing to fight in this war. She knows who the Ultimates are, understands their cause, but she's seen too much suffering for other people's wars. She's not giving her power and rage for that. Now, Iron Lad offers to move them somewhere else, but she refuses. She's like, yo, this is our ancestral land. They'd rather die here than leave. And when Iron Lad asks the question, like, how can you do nothing? Aren't you angry? She responds that she's seen her people die horribly. And you can see like this picture in this site, it's terrible. I almost had to like immediately switch the page. It looks like the art was really good here. My goodness. Like, they were born into this wounded belly of the world, is what she says. She is angry, but she won't let Iron Lad use her anger for his purposes. If he wants her strength or rage, then he's going to have to pay for it by fixing the island, making it the way it was before the bombs. Only then will she allow them to use her strength. And listen, it's a tough bargain, but honestly, I don't really blame her. And as they shake on it, we pan to see director Bruce Banner, Dr. Bruce Banner himself, watching it all go down. And he's not happy about the Ultimate trespassing on sacred land, interfering with his long-running experiments, and forging an alliance with his destabilized island. His last words were, "Assemble the immortal weapons because they're making me angry." All right, whatever you say, Iron Fist, Banner, Hulk, whatever you say, buddy. But listen, if this man starts activating chi, I might feel some type of way. So we first pick up on Reed Richards in a college classroom where the teacher is asking a question about the fourth dimension, which is something that will be important to talk about a little bit later on here. Now, simultaneously, we get the shot of Reed with the other members of the Fantastic Four crew going on a mission that should have turned them into the Fantastic Four. But because of what the Maker did, that mission will end up being unsuccessful, and we will see why that is later on. Now, at the same time here, we get a view of the Fantastic Four team on the screen with the Ultimate Universe Reed Richards Doom looking at them. Now, this is a visual here that Ultimate Doom has from the secret files that the Maker had left behind after he was trapped in the dome. And then next, we see Ultimate Universe Doom here tinkering with something while Iron Lad calls for him, asking him if he's there. And then we do see where Ben Grimm meets a 13-year-old Reed Richards in college who would be the pilot for their shuttle that goes into space. And Ultimate Doom mentions how in the current world that in order to save the world, that time travel is not an option with the Immortus engine being off limits. Now, the reason why that is because when Doom and Tony, aka Iron Lad here, escaped into the future, they created origin boxes to send back to the people who were supposed to originally be heroes. Because the Immortus engine is a time machine, well, it's actually a little bit more complex than that, but you can use it to travel back in time. They sent those boxes back in the past using the Immortus engine. Unfortunately, when some of those boxes arrived, it caused casualties. It stated that only 2 of the boxes took, 2 of which we know are Ultimate Spider-Man and Ultimate Captain Marvel. We haven't met Ultimate Captain Marvel as of yet. But then for the others, it was stated that they were either rejected or deceased. A lot of accidental suicides by superpower. So since then, Tony has stated that the Immortus engine is off limits. So what Doom is trying to do is that he's trying to recreate the Fantastic Four, but due to the walls that the Maker has put around the past and also the Immortus engine being down, it's basically not going to work here. So what he's doing is that he's trying to do it in another way here by conducting experiments on mice. Unfortunately, up until this point, all of them keep dying as a result. So when Tony Stark, Iron Lad, finally meets with Doom, he tells him, "Hey, you missed another mission here and we really needed you. If it wasn't for America, Giant Man would have been dead." Now, Tony is referring to America Chavez, who they saved back in issue number 2 of the series, although I'm sure Captain America was helpful too. So we continue to see more of Reed Richards' past here. He meets with Sue Storm for the first time. We see their shuttle launch, but then in current time, we see Doom struggling with his hands, which Tony wants to know, like, what's been going on here? Like, what's going on with that? And then Doom lets him know that he injured them in an experiment, which is the one that we just talked about, experimenting on mice, which Tony is kind of wondering, like, yo, what has he been doing? So he later on tells him. Now, Doom lets Tony know that he struggles with periods of extreme despair. And during those times, he basically loses himself, loses all hope. He basically mentally goes to what he calls the negative zone, which is a really interesting way to say that, considering that we traditionally know the negative zone to be something else. So Tony's like, listen, I am sorry. I didn't know that, but at the same time, that's really still no excuse, to which Reed understands and lets him know, like, hey, I will communicate better in the future. But then we go through another series of things happening here in the past. Also, by the way, these things that he is seeing, Tony Stark is also able to see them as well. So he's getting a little bit of a rundown here of his history too. First, we see Reed making a presentation discussing how the world is ready for transformative ideas. We see where the shuttle gets into space, where Reed talks about their intention of getting readings from the cosmic storm. Then when the crew is on the shuttle in space, Reed starts saying how they missed it, referring to the storm, and how something must have been wrong with his calculations. But before he could finish his statement, Johnny starts saying, "Wait, I see something." And then shortly after that, something happens in the cockpit and it starts to catch on fire. This is ultimately what ended up killing Johnny Storm. The thing is that their mission to go into space wasn't supposed to happen. Sue and Johnny's dad, Franklin, mentioned how they had been spending too much money. And as the director of the project, his job is to make sure that he brings them back to Earth safely. And due to them spending too much money and failing safety inspections, that they were going to shut down the project. So the three of them, Reed, Sue, and Ben, teamed up to go on this unsanctioned mission together. Only thing is that they were supposed to have an initial crew of 9 people, but they needed to have at least 4 to be able to carry this out, which is why Johnny was brought on. So when he died, as you can imagine, they were set to face a lot of consequences for that, which is why we see this general talking to them about how they destroyed a $10 billion project and broke 100 laws, not to mention getting a minor killed. They are still working on how to try them, but basically he's saying that they're all going to go to jail for the rest of their lives. And to make matters worse, after this, the body of Ben Grimm was found at the bottom of an abandoned quarry, and the reports were ruling it a suicide, which at first I thought maybe the maker did this, like orchestrated this somehow, but thinking of how Ben was seen picking a lot to get the team in, Johnny being dead, he probably thinks it's his fault because he's the pilot. I think it's legit that he probably did do this to himself, and also a kind of subtle hint, to me at least, to the truth being that Ben does really need Johnny in his life. And after Reed had been in jail for some time, we see Sue Storm in really bad shape. I mean, really bad shape here, where Franklin Storm mentions how he had to pull strings to get Reed to see her because he was in jail and she wanted to say goodbye. What happened to her is that a stray of cosmic radiation from what he calls their joyride tore her cells apart. There is nothing that we can do but just literally watch her fade away. So then he just tells Reed, he's just like, "Yo, hurry up, man, because you've killed both of my children now, Richards, and I curse the day that I've ever seen your face." Now, this is the pain that Reed, Doom, has been dealing with. Like, this is what he's been feeling since, like all of time here, because I believe that he still thinks that this mission failed because of him. The thing is that this was mostly orchestrated by the maker, right? At least this very specific part, because back when Reed was doing his calculations, we saw that the maker had popped up in secret and he was modifying those calculations so that the mission would fail, which then set everything else in motion after that. So this despair, this like dread, this sorrow that Doom is feeling right now, it's all orchestrated by him. And there's more that you're going to see later on as we go through this. This is why he keeps tinkering. This is why he keeps testing mice right now and trying to recreate the Fantastic Four, because I believe this. He's not just doing this for the sake of, I just want to recreate these heroes. He's doing this because there's a void in his life. There's this family that he's missing. That's the reason why he's continuing to do it. But he's also trying to right the wrong that he did in the first place, that he thinks like he did. And this is something that Tony can't really truly understand, right? Tony offers at least to help with his work, but Doom is like, "Listen, I have been studying cosmic energy all of my life, my guy. You do not have the expertise." And Tony's trying to tell him, though, don't be stubborn, and how he shouldn't let his ego jeopardize. But then Doom just cuts him off. He's like, "The billionaire boy king, pampered since the womb, accuses me of ego? It is you who jeopardize the cause. Your arbitrary, irrational decision to abandon the Immortus engine and all of time." So then Tony's like, "Listen, when we use that thing, it killed people. We destroyed lives." So Doom is like, "Okay, how many lives have they killed? How many has the maker destroyed?" So Tony's like, "Listen, don't lecture me. I have lost." But Doom is like, "Bro, you've lost nothing. You have lost nothing. You don't know the meaning of the word. Perhaps one day you will, but Anthony, I hope not." Now, to be fair, truth is, Tony has lost, right? He lost his father, the original Iron Man. I don't necessarily remember what happened to his mom in this universe, but either way, he has lost, right? He's just not experienced life the way that Reed Richards' Doom has experienced life. So Doom goes on to say how he has always felt incomplete, that something was missing, even as a boy. But now when reading the Maker's files, I at least saw the shape of this absence. For me, what that means is that he is missing his family. We go back to that again, right? The Fantastic Four, the family he created, his destiny, that emptiness is a void that cannot be filled right now for him. And the world needs the Fantastic Four. Let's keep it real, right? The first family that seemed that inspired so many others to become heroes, their world needs a Fantastic Four. So when we jump back to the past again here, we see where the Maker, he had kidnapped Reed Richards, and because he still had his prison gear on, right? Now greeting him by saying, "Hello, Doom, welcome to your brand new universe." Then in another moment, we see where Reed had like aged up, and I'm like, huh? Like, how did he age up like that? To which Reed asks the question, how long have I been here? Has it been months or just a few minutes? But then the Maker is like, Doom, Doom, Doom. I control the fourth dimension. I can squeeze centuries of pain into just a few thin moments. I can make a single conversation last a lifetime. This cocky mother. Listen, let's just move on. Then we see the Maker putting Reed through a series of modifications, strapping him down to a chair. What looks like magnetic rays being used on him all the time, right? Like he's telling, the Maker's telling him to accept his name as Doom, like you are Doom. The Maker at one point starts punishing him psychologically, saying to him, you make mistakes, don't you, Doom? Mistakes that kill friends, ruin lives, mistakes that blow up in your face. That's you, Doom. He then disfigures his face. He tells him, Doom is your name. Everything you touch, everything you are, everything you love, all doomed. Accept this and be free. We see him basically performing later on what looks like a lobotomy on him, saying again, Doom is what you bring. Doom is who you are. Now say it. Who are you? And the torture just continues. At one point, he like throws mice on him that look like they've been infected with gamma, or they're like gamma looking mice. Listen, it's probably not. I'm just mad at this point. Then we go back to the present here, right? Where Doom mentions how the knowledge of reality's incompleteness is an awful burden. It changes you, makes you something you never imagined that you could be. How he would tear the world down stone by stone to make it right again, but it slips through his fingers. So for now, he goes back to Tony and says, for now, I will try things your way for now. And I can't wait for him to kind of just go off the rails at some point here, like boot back up that Immortus engine and then just do some craziness, because I know in reality, Reed Richards is the same in terms of the 616 universe and in this ultimate universe here, right? 616 Reed always feels incompleteness, always trying to perfect something, right? Never satisfied. The difference is 616 Reed, he has Sue Storm. He has his friend in Ben. He has Johnny. Here, he has nothing. And that's what makes him Doom here in this universe, guys. This is where they started trying to recreate the heroes that the Maker had prevented from becoming heroes before, by sending packages back 6 months to the specific people to create those heroes. Some worked, mostly others did not, but they've still been gaining new members to their version of the Avengers team, the Ultimates, along the way in preparation for when the Maker will break free from that dome. All right, you caught up? Let's get into it. So in this issue here, we pick up on Tony Stark using a secret Stark satellite showing Captain America a few pieces of footage from 5 months ago, 4 months ago, and then 1 month ago, which were attacks and big explosions at these various Roxxon locations. So Tony mentions that the workers had described seeing arrows flying through the air just before the explosions happened. So Cap was like, listen, all this with arrows? I'm impressed. And Tony is like, nah, not arrows, a cutting edge, self-printing, smart projectile weapon system of my design. So then Cap once again is like, so arrows. So now the issue here is that when Tony had sent that package back in the past to create the hero Hawkeye, which we assume was to Clint Barton, well, he threw it in the trash, which led to a random person picking it up. Now, Cap doesn't really see what the issue is here, because in his mind, citizens taking up arms against the council and their infrastructure is a good thing. That's what we wanted, right? But for Tony, he doesn't see it that way. He said, when he ran some numbers on this person, he didn't like what he saw. He stated that the heroism score was in the bottom 10th percentile. And in fact, he was more on the villain potential index. But hold on real quick. Before we even get into that, what did Tony just say just now? He said between running operations Gamma Island reclamation, and repairing the Human Torch. Now, keep in mind that this is the Ultimate Universe, but we know from the Earth 616 that the original Human Torch was an android that was created by Professor Phineas Horton. So if we could potentially see that Human Torch here in action, also with Tony Stark's advanced technology, this could be really exciting. Now, if we're jumping back here to Cap and Tony, Cap wasn't happy to hear about Tony with his numbers thing, right? Because all we know about Cap is that this dude is all heart. Additionally, the last time that Tony depended on numbers, things did not go so well, which is why Tony wants to get the weapons back so badly, because he doesn't want to be responsible for yet another unnecessary death or any more unnecessary death. And while Cap still only views these as arrows, Tony has to educate him a little bit here. He's like, listen, these arrows are more than what you think. They can follow a target 40 miles. They can cut right angles at 3 times the speed of sound. These arrows can blow holes in battleships and fry every electronic device for 200 yards. Any properly trained man could take an army on with these arrows. Additionally, right now, he's like, listen, there's no one else that's available right now to go on these missions because everyone else, America Chavez, the Van Dynes, like all of them, they're all busy. So right now he's like, I need you to go handle this if you can. So reluctantly, Steve is like, all right, I'll handle it. So when Cap meets up with this Hawkeye, it's at another Roxxon location. Now he starts off by pointing a repulsor arrow and saying to Cap, so they sent a cowboy, huh? Obviously making reference to the Cowboys versus Indians trope. So Cap, knowing his name, says, Charlie Ramsey, you know why I'm here. So Charlie, being a smartass, says, I know you're an ultimate, so I guess you're looking to blow up a school or something, right? Which is a reference, by the way, to how the Ultimates were framed for blowing up Stark/Stain Tower, and of course, the White House as well back in issue 2. So Charlie fires that first arrow here at Captain America, shouting, draw, cowboy. Now Cap is able to evade it. And at the same time, Cap is trying to explain, listen, I am not a cowboy here. I am Captain America. But Charlie got a smart ass mouth, man, and says, nah, you a cowboy, Gary Cooper looking mother bleep. And I'm the Indian. Listen, this one is laying this thing on thick, right? Now, that arrow that initially missed him circles back around and hits Cap. Luckily for him, though, he had his shield, but that thing knocked him back quite a bit just to show you how powerful these arrows are, which of course goes back to what Tony Stark was saying. Now, the Cowboys and the Indians references, they do not stop. And neither do these arrows. But I'll come back to the dialogue here in a second because I want to take a look here at these arrows. So he fires off a sonic screamer arrow, which causes Cap some excruciating pain when it goes by him, causing him to start bleeding from his ears. Now, the next arrow he fires off at him is a cluster bomb arrow, which of course fires off multiple bombs when they land nearby Cap. He fires off a knockout gas arrow, a freeze arrow, and an acid arrow all at the same time. And Cap is doing his best, man, just to kind of like get away from it. But geez, like, this is a lot, right? So when Cap tries to throw his shield to hit him, he hits Cap's shield with an inertia canceling arrow, which of course knocks Cap's shield down to the ground. And dude hits him with an industrial taser arrow, which hits the dude right in the back. Then we get the razor arrow and the neural disruptor arrow, which at this point in time, Cap started to compose himself a little bit here and didn't really do much to him. He actually breaks one of the arrows here, and then Cap was able to throw his shield at the kid, which then knocked him back. By the way, this kid apparently is like maybe 16, 15 years old. Now to backtrack here to some of what Charlie was saying while he was firing these arrows at Cap. Now to summarize here, he ultimately feels that the system is unfair because he's like, who chooses who becomes a hero? Why does Cap and Tony get to be a hero? Why does a person who threw away the suit and the arrow in the garbage, why does he still get to be a hero, right? Was it because there was like some index tests here that they had to take? He always feels like people like him always fail some kind of test that they have, how the math never works in their favor, how places like Roxxon they get to do whatever it is that they want. They get to dig up their sacred ground. They foul the water, as he says. They build their refineries, pipelines, etc. And then they take the whole world hostage, which is exactly what the Makers Council is doing, right? So when people like him, they protest or they stand up, they get thrown in jail or forced out of their land. So the reference to cowboys and Indians is for the world and the way that the world was created and how it's rigged in their favor. The way Charlie sees it is that he is the one that had the vision. And what he's referring to here is the message that Tony Stark puts in those boxes when he sends them back to the people to become heroes. He was the one that got to see it. So he believes the Hawkeye moniker, this path is his. He was selected for this. His government name might be Charlie Ramsey, but his spirit name is Charlie Hawk's Eyes. So it was meant for him. So he won't let Steve or anyone take it, because the ones who made this world did not make it for people like him. So sometimes you see something, and even though it wasn't made for you, you make it yours anyways, because if you don't, how are you going to be anything in this world that they made anyways? Now, after Cap had knocked him down, Cap goes over to give him a hand up. But when they look out, they see quite a large group of cars and soldiers lining up to take care of them. So Cap called them the Roxxon cleanup crew, who are basically a group of mercenaries that Roxxon hired to secure mining operations that have some high levels of local instability, as Cap calls it. Now, in total, it's about 1,000 men here. So Cap mentions to Charlie, someone once told me that with proper training with these arrows could take out a small army. And then we get to see them in action, and we see this really cool shot here of both Cap and Hawkeye taking out this large crew of Roxxon soldiers, one of which got a nice clean arrow, by the way, to the eye. They laid waste to the rest of these Roxxon soldiers, and like you can see, of course, more Roxxon stuff getting blown up, or what was already blown up here in the background. Now, once they're done with the fight here, Charlie assumes that Cap still wants these arrows back, but Cap never intended to take the arrows back in the first place. He just wanted to make sure that they were truly in the right hands. So Charlie wants to know what he's going to tell Tony since he's not taking these joints back. He's like, so Cap then says to Charlie, he's like, I'll just tell Tony that he didn't miss. And then the last thing that Cap says is, so tell me, is your spirit name really Charlie Hawk's Eyes? And Charlie is like, you white people believe anything. That just kind of thought that line was a little funny here, a little tongue in cheek, right? Now, after this, we get to see two of the members from the Makers Council in the Costa and the Hulk. Now, he is pissed, the Costa, because of what happened at the Roxxon location. So he's like, okay, what are we gonna do about this here? So Hulk steps in and he's like, remember, you said that you would defer to me. So Hulk is like, I've studied their strengths, their weaknesses, their ideologies. You can't just take out one by one here. He realizes their true identities. So he says, I find that there's only one way to deal with the Ultimates. So then DaCosta is like, what are you proposing? And then Hulk simply states, well, it's very simple. I'm going to kill them all at once. So we pick up on Tony Stark here talking to the team. He's letting them know that they're going on a rescue mission. How 2 weeks ago, he was able to crack the Makers Council's internal communication system, which showed him that they had a location, which is a damage control black site that is holding over a dozen super powered prisoners. How these prisoners are still alive, and due to the council getting nervous about the recent Ultimates activities, that they have scheduled an execution for these prisoners tomorrow. And then listen, we get this really cool shot here of the full Ultimates team, which includes the Human Torch, the android version that Tony Stark brought back online, who apparently killed Hitler, by the way, which apparently was a really important detail for us to know. We also have Sif, there's Thor, there's Captain America, we got Wasp, we got Giant Man, Charlie Ramsey here as Hawkeye, we got LaJory Joanna Zakaria as She-Hulk, we got America Chavez, and of course, yours truly, Tony Stark, aka Iron Lad. Now, staying back on comms, looking out here for the team is Reed Richards, aka Doom, who apparently has a secret. Now, when they enter through the door for this rescue mission, they are shocked to not find the superpowered prisoners that they thought that they would. Instead, they find Ultimate Hulk and his crew sitting down in cheer pose, with Hulk calmly offering them tea. Now, She-Hulk, she ain't about that tea life, because remember, Bruce was the one that gamma bombed her island, killing almost everyone on the island and then turning her into She-Hulk, and who didn't die, they're living horrible lives on that island. So she screams and launches after Hulk, ignoring Captain America. So Hulk calmly steps to the side to avoid the blow, because all She-Hulk is showing right now is rage, while this Hulk has mastered his way of dealing with rage. Also, Hulk, if you look at his hands behind him, he seems to be charging up some chi. Then he forms that punch while telling She-Hulk that rage can be a devastating weapon in the right hands, as he uppercuts her with what they call an atomic iron fist, which launches her high in the sky. And when she lands, it looks like it knocks her out cold. And I gotta say, although I knew that this moment would eventually happen, I'm still not really feeling this whole Iron Fist Hulk thing. Of course, that is just mainly because of the whole chi thing, but I'm gonna let it go because honestly, Hulk was cooking in this one. So Hulk is trying to get them to drink some tea still. While he says that, you can see the like shocked look on the Ultimate's faces, because he just straight up just dismantled She-Hulk, because truthfully, none of them have seen power nearly this powerful before, like anyone that's strong at this point, so it's all shocking to them. Meanwhile, another issue is happening at the same moment, because Doom has lost signal with all of the members of the Ultimates right now, which sends the team into sort of a panic. Captain America is telling everyone that they need to get out of there now, while America Chavez is realizing that they're all trapped in there, which she believes is due to some magic, which to America Chavez has to be bringing up some PTSD, considering that earlier in the series, Midas had trapped her before in the basement of the White House. So Hulk lets them know that he brought the team to heaven, the immortal city of Kunlun, how he rules all 7 of heaven's capital cities. Meanwhile, Tony's pep talk to the Ultimates is, do not be afraid, because there is 10 of us and Hulk is just one man. But I like Hawkeye's response here, because he's like, listen, yeah, one giant radioactive man. And it's at this moment where we begin to see the other people that were with Hulk. They stand up and then they begin to pull out these syringes with what I can only assume is gamma inside of them. And then they start to inject themselves with it. Now, one of them says how they are Hulk's immortal instruments. Another one says how in the shadow, all that is puny dies or is made strong. So listen, this team went through sort of a selection process to be here, you feel me? And then we get introduced to this team. We have Decay's beautiful daughter, as they call her. We got Fat Cobra. We got Uranium Brother number 235. I wonder what happened to the previous 234. Then we have the Prince of Meltdowns. Then we got the Bride of 9 Warbreakers. We got Crane, Mother of the Bomb. They make up the immortal weapons of Hulk. So in other words, basically this is the Gamma team. So once again, Captain America yells out, he's like, yo, we have to go now. And when he tries to tell Thor to open up the Bifrost, the team essentially starts getting their butts handed to them. Thor starts to get double teamed, one hitting him with a flying fusion stomp. Also, guys, they're going to be naming out a lot of the moves that this Gamma team is doing here. I'm going to do my best to name all of them, but forgive me if I don't, because listen, there's just a lot of them, okay? Now, Hulk hits Iron Lad with the thermonuclear Thunderfoot. Now, some of these names, I'm gonna be honest with you, are just funny as heck to me. Also, Hulk's like officially upset now. Human Torch is trying to burn Uranium Brother, but it's doing nothing whatsoever. While he hits Cap with the fist of Gamma Star, is what they call it. Hawkeye makes a very valid statement. He's like, yo, heaven's a lot more violent than I thought it would be. Fat Cobra tackles Giant Man while Wasp tries to come in and save him. Sif got a little cocky here. She tells Decay's daughter, she's like, hey, that was a good well struck there. With a few thousand years of practice, you might even provide a challenge, referring to the Maestro crippling crescent kick. And listen, Shout out to the writer here, Deniz Camp. I saw what you did there with that name, Maestro. I saw it. Now, meanwhile, Doom is still hard at work trying to get the signal back on the Ultimates, and he's basically done it, but my question is, will it be in time? Now, we're going to be stepping into the sequence here where Iron Lad is going to be going one-on-one with Hulk, which, by the way, was never a good idea from the very beginning. Now, America Chavez, she also faces off against Bomb Mother. Listen, I forgot what her name is, okay? She sets off a Big Bang Phoenix Bomb, which was a level 18 Hiroshima level. Now, Thor gets an Atom Smash Thunderclap to the head, but at least he hit Homegirl with his hammer in the process. Now, meanwhile, Ultimate Hulk has been given this speech that I've been kind of ignoring this entire time. I mean, because listen, the art has been so good, I haven't really been focusing on it. But right now, to Iron Lad, he tells him, I will teach you about power in the real world, while he gives him the Higgs knife hand strike, then the Magton extension kick, while telling Iron Lad that he studied teachings of great enlightened masters and has reduced 5,000 years of wisdom to 3 perfect words. And those words are peace through strength. Then he continues to say that this is his message. This is a savage truth, that there are no such things as heroes. Meanwhile, Doom has now finally gained access to a visual feed through Iron Lad. Thor gets a flying fallout kick to the back. Honestly, guys, I am genuinely enjoying calling out these attacks. It kind of reminds me of like Pokemon when you're calling out an attack for like Pikachu. Not their attack. Listen, let's just leave me alone. I'm gonna move on. Listen, so Hulk goes on to say that what they have accomplished is a miracle. Out of chaos, we have made harmony, and the people love us for it. At the same time, Fat Cobra, he grabs Wasp in his hands with his fingers, and then he proceeds to eat her, which, by the way, is kind of like a callback here to when Ultimate Wasp was eaten by Blob. So nice touch there, okay? Now, at the same time, Ultimate Hulk, listen, dude smashes Iron Lad with a 2-time atomic iron fist that was a 32 Hiroshima level. I just don't know how anyone expected him to survive this at all. Like, why did the team leave him to fight Ultimate Hulk by himself? Now, listen. Now, Doom is working on some big brain stuff here, trying to connect the Stark suits to try and teleport the team back. Now, Giant Man is trying to avenge Janet. He gets big, he tries to come down on Fat Cobra with a punch, but dude ends up catching it. And then things get gross because Janet then bursts through Cobra's side, leaving a bloody mess. And I'm going to assume that Cobra is dead now, right? Like, he has to be dead now. Meanwhile, Iron Lad is still getting his crap pushed in by Hulk. Hulk recalls all the things that the Ultimates have done up until this point. Blowing up pipelines, destabilizing power grids, burning down the White House. All of this, he says, has only driven the people of the world closer to the people in power. In fact, how the Ultimates represent a threat to the status quo, which just makes the people resist them as that threat, which is not wrong because the people, with the help of the Maker's Council, just view the Ultimates as terrorists. And he mentions, like, while some will be inspired by them, most will be afraid of the chaos, afraid of the change. How in time, they'll wonder if the Ultimates truly existed or if it just wasn't an elaborate conspiracy, if they didn't truly just work for the Maker's Council all along, which in a way he supposes that the Ultimates kind of did. And in that moment, we see Ultimate Hulk take Tony in his 2 hands and crush Tony, although not fully, but enough. And then he lets him go and he falls all the way to the ground. Now, She-Hulk, she finally is back because she just woke up, I guess, and she tackles Hulk to the ground. And then when she tries to land a punch on him, Hulk in one squeeze grabs her fist and then breaks all of her fingers. And I'm like, bro, like, Ultimate Hulk, he has wrecked this entire issue so far. Like, my goodness. Now, when he gets ready to chop off She-Hulk's neck, Doom in the nick of time is able to teleport the team back to the base. stating how all hope lies in Doom. And we can see just how beaten up this team is right now. America Chavez, she asked Doom the question. She's like, yo, how? As if to say, how did he get them back? But then a voice yells out and stops her. And the voice says, no, too late. You are too late. And then we see who it was. It was She-Hulk. And she says, Iron Lad is dead, while she holds his lifeless body. Now, we start off with Captain America walking alongside Jim Hammond. Now, remember, Jim Hammond is the Human Torch who was recently reconfigured by Tony Stark and brought into the fold as a part of the Ultimates team. Now, funny enough, Captain America is looking at a Daily Bugle newspaper that, according to him, is blaming the Ultimates for everything but the Lincoln assassination. And you can see that Captain America is still trying to acclimate himself here to what day-to-day life looks like for him. And he's trying to find a spot right now that's very familiar to him, although he's having a little bit of difficulty here navigating to it. Now, Jim does give him a little bit of a hard time here, saying, hey, the city was always changing, even in our day. They have maps on phones now. But then Cap replies, he's like, listen, I don't need a map, nor do I need a phone. I just need to get my bearings. And listen, ever since they took this dude out of the ice, Captain America has always been trying to find his bearings, okay? So Jim mentions, he's like, listen, well, those bearings, you better get them fast, Steve. But then Cap is just like, what is that supposed to mean? So Jim says, listen, the reality here is that they're looking to you for leadership right now, especially with Tony being gone. But that conversation there is gonna have to continue on the inside because Captain America finally found the place that they were supposed to go. And the place is named Machiavelli's Old Ale House, and it says since 1853. Now, this is most likely an homage here to the real life McSorley's Old Ale House, which is located in 15 East 7th Street here in New York. So nice touch here. Now, this place brings back memories for Captain America because it's where he and Bucky used to sneak into when they were in high school. Now, honestly, I cannot remember whether or not Bucky is still around in the Ultimate Universe or if we've seen any signs here of Bucky being in this universe. But one thing that we do know here is that we do have a half Winter Soldier, half Weapon X character that's going to be coming into the Ultimate Universe here with Ultimate Wolverine, and I cannot wait for that series to start here. Now, Cap even mentions how he got beat up pretty good in one of the corners of this place by some guys that were recruiting for the ANP, the American Nazi Party. But back to what Jim was saying here, he's basically letting Steve know, like, listen, you and I both know that there is a war that is coming. And between him and Captain America, they've been through this before. But for the rest of the team, they have not. They're not used to losing people like how they've lost Tony recently, and they're ultimately not ready for any of it at all. So Cap gives that look and says, listen, okay, then we'll have to get them ready. Now, meanwhile, in the background here, it's the 1-year anniversary of when the Stark/Stain Tower blew up and killed a lot of people. And we see Matt Murdock giving a speech to a large crowd. And of course, since everybody thinks the Ultimates were the ones who did it, he mentions how the crowd is large and how he's surprised that they're still showing solidarity despite the rumors of a planned anniversary attack from the Ultimate terrorist network. Now, at that same memorial here where Matt Murdock is speaking, we see Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne. Now, as wisdom, of course, would suggest, they've left their costumes at home. And right now, they're just regular people coming to pay their respects like thousands of others. But the irony is that Matt Murdock is making this speech, and with all the people around them who ultimately think that they're the reason why this all happened in the first place. And it really makes Hank feel some type of way, to the point where he says to Janet, like, man, they really hate us, huh? But then Janet replies, she's like, listen, they don't know us. They don't understand what we're trying to do and what's happened there. And then she's like to Hank, she's like, what happened there? It wasn't about them. It wasn't about the Ultimate. And she's trying to reassure him, saying, like, you know that, right? Now, as Matt Murdock begins to call out the names of the deceased people, Hank can't help but feel guilty, saying, well, it was a little about us. And then he thought that it would be good after everything that they've been through lately with Tony and also with Janet almost dying, because in the last issue here, she did get swallowed up by one of the members from the Gamma team. So with all that's gone down so far, it's really weighing heavily on Hank. And it's important here to remind you that part of Hank's doubt and paranoia stems from the irreversible brain damage that he has due to what the Maker did, which was mentioned back in issue number 1 when Tony Stark and the original members of the Ultimates met with Hank and Janet for the first time. So not surprisingly, he's having a hard time believing that things will be okay or that things aren't ultimately his fault, because he's been programmed to believe that things are always his fault. And it probably doesn't help as well that Janet is always essentially overcompensating for his massive worry all the time. So Hank continues on. He's like, the things that we've seen, the things that we've done. And then Janet says, listen, Hank, like, please do not do this again. But then Hank insists. He's like, listen, people have died because of us. Innocent people, directly or indirectly. And he doesn't want Janet to pretend that it doesn't bother her, because he knows that she's not sleeping because he's not sleeping and he sees her not sleeping. So he asks a question. He's like, how long do you think that we can keep going like this? And then he discusses further. He's like, I just thought it would be good if we could come here together and mourn. Maybe this was just a bad idea. Maybe it was stupid. But then Janet says, she's like, listen, no, it was a good idea, Hank. And then she kisses him. She's like, it's genius, actually, because we're supposed to be laying low. Now, next here, we check in on Hawkeye. Now, he's over here at Oscorp Defense, which was formerly the Stain/Start Defense building. Now, we know that Oscorp currently is run by a Green Goblin in Harry Osborn, so it's not quite a good idea for Hawkeye to be messing with this right now. But at least for now, it seems like he might be okay, because the only people that are in there are some security guards here, and there's some workers, and he takes out the security guards here pretty easily. Now, one security guy inside tries to tell him, he's like, listen, you don't know what you're doing here. And the guy behind him is like, listen, bro, just shut up. So the security guy mentions, he's like, hey, these weapons that are here, they're bound for the upper and the lower kingdoms. There's a war going on down there, a secret war. And I'm like, okay, interesting use of words here, because in this Ultimate universe, this is not the first time that we've seen secret war. There was an issue here in Ultimate Spider-Man that had the words on like a gaming vending or gaming kiosk here. I'm forgetting what the name of it is actually called. So they've been dropping hints of this secret war, right? But then the security guard, he continues and he says, but that's a world away, nothing to do with you or me, not your fight or mine. But then Hawkeye says, he's like, actually, what I'm coming to realize, as he fires off one of his arrows and it hits what's behind them and it blows it pretty much basically to bits here. And you can see the people reacting. He finishes that statement and it's like, listen, it's all one fight. Now, this leads us to see what's going on with our next hero here. Now, in this moment, we're getting a narration for what sounds like a child at a protest here in Guatemala. And the child says, and I'm telling you, mama, you should have been there. Mama, you should have come. I know you don't believe in protest, and for you, democracy means hard all times. And I know that your legs ache with varicose veins and the heat makes you tired, but you should have been there, mama. You should have seen the stars, how they came with their sticks and tasers, their bulletproof shields and high-tech body armor. All of this for just a few dozen of us demonstrating in peace. And then the sky opened up above us. And when that was said, that's when we see America Chavez. And she comes down, as the narration says, covered in stars. And then the light poured out of her like a vessel or a saint, it says. Now, personally, I thought this was kind of cool, because up until this point in the series, we haven't really seen what America Chavez can do. We got a glimpse of it in the first issue, but this was the first time that we actually saw her in action. And it mentions how she blinked once, and then she basically looked like she melted the cops. And that's pretty much basically how it was explained and how they froze. Now, it's unclear exactly what she does, but what we do know here from issue number 2 when we first saw her is that she has a cosmic radiation all around her. and it was mentioned how she produces it naturally. And I'm not gonna lie to you here, I've got to ask the question, like, where exactly was this when they were going up against the Gamma team? I mean, we did not see her do this not one time, my goodness. And now I'm gonna consider that maybe potentially it was because she was still recovering, and maybe that's the reason why, but I'm just saying that this could have actually really been helpful, right? Now, after all the men around her, the soldiers, the cops, they fell down with a clunk, she comes down and says, "I'm sure someone will be along to cut them out soon." Now, the narration mentions here how she spoke perfectly, but with the strangest accent that they've never heard before. And now someone asked her what her name was, and she said, "America." And the narration mentions how it was beautiful the way that she said it. Now, when America was asked where she came from, she simply said, "I don't know. Every time I try to think about the past, I end up thinking about the future." And remember, Modest from issue number 2 did say that he thinks that she came from the future. Now, she sat down and spoke with them here for a little while until later on where she blinked twice, and then all of a sudden, everybody was sent back to their respective homes. And then we get to this next part here, which got me really excited because we pick up on Thor and Sif, and you can immediately see that they're at the Yggdrasil tree here. Now, Sif mentions how she told Doom that there are 9 realms and that they've been on Midgard, aka Earth, for too long, neglecting the others. Basically, what they're doing is that they're looking to travel to all the 9 realms to spread chaos, discontent, and to raise armies against the All-Father, who is currently Loki, to give him a taste of his own medicine. And listen, if they do not come out here with an Ultimate Universe series where we get to see Loki perform as the All-Father, they are missing a great opportunity, if you ask me. Now, Sif continues, she's like, "Listen, the Asgard rebellion begins now." So she asks Thor, she's like, "Where should we start?" And then finally, we get to this last segment here where we pick up on She-Hulk and Doom. And she has this dude draped up on a wall right now telling him, "Send me back, Doom." But Doom says, "Listen, I cannot." Now, what she wants here is that she wants to be able to go back to her home island, because remember, Banner completely destroyed her home with the Gamma Bomb, which is what turned her into She-Hulk here. But everyone else that was there, they had really bad adverse effects. So she wants to go back to protect her people. Now, Doom explains, he's like, "Listen, I cannot send you back, because if I do, you will die. And it's not just you who will die, your people will die, all of us here will die, because Banner, the Hulk, and his men will torture you until you break. They have instruments and techniques that will allow for them to play through your memories like a videotape. They have cameras sensitive enough to take pictures of your thoughts. They will discover everything about the Ultimates, including the existence of this satellite that she's asking to use. And it's not just you who will die, all of them will die. All the ambitions and everything that we're doing here will die with them." And you can tell that in her eyes, she understands, but she's also like, "My people need me." And then Doom tries to reassure her, he's like, "You being here right now is the only thing that's keeping your people safe. It's the power Banner has over you, his only leverage." And then she lets her guard down a little bit here and says, "Okay, but I need my people." And I'm like, you know what? Like, all those things are true. She wants to protect her people, but she also wants to be with her people as well. But I gotta say this right here. I had to laugh a little bit, because if you look at Doom in the background while she says this, you can tell that this dude is just like, "Bro, I am so glad that she finally let go of my neck so I can finally start to breathe." That part made me laugh, man. Now, Doom himself kind of lets his guard down a little bit too, because he's like, "Listen, people aren't really my thing. And the Ultimates, that really was his idea. It really wasn't mine." And he's referring here to Tony Stark. So then She-Hulk says, "Well, now he's left us to hold it together." And then Doom says, "Perhaps I can tap into the Hulk surveillance system so that you won't be able to be there with them, but at least you can see that they're safe." And he adds that we must keep going. We owe it to him. We owe it to them all. And then we see them go over here to this chamber, right? That is currently holding Tony Stark, and he's sedated, and we don't know whether or not there's a pulse or not. But the most interesting thing here to me is the fact that he looks like he has an arc reactor in his chest. So we open up here with the mysterious ship on a countdown, right? 4,181 years until destination. We then see later countdown to 1,602 years and 828 years, as you'll see as we move on. Now, meanwhile, the current Ultimates team, Garet, well, we see them right now standing in the middle of a cornfield, and they're questioning Doom. They're like, listen, are you sure that this is where we're supposed to be waiting? Because all we see right now is corn. Now, Doom explains something about tachyon particles moving in all directions through time, implying a temporal event is about to happen or already has. And he's sure that something or someone will appear here, presumably related to the future, past, or even both. Now, suddenly, America Chavez here senses a presence. As the countdown on the ship gets closer to 0, someone aboard says, "Hold on, America," and then the vessel crashes into that cornfield, knocking the Ultimates off of their feet. Now, whilst she's freaking out here because she's like, listen, is the Maker retarded? He's not supposed to return here for another 10 months. But the person who actually comes out of the ship here is not the Maker, it's a woman, and we'll find out later on that this is Captain Marvel of the 61st century. Now, she explains here that they've crossed uncountable eons, pursued 4D hyper-conquerors, and witnessed the rise and fall of empires, all to find America Chavez. Now, America Chavez, she's confused. She's like, do I know you? And then Captain Marvel continues with the litany of future achievements that she and America have accomplished together. How they've defeated the Ultron Dominion. They've fought in every moment of time via the Infinity Prism. How they've convinced the 24th Celestial Host not to judge the Milky Way a failure. How they've transformed the negative zone to the positive zone. How they became the Guardians of the Galaxy, the greatest heroes of the 61st century. How they've come on a ship powered by pure hope to save America from what they call a broken past. Now, Doom muses that the new arrivals also have a time machine. Meanwhile, Captain America tries to step up and tell Captain Marvel to back off. But Captain Marvel knocks Cap away before America Chavez can calm things down, igniting a battle. And even Doom comments another pointless fight. Who could have predicted? And I like the fact here that Deniz Camp put this in because he realizes that this overused trope of, oh, new team meets other team. Now they fight. Kind of corny, right? Now, as the fight continues on here, Captain Marvel introduces her team. And she mentions first Star-Lord here, master of the solar system, lord of the 12 houses, and the land beyond the sun. Then she mentions the ultimate nullifier, who was a powerhouse who once shot Mephisto through the heart with a null bullet, erasing the concept of eternal suffering from the universe. And then he zeroes in here on She-Hulk's kinetic energy, removing it, showing off his advanced future science. And we learned here that they learned thermodynamics in the 3rd grade. Then she introduces Cosmo Starstalker, the ultimate good boy, she calls him, last of the K9s who stayed behind after the rest ascended to a higher state of being. And then she introduces herself, Captain Marvel, protector of the universe, wielder of the Omnibands. And she is demanding here. She's like, listen, you don't remember me, America? But America, the only thing that she sees right now is that they are attacking her friends, who Captain Marvel refers to as what? Like these twisted, depthless recreations, which is a jab here, but at the same time, technically Doom and Tony Stark did recreate these heroes, right? Now, to prove that they're telling the truth, Captain Marvel tells Cosmo to show her. So Cosmo attempts to read America's mind, but it's been heavily tampered with, right? Because we know, of course, the Maker and the Maker's Council, that they completely wiped everything from her memory. Now, America freaks out, unleashing an energy blast to stop everyone from, or anyone from, trying to probe her mind. Now, Captain America tries to jump to get after Cosmo here for harming America. So Cosmo says, listen, I apologize. We do have more liberal ideas about psychic consent from the timeline where we come from, especially between Guardians. Now, it does go against my every principle to pry into minds uninvited, but you are practically screaming it. Tell me, are you aware that you all share the same bad dream? Now, what Cosmo does here is that he shows them a collective nightmare of Ultimate Oak and the Gamma Team slaughtering the Ultimates, like a shared PTSD here from issue number 6 back of this series. Though they survived, except of course Tony Stark, the trauma lingers in their subconscious, right? So Star-Lord starts talking to Doom, right? He is like, listen, you are not the Doom that we know, but there's something familiar about you, something dangerous. And he's like, what is it? Now Doom is surprised. He's like, you can see me? Like, how interesting. And then he goes over here to, like, he starts phasing through his screen. And he's like, listen, we can do things with your technology that you cannot dream of. And he continues to mention, he's like, you're looking for something that you will never find. And of course, Doom, we know that he's trying to bring back his friends, right? He's trying to bring back a Johnny Storm. He's trying to bring back Ben Grimm. He's trying to bring back his love in Sue Storm. So that gotta be what he's talking about here. But Star-Lord continues, he's like, listen, I have temporarily disabled your space station's communication surveillance, transportation, and weapon system. Also, your primitive time machine as well. And he talks about how America belongs with us. Do not attempt to interfere. And then he continues on and says something that's just really like weird. He's like, the man in the iron mask, the man in the iron lung. Now I remember, and the iron lung that he's talking about here is Tony Stark that's currently in that chamber. And he says, now I remember, one of you will be responsible for the untold suffering of and the deaths here of trillions, and the other could save everything. Now, which was which he's trying to remember. I just thought it was kind of funny here. We definitely still think, right, that Tony is going to become Kang. But it wouldn't be surprised if based on this that Dooms ends up kind of becoming here the bigger villain. After all, the Maker did program his brain, right? So it could end up being something similar here to like a Winter Soldier, sort of like Hydra thing, where the Maker kind of like says some things, right? And then Doom complies, and then all of a sudden, like ish hits the fan, you know what I mean? Or in all honesty, listen, what if Doom becomes the Iron Kang? Like, we don't even know that. I feel like all things here are a possibility that are laid out on the table. Now, what Captain Marvel does here is that she's trying to get America Chavez to stop fighting her. So what she does in this instance is that she puts her hands on America Chavez's head, and she's like, okay, since I can't show you your past, I will show you mine. And then we start to see here where, of course, now we know that Captain Marvel and America Chavez, that they had a romantic relationship. We also start to see a few other things here. She mentions how the 61st century, he's trying to tell her to remember that it was post-scarcity. It was post-imperialist paradise in progress. This is what they lost. How over 250,000 super guardians, they were protecting over 400 million inhabited worlds. How the apogee of an unbroken age of heroes that went back here 4,000 years. How the Guardians of the Galaxy saved the universe on a monthly basis for a millennia. Perhaps that's why we were so confident that they would be able to do it again. And how she mentions that Captain Universe was the first to notice something different, how it presented as a sharp chest pain and crushing grief radiating from the 21st century down to the right arm. And soon there were temporal seismographs that were given off impossible readings, indicating a catastrophe here in time. How a group of our most experienced guardians were sent to the past to investigate, but only one of them returned. And how the Unmaker, who we know as the Maker, they refer to the Maker here as the Unmaker, and that caused them to be unmade. How then the greatest minds of the galaxy convene. Mentor 137, the Parliament of World Minds, the Human Supreme Intelligence, the Eternal Unimind, how ideas were suggested and debated and discarded at the speed of light. How they united here on an oath, which was that they must save everything. And I thought it was just like an interesting group because that looks like Professor X, but then also we see Dr. Doom here, right? The guy next to him, does that look like Reed Richards? And there's so many more that you can pick out here from this picture. But they mention here how it was impossible. It was an impossible challenge, that creation itself was racing to erase them. So they did what was the impossible. They turned the entire 61st century into an arc, a sentry ship, and piloted all 100 years out of their unraveling reality and into the superflow, the informational space between universes, how they escaped creation, but creation followed us. We found an army that was stationed just outside of time, led by a mad, brilliant conqueror. And to me, I'm like, that kind of, when they say mad, brilliant, that could be Tony Stark, that could be Reed Richards' Doom. Who could it be? We all, ultimately at the end of the day, we all know it's Kang. But they mention here, or she mentions here, how while the rest of us have fought to protect their fragile century, how their most powerful members, Captain Universe, Starbrand, Molecule Boy, Gerard the Phoenix, and even Gary, wielder of the Infinity Gauntlet, struggle to maintain the integrity of the ship, of a present without a past or a future, how it was an impossible challenge even for them. And then what happens here is just, it's amazing, really. Like, how to describe the death of a universe? She asked the question. She's like, the head holds only fragments, moments. How Xandar, the bright mind, hero star of Tranta, so overcome with grief, it went nova. And you can see here that she mentions that they then collapsed into a black hole. And then next year, we see how there are 10 billion descendants of Banner, the planet called Planet Hulk, trying to hold back reality with their bare hands. That was also destroyed. And then we see Galactus here. She mentions the terrible bloated corpse of Galactus, the life bringer, seeder of worlds, how floating through space like a rotting rogue world, and the terrible things that had begun to grow inside of it. And as the 61st century fell apart around them, they pointed their ship back the way that they came, into whatever reality replaced theirs. Hoping for a soft landing, countless centillions died on impact. 100 years splintered like cheap gopher wood. Tragedy on a biblical scale. A few Guardians survived, but how they were thrown faster than light through time in every direction. And that explains here how America Chavez ended up here in this timeline, which Midas had mentioned. It was just like, she looks like she came from the future. So this confirms this is where America Chavez came from. And how Captain Marvel herself, how she landed in the distant past with only Stone Age tools, and how she built their ship, the Apocatastasis, out of the broken fragments of the 61st century and began the search for other survivors. So I just find it fascinating here that what the Maker did impacted everything so much. And when Captain America asks this question, he's like, but America's been here. She's been tortured for years. Why are you just now coming for her? So that is when Star-Lord explains, he's like, there is a 62-year span of hard time from 1963 to 2024, impenetrable even to us. The origin of the temporal anomaly that unmade their universe. So what the Maker did was just so powerful that he caused destruction throughout time at a cosmic proportion that forced time to basically close in on itself. But then she continues, she's like, you must have landed inside that period, your momentum and unique cosmic energy field somehow piercing the Unmaker's barrier. I feared, I thought you were, basically she's trying to say that I thought you were dead, until Cosmo finally caught your scent 5,000 years from now. And that is when they came to see her. And what their plan is here is that once they've rescued the Guardians of the Galaxy, that they'll find a way to break the barrier and undo the Unmaker's work, restoring the rightful future, saving their universe and their friends. But Hank does have a question here. He's like, well, listen, wouldn't that erase all of us, like erase all of our world the way that it erased yours? But then Star-Lord mentions here that there are ways around that they have methods here of timeline pruning, which of course there's that pruning word again, and replanting, giving time. They can save everyone. Now, Captain Marvel thinks that this is going to turn America Chavez and really bring her back here on the rescue mission, but America Chavez basically just says no, like just simply no. She's like, listen, I know what we've been through, what you showed us that we've been through, but these are beautiful memories that are ultimately yours. They're not mine anymore. And even though she doesn't remember everything, what she does remember here is that she is a part of something important where she is right now, and that she's committed to saving the future the way that she's currently doing it in this moment. And how the Maker comes out of the city here in 10 months, and they're going to be ready for him. They're going to fix the world. Captain Marvel, of course, still sees it where she's like, if you not been listening, like this world's future, we've seen it. It's all chaos. It's destroyed. You lose, America. The Unmaker, he wins. But the way that America sees it is that, listen, the future is something that we can change and that there are proof of it. But then Hank Pym does say this here, and it did kind of make me think a little bit, because he says, I don't get it. Like, they came back to this exact spot by tracking America's unique aura, but America was only here because Doom detected them coming hours ago. So which came first? What caused what? And that is the part where I'm just like, is Doom somehow triggering things so that something like this would happen? Like, I genuinely don't know, right? So with that now, Captain Marvel and the Guardians, they decide, okay, we're going to go back here to what our specific mission is, which is to get the other Guardians. She does leave America Chavez with something just in case they need them, that they will be able to come back in an instant, which of course is shaping up the simple fact here that the ultimate Guardians of the Galaxy, that when that big battle happens, that they'll be there to support them, right? And with that, they once again go over the same Guardian oath, which is to save everything. And Captain Marvel leaves her with, good luck, America. I do not envy you. I've seen this world's future. It's all impossible choices and tragic outcomes. As we pan over one last time here to see Tony Stark in that chamber in critical condition with Dr. Doom looking over him. Now, initially, we start off here in February 2005 at the Seagate Penitentiary, and we see a young Luke Cage asking the question, 1 year to life? And how he's only 15 years old. Now, the man that he's talking to responds back to him and tells him that it's actually very progressive, and how you could be out in as soon as 1 year, and how previously this would have carried a mandatory 5-year sentence. But the thing about this is that Luke Cage doesn't know what he's being convicted of, and the man that's across from him doesn't know what he's being convicted of either. He just lets him know that this was an administrative trial and how he doesn't need the details and how he's not even a lawyer. So it's like, who is this man that's giving him information anyways? Now, while Luke Cage is trying to ask some more questions, the guy kind of gets agitated and it's like, I don't really want to get into a whole discussion about it. And now he's just there to tell him what's happening and how Carl Lucas, aka Luke Cage, is going to be going away for a while and how he shouldn't look so glum. I'm like, can you imagine that, guys? Hey, you're going to prison for a year, but don't look so glum about it, because it's only going to be 1 year and he'll be out before he knows it, which of course lets us know that it's going to be much longer than that, right? Considering that at the very top, they said it could be 1 year to life. Now, what's different about this Luke Cage here is that this is a little bit of a variation, right, from what the 616 Luke Cage was sent to prison for. Now, similar to this one, Luke Cage did get sent to Seagate, and also it was because of not any wrongdoing on his part. It was all because his friend Willis Stryker felt some type of way because the woman that they both liked, Reva Connors, decided to be with Luke Cage instead. So Willis became vindictive and planted some drugs in Carl's apartment, tipped off the police, which then led to Luke Cage going to Seagate prison, and it is ultimately what set up Luke Cage being experimented on in prison and later on gaining superhuman strength. Now, we don't know the specific reason here why he was sent to prison, but we do know that he's going to prison here at Seagate. So the next time that we see Luke Cage here, we fast forward all the way to February 2025, so 20 years later, and he's at this place called the Gordium Correctional Facility. Now, as he's walking in, it's mentioned here that this correctional facility is a Midas Group penitentiary specializing in the for-profit prison space, which is just a wild statement within itself. Now, what's interesting here is that it's mentioned as a Midas group. And if you remember earlier on in the series, we did see Midas. He was the one that was in that gold suit at the White House, and in the basement of the White House, that is where we met and saw Ultimate America Chavez. Now, the men that we see here walking him in, and also the men that are inside the facility, you can see that they have these like goldish yellow suits as well, right? And they have this M that is on their shoulders, which most likely I'm assuming stands here for Midas. I just kind of wanted to point out here that they look very similar to like the AIM hazmat suit. So Midas could have basically represented what AIM is here for this particular universe. Also, if we do look in the background here behind Luke Cage, we see a woman, and in all honesty, like I initially thought, I was like, is that like Misty Knight? Because she kind of resembles Misty Knight here a little bit, but nothing really materializes from seeing her in the background, so let's just move on. Now, one of the men here from the Midas group on the inside mentions to the another one that's there, he's like, hey, did you hear about this riot that went on in New Brunswick? And he continues on to say that they're trying to keep it hush-hush, but he heard that the inmates are still in control of the facility, and then it's later mentioned how that's the second facility this year. Now, as we continue on here in this issue, they do flash back and forth often between the Seagate Penitentiary with Luke Cage, and then also the current facility that he's in right now, the Gordium. Now, when we get our second flashback here to Seagate, we see the treatment that Luke Cage was getting, and of course, the beatings that he's taken as well. And we can see that it's from the same guys here from the Midas group. So from a young age onward, Luke Cage would experience beatings and mistreatment while in prison. So then when we jump back here to the present time, we see Luke Cage punch this guy straight in the face. And when you look down, you see that he was carrying a knife. And the reason why Luke Cage did this was to try and save another one of the inmates that was there, because he was charging to another inmate. And when Luke Cage introduces himself, the other guy says, my name is Danny Rand. And I'm like, yo, this got me a little hyped, because I'm like, Danny Rand, Luke Cage, the relationship. I'm like, are we gonna get a potential Heroes for Hire team here in the Ultimate Universe? Don't get me excited, okay? But Danny, he asks Luke Cage, he's like, do I know you from somewhere? And he asks him again, he's like, have you ever done any time in Seagate? So then Luke Cage responds back, he's like, yeah, I've done time all over. So as they follow up with their conversation on what just took place, Luke Cage asks Danny, he's like, what was this all about? So Danny responds back, he's like, honestly, bro, I have no idea. In this place, it's easy to offend someone without meaning to or even knowing. And then he continues to let Luke know, he's like, listen, I appreciate your help, but just a word of advice, my guy, like from someone who's been here for a while, mind your own business and watch your own back, because no one's going to watch it for you. And then Luke Cage gives that sinister smile while he's like tossing up an apple at the same time. He's like, nah, man, that ain't really my style. So then we jump back here to another flashback here over at Seagate, and we see Luke Cage once again getting beat up on by people from the Midas group. And then we see Luke Cage going through a series of books. Now, I couldn't really make out the first one that he was reading here, but the other books that he was reading, one of them is called The Soledad Brother. Now, the Soledad Brother is related to George Jackson, who was one of the Soledad brothers that was a part of 3 inmates accused of killing a prison guard at California Soledad Prison in the 1970s. And what happened here is that his writings, George's writings, especially his prison letters, were collected in this book, The Soledad Brother, and this book became highly influential among activists and readers interested in the issues of prison reform and racial injustice. And then this next book that we see him reading here is called Discipline and Punish. Now, this book here is from Michel Foucault. I'm probably saying the name wrong, I apologize, but it was an exploration here of how punishment evolved from harsh public displays of power to a modern system that was based on surveillance and control. And in this book, he argues that today's prisons, and by extension, many social institutions, exert power by inducing self-discipline through constant observation through a particular model, which was by a circular prison layout with a central watchtower where a guard can observe all inmates without being seen. And it was believed that this constant surveillance would encourage inmates to regulate their own behavior as they would never know when they're being watched. Now, all of this is essentially setting the stage for what Luke Cage does in this particular issue. Now, when we jump back here to the present, we do see this message that's going going over the intercom here over at Gorgium facility, and it mentions how they're innovating their way to a better tomorrow, and how one of Midas's many innovations in the penal space, is it penal or penal? Listen, y'all let me know in the comments, but it's mentioned here that it's a mandatory worker employment program, which once again, just funny. Now, it's here where we see Luke Cage talking to Danny and letting him know what is happening here is modern day slavery, nothing less. Like, who you kidding, right? In the facility, intercom continues and says that inmates have a chance to learn useful skills, and Midas subsidiaries have access to an almost inexhaustible pool of labor. Then it concludes by saying how the Midas way is the right way. Now, Luke Cage continues to talk to a few men here that are gathering with him, because there's now Danny Rand and another man that's with him here, and you will see here that this group continues to grow as they go throughout their days. And he says to these men while they're playing chess, he's like, slavery is social death. It is to be forever cut off from your context and community. It is to have never been born. They have made us into non-people explicitly. And then later on, as the group grows, he says, they say it's about justice. They say it's about the law. It's not about any of that ish. So Danny asks a question. He's like, so what's it all about then? And I love this line right here, because Luke Cage responds back and says, it's about power, man. And of course, there's a play on words here for Luke Cage's alias, aka Power Man. And then we get another flashback here to Seagate. And one of Midas's men says to Luke Cage, we hear you're a real go-getter, forming your own prison gang. And as Luke Cage tries to run away a little bit here, or he gets hit with another stick, he replies back, he's like, yo, it's just reading, my guy. But of course, they don't believe him. And as they continue to beat him, they say to him, you're a troublemaker, a dangerous element. It's in your file. It's in your file since you were born. And this is basically just a reminder here that the Maker, as we know, has files on every potential hero. So while in this universe, Luke Cage ends up in prison, this was ultimately here facilitated by, we can only guess, the Maker himself, to make sure that Luke Cage never becomes Power Man, which is the reason why, as you'll see, it wasn't because of the experiment within the prison as to the reason why Luke Cage gets his powers, because the Maker would have made sure that that did not happen in the first place. So as we jump back here into the present, we see Luke Cage still at this chessboard talking, and he mentions how there are no good pigs, and how it doesn't matter the color of your skin or what god you worship. The only distinction that matters in here is between the pigs and the prisoners, the guards and the inmates, us and them. And now the only guards, and how the guards are our only enemies. Their most immediate struggle is them, and through them, the unjust system that they uphold. We struggle for nothing more and nothing less than control over our own lives. And if we are to succeed in our struggle, you have to fight for the life of the man next to you as if it were your own, which it is, because believe me, if they come for him one morning, they'll be coming for you that night. And it's in this moment here where we get to see the beginning of how Luke Cage became Luke Cage, because we flash back here to Seagate in January 2024, the time when Tony and Doom sent back the start boxes to create the heroes that the Maker had prevented from coming into existence. And while some inmates are wondering about how many times Cage has been to the infirmary and how many broken bones he's had, and one of them even says the words, they say that he's unbreakable, while we see the start box led inside of Luke Cage's quarters. And as we then jump right back to the present, we see Luke Cage say again, the people, whether inside these walls or outside, have no control over their lives, but we can take control, first of this facility and then of our future. The only difference between the inside and the outside is the one of maximum security and one is minimum. And we see him with this map of the prison here, and he mentions how there are some weak points here and there. And then he continues on later to say that the system cannot stand, the world can no longer afford it, it never could, and how it cannot be reformed. The system resists reform, but must be transformed in the revolutionary sense. And while he's saying this, you can see members of the Midas group looking at their gathering as Luke Cage continues to say, we must take power back for the people, many of whom will be at first afraid of us, and that's okay. And then he says, we go tomorrow. We're going to scare them not to death, but to life. And in this moment, we get another flashback here to that same time in January 2024 in Seagate, where we see Tony Stark appear to Luke Cage, and he mentions to him, this box is for him, and how this box is an iconic catalyst that would allow him to gain unbreakable skin and unbelievable strength. And we see Luke Cage take the item from that box, and then we see him begin to go through the transformation, as Tony says, exercise in creating a society that could be perfectly directed and controlled, and together we will free the world. And then when we jump back to the present, that is when we see Luke Cage's plan for this particular facility about to be enacted. And while he and the other men were going to be a part of this prison break, but then what seems like a wrench here gets thrown into their plans, because next we see Luke Cage and the other men, they're chained up. And then we hear one of Midas's men say, a prison break? You thought you could hide a prison break from us? And he continues on by saying, he's like, you can't trust criminals. If any of you could be trusted, you wouldn't be criminals, would you? Now, this implies here that most likely one of the prisoners probably tipped them off as to what was going to happen. And we see here that they bring all the prisoners and line them up, basically what looks like an execution style. And one of Midas's men continues, he's like, see, it's your nature. That's why you're in here. Just because you break a law doesn't make you a criminal, and you don't have to break a law to be a criminal. A criminal is just something that you are, something you were. Midas's man continues, he's like, in cases like attempted escapes, building riots, it's a strict Midas policy to use lethal force to discourage recidivism. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't fill you with holes, convict. And he continues on to say, but I'll tell you what, I'm not ashamed to say it. I love my job. And he starts to fire off rounds at Luke Cage. But the one good thing in this moment is that they're only targeting Luke Cage. So the bullets, they're just bouncing off. But before that could continue, we jump back to another flashback at Seagate, where we see Tony saying, they stole your future, robbed you of your destiny. Do you want it back? And then we jump back to the present again, where we see more of Midas's men firing off rounds. And once again, those bullets, they can't touch Luke Cage, or they're touching him, but they're bouncing off. And that's when Luke Cage says, all right, gentlemen, we're taking over now. And once again, before we could continue to see what's going on in the present, we jump back to Seagate in January 2024. And we see Luke Cage breaking through a wall. And he mentions to these men, we are taking Seagate. We are taking the prison. And he screams loudly, all power to the people, while you hear the other inmates in unison say, all power to the people. Now, back in the present time, that's exactly the same thing that's happening again. As one of Midas's men mentions, he just flexed and broke all of their chains. But before they could continue, Luke Cage takes those men out. And then Luke Cage says, follow the plan. All power to the people. All power to the people. Then one last time, we get another flashback here to the Seagate Penitentiary. But this time, it's in June 2024, 6 months later from when he got his powers. And this is significant because this is when Tony was beginning to bring in new members to the Ultimates team. And he shows up this time in person to Luke Cage. And he says, congratulations on taking the prison and freeing yourself. And welcome to the Ultimates. You're one of the very few of the first generation who worked out. Because as we remember, some of those boxes, or I should say a lot of those boxes, did not work out for a lot of the heroes. But then he continues on, he's like, we can get you out of here, Luke Cage. But then Luke Cage rejects the idea because he's like, I think I can actually do more good inside than out. And of course, Tony is like, I don't understand. After all you've endured. But then Luke Cage responds back, he's like, it's because of all that I've endured that I know I can't get free until everybody's free. And it's in this moment where we see Luke Cage going into New Brunswick Correctional Facility, which was a Midas Group facility. That same facility that was mentioned when he joined Gordium Correctional Facility at the very top. The same facility that those Midas men were talking about. And we see again, all power to the people as Luke Cage celebrates their victory at the Gordium Correctional Facility. Now, before we end this off here, we have to go check in on something that's going on exactly at the same time in February 2025. Now, while this prison break was being broadcasted on the news, we jump back here to the Triskelion satellite where She-Hulk and Doom are. This is where we see She-Hulk looking into Tony Stark that is in that chamber. And she mentions how Doom says that Tony cannot hear and how she's only wasting her breath, but there's no one else to talk to, and how Doom doesn't know everything. And she wanted to tell him that whatever he's feeling, whatever pain, torment, or desire to escape, that he has to stay strong because it will pass. She knows pain because when she began her transformation, she spent weeks listening to her bones being broken and reforming, her flesh torn apart and growing back and again, and how she threw up her own lungs, how she felt new organs grow and rearrange themselves inside of her. Her belly was a pit of snakes in agony, how she knows pain, she knows fear, and how she knows that part of him, or Tony, wishes to give up. That part of her did too, but she is encouraging Tony not to, because what brought her back was promise, and how she must return to her people, how they need her right now, and now this is the reason why he cannot die, and how Tony made her a promise. He made all of the Ultimates a promise, and how she knows that he will keep it. And as she walks away, in the very last second, we see Tony's eyes open up, the words saying 9 months remaining, which is just how long we have before the Maker breaks out of that dome. Now, initially here, this starts off with the Human Torch recapping how he took out Hitler. And we can see here a series of images of Hitler burning up, right? Now, up until this point here, most believe that Hitler had offed himself, but then Human Torch explains that this was only just a cover-up story, and he mentions here how the Soviets were threatening a superhuman arms race and screaming about illegal deployment overseas, and back then, we had this thing called politics. Now, Janet, she's curious. She's like, well, how did it feel? So Human Torch is like, how did it feel? And he begins to go on about how his brain isn't the world's oldest computer, but it is close. And in the old days, that he had to manually erase memories so it wouldn't slow down and seize up under the weight of all of that history. And how he gave up his Medal of Honor and the memory of getting that Medal of Honor. How he gave up good friends, good years, and most memories of even his brilliant father, Dr. Horton. Now, a lot of you know who Dr. Phineas Horton is here from the 616. He was the scientist that created the original Human Torch android. So that's who he's talking about here. But the one thing that kind of made me chuckle a little bit here, he's like, but that memory I keep in full color. And he's talking about the memory here of him offing Red Skull in high definition and how he goes back to it again and again and again and how it keeps him warm. So Cap's like, all right, man, enough about the good old days of killing Nazis. We got some Nazis that we got to go kill right now. So where they're at currently right now is at this place called Castletown. And it's described here as a militarized civilian stronghold of a sectionist group that's self-designated and call themselves here the Red Skulls. And this is one of 23 such militia towns across the North American Union. So Human Torch here is kind of narrating and giving us a breakdown as to what's going on here. He mentions the Red Skulls, how the neo-Nazi movement inspired by the Nazi super soldier Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, that appropriated the tactics and iconography here of the 1970s NYC officer turned vigilante Frank Castle. And at this moment, guys, I'm like, Dennis, do not threaten me with a good time. Where is Frank Castle, okay? Bring in the Punisher. Now, the Red Skulls here, they're described as a hate group by Southern Poverty Law Center, and their precise ideology is inconsistent, as he says, and contradictory. That their group is primarily identity driven. They focus primarily on anti-establishment, but mostly they focus on terrorizing the weak and the vulnerable, and how Castletown is a permanent home to approximately 1,500 men, women, and children, as well as who they call the Grand Skull. And the Grand Skull here is the leader of the National Red Skull movement. So this was Human Torch here, like scanning the internet and finding out all this information. So as the Ultimates here attempt to go on in and essentially climb over the castle walls, there's a voice that comes in and says, what's going on here? So Cap responds back, he's like, Tony, you're supposed to be in surgery. And then we get this picture here of Tony basically being held up and being operated on suspended, right? And Tony's like, listen, I am. And Cap's like, bro, without anesthesia? And of course, Tony's trying to play it off. He's like, dude, I'm fine. The Immortus engine is keeping me stable right now. But Cap is just like, bro, you should be resting. And in reality, Cap just kind of wants him to leave him alone so that he can actually do this mission. But Tony's just like, dude, I gotta stay busy. Like, I need something to focus on here. So he asks Steve, he's like, what's going on? But Cap is just like, dude, I do not have time to get you up to speed, but if you want to follow along here into the feeds, you can take a look to see what's going on. But then this is when Jim Hammond, Human Torch, starts to give like a real-time mission report. And he mentions how they've ruled out a frontal assault for the same reason that Stain and Stark never stormed the castles. It's also the same reason as well why the Maker's Council won't touch them as well. So this kind of gives us an idea here that they're sort of operating on their own regime, right? And their own agenda here, the Red Skull. And the reason why they never stormed it is because they have kids here. Their kids are currently on this premise as well. And the one thing that Jim is concerned about is like, listen, the Ultimates are not baby killers. Whatever they say about us on the news, we can't take that risk. So therefore, he's like, we have to make this a stealth mission. And you can see them start going into stealth mode as some of the Red Skull here is kind of looking around like, yo, what in the world is going on? Because there was some smoke that was used to cloak them. And that's when we see Captain America jump in, and one of them is like, oh crap. And at the same time here, then we have Wasp, we have Hank Pym, who are also doing their thing too, Giant Man and Wasp, right? Now, Human Torch mentions how they are perfect for this sort of operation on paper though, because he mentions that the Pym particles give them both the opportunity, or the ability, I should say here, to shrink and to grow as well. How Wasp is a natural, she's smart but not neurotic, she's confident but not cocky. It's almost like she's been doing this for years. But on another note, her partner, Giant Man, Hank, this dude is a whole nother story. Jim realizes that he's got a big heart, but he's just not fit for this line of work. How Hank is always second guessing himself, hesitating when he shouldn't. And of course, this is a callback here to the Maker, because the Maker did something to damage his brain, and that's the reason why Hank is the way that he is right now in this particular universe. And you can see here, because of that hesitation, you can see that Hank is kind of screwed up. He's like, yo, is this the right spot? Like, while he's inside of someone's brain, he's like, dang, perspective shift, I'm all disoriented. And then you can see him kind of like bang, 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 like he's almost like he feels claustrophobic trying to get himself out of there. But then he finally exits through his ears and he's like, all right, I'm all right, I'm all right. But the thing about it here is that Jim is making this assessment. He's like, it'll get him killed one day, probably soon, just simply because of this lack of natural ability to be able to do these type of things. He continues on how he mentions how Hawkeye never hesitates as he's like throwing these arrows here at two of the Red Skulls. The problem with, of course, Hawkeye here is that they just need to make sure that he's always pointing in the right direction. And because he threw those fabricated noise canceling knockout arrows, even the men, when they fall, they don't even whisper. Now on comms here, we hear Tony Stark saying the Red Skulls have nothing to do with the Council or the Maker. They're not a priority. But then Cap is like, listen, I've received information that connects this organization to Hand, and Nazis are always a priority. Now, the Hand was mentioned here in the Ultimate Universe one-shot series to catch you up for the year. So we did cover that here, but the Hand, just to kind of give you some perspective, they're basically kind of like a secret organization that was under the Maker's Council here, that was created here by the Maker himself, and it was led by Nick Fury. But we found out that Nick Fury is actually an LMD. We don't even know if the real Nick Fury is actually still alive or not. But they would carry out here secret covert missions, one of which was to kill the Inhumans, which is something that will be mentioned here as we move forward in this particular issue. Now, in response to what Cap had said here about the Nazis always being a priority, we do see Hawkeye saying here, well, it's all one fight, Tony, in reference to what Tony had said a little bit earlier here. But then on the screen, we see Tony looking around, and you can see he's looking at what Spider-Man is doing. He's looking at what's going on here with the Ultimate X-Men on one screen. Then you also see here that he's looking also at what's going on with the Ultimate Black Panther. So it seems as if though here that Tony is beginning to see the whole picture as to what's going on here in this Ultimate Universe, which of course gets me excited because I'm just like, when are they going to all kind of come together as one? But as we go on here, Jim Hammond, Human Torch, is continuing to kind of do his narration here of this entire battle and kind of assessing really what's going on with the rest of the team. He mentions how Sting even doesn't argue. He never argues. Wow, like Tony's like, answer me, Cap. But Human Torch understands Steve. He's like, whenever possible, Captain America lets his actions answer for him. So Cap simply responds back to Tony. Finally, is just like, dude, get some rest. So as they get closer, Human Torch calls out. He's like, Castle Alpha 1 is up ahead. So Cap's like, okay, good, lay it on him thick, Jim. And then Human Torch gives his sort of narration here on why this is important. He's like, of course this is a priority, Tony. If you'd seen what we'd seen, you know why it was a priority. But even so, seeing is no longer believing. Reality is so easily doctored now. Nothing is what it seems. Everything can mean anything. The truth must be verified by hand. So here we are fighting Nazis with laser guns. It strikes my upgraded sense of humor as funny, but I don't laugh. And here we begin to see a flashback of the Human Torch, Captain America, Bucky Barnes, and Namor when they were fighting together against Nazis. It's all kind of funny in a way to Human Torch because he's just like, listen, some things never change. Now, when they finally get on the inside, what sort of shocks them here is what they see in front of them. Because we see posted up on a wall here, Namor, with the words "the submariner" under him, with fishes all around him, and of course, red skulls on the sides. And as they continue to look on, there's a voice that comes in that says, well, the gang's all here. It's an invaders reunion. And when we pan to see who said this, we see a guy with the Red Skull mask on. And he's like, but we're well prepared for invaders. So then Human Torch accesses the Ultimate again. And this is where we learn that this is the Grand Skull. And he mentions how there's been at least 5 different men who've held the position of Grand Skull. 4 died violently. The civilian identity of the current Grand Skull is unknown to the public, and perhaps even the larger organization itself. But Torch is like sort of like in shock here. He's like, yo, it's really him. Like, it's really him. And then Red Skull responds back. He's like, King Namor, the submariner? Yes, it's really him. Though I'm afraid he's lost his infamous vigor. And he continues on to say, he's like, you weren't supposed to find out about him. I wasn't ready to see you yet. And at the same time, the Human Torture, he's trying to piece things together. But voice recognition is coming up as an error. Facial recognition is coming up as an error. When he looks at the biometric scan results, he's like, okay, estimated age 73, estimated height 5'8", identity inconclusive. He can't figure out who this Red Skull is. So Red Skull asks a question to Cap. He's like, so how's Trix, Cap? So Cap's not in for the games, man. He's like, yo, get him down from there now. And Torch is like, did you kill him? And he responds back, the Red Skull, he's like, of course not. But he does give us some insight here as to what exactly happened. He's like, listen, the certificate of authenticity says his death was a political matter, an underwater coup of some kind. How the Mad King was overthrown according to Atlantean custom and executed according to the Atlantean law, as were his many wives, allies, and his heirs. But the body became a holy site. Religion sprung up around it like seaweed, oppressed the Atlanteans, making pilgrimages and problems. The new regime down there didn't like it, so they exiled their former king after they killed him, which has to be some kind of first. It doesn't decay. See, they say the worshippers, they say it isn't just his super dense tissue. They claim the ocean's microorganisms refuse to eat the body, that even dead, every living thing down there recognizes its rightful king. And then he kind of mocks it. He's like, these things that people hold on to, huh? And how it wasn't my idea to mount him, by the way. That was the last guy, a real collector, very into big game. But it turns out the corpse is a killer recruitment tool. The boys can't get enough of it. They practically piss themselves. And it's here where Torch realizes that the voice that is speaking from Red Skull here, that it's not just distorted, it's enhanced. It's braided with hypnotic suggestions at the frequency of human thought, which is most likely how they probably recruit some of the other people to join the Red Skulls, right? And Torch realizes that it's a manufactured charisma. The Red Skull continues on. He's like, you know, there's a lesson in there somewhere about symbols and their context, and how down there he's a miracle, but up here he's a joke, the fish that never rots. So this all but pisses off Torch. And Cap gets a cue. He's like, all right, I got the signal. Ultimate, this is what we trained for. Clear the room. And as they go through here, moving precisely, calmly, naturally, reinforcing their strengths, compensating for weaknesses, they move like a finely tuned machine and taking out the Red Skulls that are in the room. And you get the shot here of Giant Man going into somebody's mouth or coming out of somebody's mouth. And I'm like, gross. And this all just feels familiar here to the Human Torch. So then Cap shouts after they're taking everybody out. They're like, the room is clear. Somebody get him down from there, talking about Namor. And then Cap mentions, he's like, I'm going to break open your skull to the Grand Skull. The Grand Skull is like, hold on, wait for a second here. Wait a minute. And then he fires off something at Cap. And while he fires it off, he says, he's like, you know, you can learn a lot from us, how we operate. I mean, we both preach a violent revolution against the world government. experiment, but we've been at it for longer than you have. And then this is where it gets interesting, because when Torch accesses the Altnet again, the headline states that Red Skull militia massacres caravan of Inhuman refugees on the southern border. Now, one of the things that we had learned earlier is that Hand, or at least Nick Fury, was used by the Maker to take out the Inhumans. So it would seem that whatever refugee Inhumans were left after that the Red Skulls, they took them out. Cap's like, listen, you're racist, you're thugs, and you're murderers. We're nothing like you. So Red Skull's like, yeah, you're right about that. We've got more money, we got better branded, and a much larger membership. We give them an enemy, a symbol. We give them something to believe in and something to die for. And then in that moment, we see this big old dude come in here with a bandana on. He got the Red Skull right on his chest. And I'm like, who is this dude? And then that's when Red Skull lets us know. He's like, here's one of our true believers now. His name is John Walker. And I'm like, John Walker, the U.S. agent? And then he explains how John's been one of the devoted leaders here for years, or devoted followers here for years, ever since he was a boy. And he mentions how 16 months ago that there was a box, a metal box that he received, and a message from Tony Stark and a vial of super soldier serum, which makes sense considering that he should be a part of the Thunderbolts, right? But I was just like, whoa, kind of like a shot. They're bringing in a lot of characters here into this particular issue, which is the reason I'm just like, huh, you know? But Red Skull continues on. He's like, listen, you know what I said, which would imply that he told them to take the super soldier serum, maybe, because he proceeds to say, I said, kick their heads in, John. So then John charges after Cap, and then Torch, playing no games, just fries this dude's head off with like no hesitation whatsoever, to the point where Cap is just like, bro, what? So then Red Skull fires off a blast here at Cap. Cap blocks it with his shield, and Cap's just like, yo, dude, you're not the real Red Skull. I killed Yohan Smith over 75 years ago. Take that thing off and give up this charade. And that blast ricochets back here and hits his mask. And then the distorted voice mechanisms that they were using, that goes away for a little bit. And then we hear the voice here of Tony Stark in Red Skull's head. He's like, this is Tony Stark to Grand Skull. I am transmitting directly to your skull. And in the last 20 minutes, I've scrubbed all known Red Skull content from the internet, crashed all related platforms, and drained all your secret bank accounts. Yes, even that one. Because of course, like Tony said earlier, he needs something to focus on. So then Red Skull's like, my goodness, it looks like you've got me, Captain America. You've done it again. And then he presses this button. But before he goes, he says these last things. He's like, listen, but I am like you now, Cap, more than a man. I am a symbol. And symbols, they don't die. They just come back different, which is another way of saying cut off one head, two shall take his place. And then he says these last words here. He was like, it was good to see you, Steve. And I'm like, huh? That looks a little personal, because you can see Cap's face looking in shock. So I'm like, who is it behind that mask? Now, right after these events here, they go to kind of give a ceremony here to Namor, because he was one of their fallen comrades, was a part of the invaders, and how not much was said, but what was said was true. And mentioned how he fought like hell and he was their brother. As much as any man in Arlington, the ocean was his only country. That's where he belongs. So now we give the sea back her king. May he inspire many, a revolution even in death. And later on, we see Cap looking outside the window here in sort of like disarray. And this is where we get the narration of Jim Hammond kind of giving a real-time report. And he mentions how Steve hasn't slept or spoken since the funeral, how he just sits in this room with the light burning all night. And he mentions, as a result of his cognitive upgrade, I have gotten much better at reading human emotional cues. I now recognize that Steve is deeply troubled, as is Jim himself. And he mentions how it's not just Namor. It was something the Grand Skull said, not the mind control distortion, but what it was hiding. And he plays back how he says, it was good to see you, Steve. And he was like, it's something familiar. And then he goes to try to match the voice. And it's in that moment when it hits him, as he starts searching and he realizes that there is a 90% voice match found. And that's when he realizes that it's James Buchanan Barnes, aka Bucky. So when we start things off here, we see the God of Thunder and we see Sif here, who on their first stop have now come to Neverdelir. Now, Neverdelir is once known as the great kingdom of the dwarves. And although they were once a race of carefree craftsmen, all bosses, artisans, solitary self-starters are now reworked into overworked factory workers. and they are now just poor, pathetic paycheck collectors, uneasy employees, each with one job forever, all assembled in a line. So, sticking to stealth and in the shadows, Sif and Thor approach Brock and Eitri. And this time they put in a special order. And what do Sif and Thor want? They want 2 cloaks to render movements mysterious, invisible, to hide comings and goings from even all-seeing eyes. So Brock and Eitri, they agree, but not for free though. They demand a fee. They say that times are hard in stone, that this debt concept is really heavy. The price is steep but fair. So Sif and Thor go and snare a bird made of air and a bear with flowing maiden's hair, the night sky constellation called the Little Air. And just the icing on the cake that they want, they also want Loki's Lysmith's head. And Sif is like, listen, this time we'll throw in his neck for free. And in the meantime, we get to see just how is this Loki, king of Asgard, actually living. And when we see him, we're told that the fox, the empty box, the infectious pox, all tell all to Loki, which is the reason why they needed them cloaks, because Loki has eyes everywhere. But he is an unfair king of Asgard, supreme commander of skies, thin-lipped lord of lies, formerly past wit, somewhat slower, mind's eye dulled, puppet god, puppet fraud, nowadays numbskulled. And I'm not gonna lie to you, when I saw Loki with a bear belly, I was like, this is quite a different look. But don't miss Odin's head there on the left. Looks like Loki went through some great depths to get some respect. Listen, I had to try to do some poetry myself, okay? So it looks like all that Loki does on a day-to-day basis is that every single night he gets drunk on dwarf-made poet's mead, easy breathing epic into being, inventing flawless rhyme and meter on the fly, holding court, everyone cheering, terrified. Too much of a bad thing, a tired bit. In other words, he's full of his own ish. And this man is too lazy to get anything himself, so he has here Eden, youth in chains, basket of overflowing immortal apples, and something new, broken in babyface. But then when you look down at the foot of the All-Father's throne, we see ancients, unfavored immortals, looking every day their age, begging for another bite of life. Some were enemies, others allies, Loki's favor being fickle, most cruel, but toxic, quixotic of the gods, and looking hella malnourished. But then when we jump to this next scene, we see Loki with his daughter Hela. And who's feasting at the table? Well, the undead, or the always dead. Listen, I never get it right. But needless to say, Hela is there, but not at a cost, because in exchange for her assistance, bought that haughty hall Valhalla, a prize for Hela long sought. And what Thor and Sif are realizing here is that it's the same story everywhere that they go, especially in the place that is the origin of stories, the Elfheim, land of light elves, source of creativity, divine inspiration. Long ago, they made the transition from art to content, which are the same. That's an official position. Censors in place, backed by black and white bosses. And we know that those black and white bosses with those red shirts, those are all people that are a part of the hand. But it continues on by saying icy efficiency, small-souled purposes noted to death, a lot of uninspired perspiration like smokers, vessels, a narrowing of what is possible, to think, to want, to dream. And next they stop here at the Vanaheim, the fields of fertile life lords, the veneer, dirt forever under fingernails, gods of harvest, hearth, birth. Thor and Sif came recruiting, constituting God's own guerrilla army to lay low Loki Laufeyson and free 9 worlds one by one. But the veneer, they're like, nah, fam, we ain't with that life. And they're like, not to say that Loki is right, not me. No, of course not. But he's mostly left us alone, homie, you see? It's not our fight. We are free. And they go on to talk about how not much has really changed for them since the beginning of time. They still get to plant their trees, they still get to pollinate with bees, and sometimes they become the breeze. Plus, it's not just a rumor that a lot of them can see the future. like a story passed down the other way. We gotta tell you, trust us, it's better for us to obey. So Thor and Sif, they still try to recruit, call them names, tell them that they're short-sighted, that they're unenlightened, that they're frightened, that they're scared cowards, or even worse, collaborators, craven, uncultured cultivators. But it didn't do anything. It didn't convince anyone that they should join the righteous cause. They just kept saying, it's just safer for us to follow the laws. So the Vanir, they retreat back to doing what they do best, which then leaves Thor and Sif alone. And what do they do with that alone time? Well, it's a little bit of smooching under a tree. And I like how that one fruit is right above their head like a mistletoe. Very nice artistry there. I gotta give it up. And while they share this embrace, just like how you should embrace hitting that like button for the YouTube algorithm so that this video can reach a wider audience, go ahead, embrace the like button. The thing is, at Thor and Sif, there are things between them that has never been spoken, almost like it would be a corruptive thing for them to talk about it. So all they do is just let their hands run over each other's sad curves. They worshiped each other beneath the hanging boughs of ash. He kneeling before her like a temple, a supplicant making offerings. They united, intertwined, like serpents, encircling the world. But then when she wakes up, hours, days, centuries later, Sif, she finds herself alone. And then finally when Thor comes back, he's covered in burns. One hand, just cinders, sulfur, stinking, somehow shrinking, unable to meet her eye. So she asks the question, she's like, what have you done? But then he doesn't even answer. And it's like they're just back to their old ways, like always, leaving important things unsaid. All business instead. They still had to make dread war on the dead. And then next, we find them here in the Jotunheim. And you know that's not gonna sit well with Loki. And Thor struck, and the attack was a surprise. His roar was war, as he brought down the skies. The realm of the frost giants, Loki's core constituency, with hammer and lightning, felling acres, massacres on massive scale. Millions against one, but one won. And when deed was done, left behind strange new mountain range decomposed of corpses, manifestation of Thor's thunder rage, visible from Asgard, and these make Andes look like anthills. But the question is, where was Sif? Well, that little distraction took Loki off his throne to go over to the Jotunheim, which gave Sif the opening that she needed. So she went back to Asgard, back to the throne, and she saved Idun. Not before, of course, slaughtering every soldier that was in her way, even the big one that lays right there on the ground. And it seems that that was enough for them to gain some more allies, because while they hid in the Niflheim, the place of primordial darkness, those allies kept coming to him. It was a few of them at first, ancient, bedraggled, those who never sworn, worn their allegiance on their sleeves, refused to bend knees. They ate Eden's delicacy, restoring vigor. Not many in the Confederacy, but a start, a flicker. And as we can see here, it's the Warriors 3. And then, is that Heimdall? Okay, I see you, my G. Listen, I'm getting this poetry thing down, ain't I? All right, let's move on. So back in Asgard, Loki is raging, rapidly aging, unused to time and losses. The problem with the most bosses. He gathers his banners, his swords, hammers, summons a rousing speech, but without his mead, he only stammers. Nevertheless, the message is received. They have been too lenient, allowed themselves to be deceived, made things too convenient. So they redouble oppression, suppression, dispossession, aggression. Freedoms once granted are revoked. It's all justified. We've been provoked. So what happens here is that the bad times get worse. The gods can hardly believe it. They spit, complain, and curse. Too late, they see it. And in the Niflheim, they gather those who can get free, the wronged made strong. They finally see. You don't make concessions to autocrats and their oppressions. You don't make deals with tyrants. You make war. But then in the meantime, we jump back here to where Thor went when he left Sif alone. And we see Thor here going through forests of fire, over burning bridges, sailing across seas that mother sons. Who can say what drove him? Desperation, inspiration, Frustration? Perhaps a vision. Either way, he made a decision. Better flames than chains. He fought fire demons, encaustic legions. The sons of Muspel fell before the storm. Further and further, he come to make a deal with Flame Lord Surtur, who surprisingly approved his appeal. And Thor leaves him with one message: earn it all down. Now, meanwhile, we jump back here to Midgard, the home of the mortals, microwaves, and linear time. And it's here where we see Stark's son, Iron Lad they call him, the brilliant boy who hangs high above humanity's 21st century marionette, held together by nothing but will and wires. As we know that Tony is currently being reformed here with the Immortus engine. His body is broken beyond conventional fixing. And you know Tony, he would reject convention anyways. And he takes life's chance at extension, makes of his heart a terrible engine. Revamped veins contain the flow of blood in time, lab-grown lungs, breath in air, breathe in air, exhale era. Brain burns with revelation, a sudden sense of elevation. Infinity bears her breast, shows him everything means to make lad into man. It's too much, he says. What was, what wasn't, and such would drive any man into madness. Wants to scream, but doesn't. Instead, shifts engine into low gear, tells Infinity he's not ready, needs more time. She laughs at his bashfulness, his fear, then dons her dress and disappears. But something sticks with him. He's concerned. Something he's been wondering about, trying to figure it out since he's returned. Something that was, or was it? He calls Doom to his room and demands it plain. And he says to Doom, explain. And as Tony looks out, we see the immortal Hulk holding She-Hulk's head in his hand, and we see the rest of his comrades lay down on the grain. Listen, I don't know if that one worked. All right, leave me alone. But what this here is how Tony remembers things happening. And if we jump back here to issue number 8, if we remember that all the Ultimates are having the same dream of devastation of that fight that they had with Immortal Hulk. And here we see Tony having a rendition of the same dream, which is really all just nightmares that they keep on experiencing. So when we pick up on this issue here, we open aboard the Helicarrier, aka nicknamed the Beast, by the way, which as we know here is being operated by the Hand, which of course was established by the Maker himself, which is now under the leadership here of the Maker's Council, and is being led here by director Nick Fury, well, the LMD version here of Nick Fury. Now we hear a voice here, or we see a voice that's talking here to Nick Fury, but we don't see exactly who this person is. And the voice says, it's dangerous for me talking to you. To which Fury responds, it's like, you have nothing to worry about. You're protected, sheltered in the palm of hand. I like what they did there with that wording. And he continues, he's like, what have you got for me? So the voice says, Tony, Iron Lad called a meeting. To which Fury responds, he's like, the entire network on the satellite? And the voice says, no, half of us were remotely there. After what happened in heaven, they never assembled the entire network all at once. To which Fury's like, okay, well, they've learned. So go ahead, start from the beginning. What happened at this meeting? And it's in this moment here where we see this montage, this picture of the Ultimates team all dead. Stark once again is crushed, being held here by the Hulk in his hand. Captain America, his shield is being pierced directly through his stomach. Blood everywhere. And we see here that Iron Lad, he's the one that is broadcasting this here to the entire team. So they're asking the question, they're like, yo, Tony, what? Like, what is this? And one says, that's my nightmare. How did you get footage of my nightmare? But then Tony continues as he looks at the image here of him being ripped apart in 2 pieces. And he's like, it's not just a nightmare. And then he glances over to Doom and he's like, tell them, Doom, tell them or I will. So Doom's like, nah, fam. He actually doesn't say anything. He's just like, no, I'm not doing that. So Tony's like, all right, fine, I'll do it then. And he mentions, he's like, since I fuse the Immortus engine with my nervous system, freezing myself forever in the decisecond before death, I have been catching up on what I missed. The engine allows me to see through time. Well, sometimes. I'm still figuring things out. And he mentions, he's like, when I looked back at that day, and he can't even get the words out. So he just continues on. He's like, I saw 2 versions of events. superimposed, like two competing signals, one growing stronger as the other faded out. One in which Doom got us out just in time, and one in which he did not. And it's here again where we get this montage. We see Wasp now on the ground in the sand. We see that Hawkeye has been incinerated. Giant Man Hank Pym with a whole gamma body all piercing all the way through him. And Doom finally says something. He's like, a sigh. It was all very messy. But he mentions, he's like, by the time that I found you guys, what I found was unacceptable. So therefore I intervened. And although that was what happened, it didn't have to be. And it isn't what happened anymore. I saved your lives. You are welcome. And I'm not gonna lie to you here. Isn't Reed Richards' Doom starting to sound very much now like Victor Von Doom? All right, real quick, if you've been enjoying our breakdowns every week and you find value in what we're building here, one way that you can support us is by becoming a channel member right here on YouTube, or you can also become a member here of our Patreon. It helps us to keep doing this, breaking down these comics for you every single week and growing things even bigger. The join button for our YouTube memberships is right below this video, and our Patreon link here is going to be in our description of the video. All right, let's get back to it. So of course, Tony doesn't see it that way. Hawkeye has his things about it too. Hank still can't believe the fact that he died. Luke Cage is like, man, that was effed up. And She-Hulk still can't get over the fact she's like, I died. I died. And let's keep in mind here that this entire meeting is going on, and we know also that an informant is bringing all this information back here to Nick Fury. So Tony mentions, he's like, you've been lying to us, Doom. You've been lying to us all, and you broke our agreement. To which Doom is like, I saved your lives. I saved the Ultimates. Our agreement? You should be kissing my feet. Everything I've done for the cause. But then Iron Lad mentions this. He's like, okay, well, what about Project 4? Now, in case you missed it here, Project 4, this was something that was mentioned here back in issue number 4. This is where we got the origin here of Reed Richards, now known as Doom here in this universe. We found out that the Maker had sabotaged Reed's calculations before their fatal launch into space. That sabotage prevented the Fantastic Four from ever forming, which then led to Johnny Storm dying in orbit, Sue Storm later dying from cancer, Ben Grimm taking his own life, and then Reed himself ended up in prison. So the Maker later pulled Reed out. He then rewires him both mentally and physically to believe that everything that he touches is literally Doom. So that's the reason why he has the name Doom. So then we fast forward now, and we've got Tony catching Reed in that same issue here as Doom, secretly working on Project 4, which is a desperate attempt here to recreate the family that he lost. Not through normal means, but by experimenting on mice with cosmic radiation. To which then Tony mentions in the current time, he's like, those poor dead mice. And he continues on, he's like, all that time you've been trying to break through the Maker's barrier to radically change the past, all behind our backs. And Doom continues on, he's like, if you want an explanation, I will give it happily. But if you seek contrition, I'm afraid the capacity was long ago cut out from me. I am Doom. You must accept this and all it means, as I have. Now, America Chavez is like, this is irresponsible. You could have destroyed everything. And you already know what happened to the Guardians, which we found out here back in issue number 8. But Doom, the way that he sees, he's just like, and what in this world is so worth saving? Tell me. He's like, fix the world? Those were your words. That is a supposed purpose of the Ultimates. Well, I am trying. Can you say the same? Can any of you say the same? To which Hank Pym says, he's like, hold on, rewriting reality? Killing ourselves? Isn't that a little extreme? And the sad part about that statement here by Hank Pym is that because of what the Maker did to him, he can't even properly contribute here scientifically to any of these conversations. It's honestly really sad. But when the Human Torch brings this up, he's like, I admire the ambition, but did you even have a plan for once you broke through? And Hawkeye continues, he's like, yeah, like how is you getting your family back gonna help the rest of us? And then Tony cuts in again because he wants to know a personal question. He's like, tell me, is that why you took us out after he, once again, he can't even say the words, took his life, right? But Tony wants to know, he's like, were you trying to cover your tracks? To which Doom is like, is that really what you think of me? And admittedly, Tony's like, I don't know what to think. It just seems a bit convenient, doesn't it? I'm the only other one who could have understood what you've been doing. Why else? Why would you let that happen to me? And this is where things get a little sad, because Doom's like, I tried, Tony. It wasn't just separate space/times. I had to save you without uncreating myself. Oof. Or this version of myself. The further away your debts were from me, the more difficult that became. The more enmeshed your debts became with my life, with every passing second, the calculations became 10 to the 23rd power times more complex. I tried to get you out before or from the beginning. I tried to save you. But even with a time machine, I ran out of time. Everything I touch, all doomed. I miscalculated again. And this once again hits because he believes he's miscalculated from the very beginning, not understanding that it was the maker who forced the miscalculations. And that's why he lost his team, his family. But then he continues on. He's like, it won't work without you. None of it works without all of us. I had to save you, even if it meant risking. But it's in that moment where Iron Lad says, Doom, it's okay. But Doom's like, it's not okay, Anthony. Nothing is okay. Don't you see? It's not working. We haven't made enough progress. Not close. And we're running out of time. Because at this point in time, the Maker here is 6 months away from escaping the dome that he's trapped in. And due to the Guardian's visit here back in issue number 8, he mentions how they have credible intelligence from the far future that we have already lost America, to which she shows them what he's talking about. And she mentions how she's seen it herself and she's sure that it was real. Don't ask me how, I'm just sure. Because the reality is that that is a future that she already lived. So then Doom says to Tony, he's like, the engine lets you see into the past. What about the future? Can you confirm? So Tony lets him know, he's like, I've been trying. Everything after the city opens up, but it's just white. And you can see the shocked look here on the rest of the Ultimates' face. Now, obviously here, this is a visual metaphor, right? The Ultimates are trying to look into the future using the time viewing tech, but once they reach a certain point, nothing shows up. No images, no timelines, no possible outcomes, just pure white. As if to say that something huge is coming, but not even the timeline itself knows what's on the other side, as if though they've already technically kind of rewrote what should happen. And then metaphorically here, this is where Doom steps in front of the white screen and he says, you're right. If I can break the Maker's barrier, I will save my family, fix at least one piece of this world. Isn't that what we all came here to do? I will make a better world in this one's place, even if there is no place for me in it. A world without Doom. To which Tony's like, listen, you haven't thought this through. This is basic complexity science. Your actions will have unpredictable, unintended consequences. They could lead to something much worse. To which Doom says, as true of any action we might take, and yet still we must act, even with incomplete knowledge and our knowledge of our incompleteness. You all talk of revolution, but when the decisive moment comes, even knowing we will fail, knowing for an absolute certainty, you refuse to take the necessary steps. What are you waiting for? This world is a prison. What do you have to lose but your chains? That is why I lied and obfuscated. I knew you would not approve, but I knew also that I was right. There's that Victor Von Doom again. Radical action and imagination are what are called for now. I assure you, I have thought through this. So then Tony just says, okay. To which Doom's like, okay? And Tony's like, all right, fine. I believe you. I trust you. And he mentions how we didn't call everyone there to put Doom on trial, but he thought that they needed to put everything out in the open so that they could decide on the future of things together. And this is when Janet asks Cap, she's like, what do you think about all this? And Cap, surprising everyone, is like, Doom's right. And he goes over to Doom, he's like, I agree with you. This isn't working. To which Doom himself is like, I expected a pointless fight. But Cap continues on, he's like, but I don't think trying to break through the barriers any better. If you haven't cracked it by now, there's no guarantee you'll crack it in the next 6 months. And 6 months is what we've got. That's before getting into the ethics of killing trillions. And Tony, the origin boxes are also a failed concept. I stand by that. But what we're doing now isn't working either. We don't need ominous visions of the future or potential past to see what's in front of our faces. We are no match for what's already here, much less what's coming when the city opens. The Ultimates have been scattered, fractured, and disoriented, and I blame myself. I've been thinking small. like a soldier instead of what we need. The truth is, America Chavez and Mr. Cage have been much more effective than I have. We could all learn a lot from them. To which Luke is like, I could recommend some reading materials. So Cap continues. He's like, we need more active outreach. We need to expand the network rapidly. We need to give them something to fight for, as he remembers his old pal, Bucky, as the Red Skull. And he says something to die for if need be. So Doom is like, all right, well, we must use the Immortus engine to its full potential. It is our greatest weapon. To which Tony says, we'll have to think in 4 dimensions if we want to save them, which is a callback to something that was mentioned earlier. So Tony's like, listen, I've already started thinking about possibilities, but America is cautioning them. She's like, you're making the same mistakes. It can't just be you, Doom, or Steve making decisions this time. For this to work, we need everyone's ideas. We have to try everything to save everything. So then Doom remembers something that Ultimate Star-Lord had said, which was, one of you will be responsible for untold suffering and the death of trillions, and the other could save everything. So it's in this moment where Doom says, I, and then corrects himself and is like, America is right. We can't trust ourselves. I mean, we can't entrust the future to any 3 of us. So Cap says, all right, from here on out, we pull together all of our perspectives. We find ways to combine expertise and enhance our approaches. Doom mentions, he's like, nothing is forbidden, everything is possible. We're going to fix the world. And with that, Tony is like, all right, here we go, Ultimates version 3.0. And someone mentions, so who wants to go first? But then right in that moment, we hear the voice here of Nick Fury that says, all dead, huh? Shame it didn't stick. And he continues, he's like, present company excluded, of course. And then we see who he's talking to. He's talking to Janet Van Dyne, the Wasp, as she says, listen, Fury, you made assurances. And he's like, rest assured, I'm a man of my word. When the time comes, and the time will come, you and your husband will be spared, Miss Van Dyne. So long as you tell us everything, you have my personal guarantee. Now, you better get back before Hank misses you. We've put groceries in your car for your alibi. Try the feta dip. I hear it's good. And hey, thank you for participating in Han's Informant program. We'll be in touch. Now, the Informant program is something that was actually mentioned here in the Ultimate Universe 1 year one-shot series. And while that LMD was misfunctioning here, misfiring before they put him down, that LMD in particular here had mentioned how they had agents, hand agents that were in Wakanda, in Hunakuni, and New York that potentially could be future recruits here of the Ultimates. So that is where they did plant the seed here that there could be somebody on the inside here that could be an informant. So I like that they actually followed up on this here. Now, what were your original thoughts about this? You could probably be calling me Boo Boo the Fool because I did not expect that Janet Van Dyne would be the informant. Of all things, I was like, maybe Hawkeye, potentially. But then that would have been entirely wrong. Just based on the history of the character, you know what I'm saying? I could have seen where maybe they like glitch Hammond's system a little bit here, and maybe it could have been him. But either way, I just did not expect it to be Janet Van Dyne. Also, I like the fact here that they're kind of playing things in a way that history is not repeating itself, but then at the same time, that white screen that we saw, couldn't that also been something that the maker had planned as well to not allow them to be able to see into the future? You already know that the maker had plans upon plans within plans, you understand? So when we pick up on this issue here, Tony is seen looking out, and you can see there's a blue light that is in his eyes. Now, simultaneously here, there's this text box that appears with red around the edges. Now, these are essentially Tony's journals to himself, but they are directed here to his father. And we'll see these journals continuously as we go throughout the entire story. And this also serves as a way to tell us, the audience, what the Ultimates have been doing in the past month. Now, as he starts off, he says, Dear Dad, but at the same time here, he's getting this report from Janet herself, who mentions that they're dead, all 12 of them just kids. And what she's talking about here is this mission that some of the Ultimates team just went on here out in Buenos Aires. And as she puts it, someone had drained their blood. But she's talking to Tony Garrett, and she can tell that he is zoned out, not really paying attention. Now here, as it pertains to Tony Stark's eyes, they're not really telling us what's going on. But one of the things that we can remember here is that he did get revived here by the Immortus engine, so there's something going on with him physically that has changed. But he finally talks back here to Janet, and he's like, oh Janet, we're on the Triskelion. I didn't hear the teleporter. To which she responds, she's like, I reduced my size and mass to save energy, like you asked, remember? Now, all in all, Tony, in his journaling, is saying, has it really been a year? It feels much longer. But as him and Janet continue on, he says, oh, sorry, I'm sort of all over the place right now. To which she responds, she's like, when was the last time that you ate or slept? To which he says, I don't remember. Too much to do. And in his journaling, he says, I died, Dad. I died. And then I came back. But Janet, being concerned, is asking, she's like, don't you think that you might be spreading yourself a little thin, Tony? To which he responds, he's like, aren't we all? I'm all right, really. Thanks. And in his journaling again, he says, it took dying to get it, but I do. I get it now. Fixing the world is easier said than done. But third time, lucky. Failure is what comes before success, right? What we realized was we were still looking to the past for all our inspiration, our symbols, our methods, even our names. We're done with that now. We can no longer be slaves to a stolen past. What was lost forever. And from now on, we look to the future for inspiration. So what we have here is that we have Tony Stark and America Chavez, and they've gathered this group of what looks like young people. I sound so old by saying that, by the way. And it looks like they've been doing these recurring meetings. Because America Chavez says, she's like, it's wonderful to see so many new faces. And what they're looking to do here is basically change the perspective of the people in regards to who the Ultimates are, which is what America Chavez says in one of these meetings. She says, who are the Ultimates? And as Tony Stark explains in his journaling here, he's like, that means that we have to continually define ourselves for ourselves. We have to answer the question everyone is asking. Now, when America Chavez had asked that question, there's a few in the crowd that blurt out a few different names. One says terrorists, another says freedom fighters, another one says heroes, and one says badasses. But then Tony Stark defines this. He's like, the Ultimates is not a team or a league or a corporation. The Ultimates is not just a network or an army, which is what America Chavez says in that moment. She's like, you, as she talks to the people, you are the Ultimates, every one of you. And she continues on. She's like, so they stole your future. Do you want it back? Which is where Tony defines this as the Ultimate is a movement. And in this next moment here, we see them go over to Mount Jawan, which is at a Red Skull stronghold. Meanwhile, Tony says this in his journaling. He's like, I can hear you scoff across time and space. And he mentions to his father, he's like, you are so proudly and loudly post-politics. My idealism was always childish to you, a phase you said I'd grow out of. And as they continue on here on this mission to save 172 children, he continues on by saying, in your world, only irony could be sincere. And look where that got us. And as they pursue on here to try to find the Grand Skull, Tony says, he's like, still, there are lessons to be learned from the past or relearned, lessons your generation forgot. But luckily, we found some good teachers, men of conviction, men who know what it is to stand for and against something. So here in this moment, Captain America throws the Minecraft book right here into the fire with some other Red Skull symbols, right? And he says this, he's like, your time in the Red Skulls ends here, one way or another. We will not stop until every Red Skull is dead, imprisoned, or rehabilitated. This entire organization is rotten and coming to an end. That's not a threat. It's a fact. The skulls you wear may as well be targets, understand? Now there's these 3 men that are right up front with 3 behind them that used to be a part of the Red Skull. And one is like, man, F you. While the other's like, Red Skulls till we die. While another one calls him commie race traitor. And then Tony's journaling comes in here. He's like, we can't just burn their flags, raid their fortresses, confiscate their resources. We have to give them something new to believe in. Because here there was one Red Skull that said, dude, I was a nobody before I came here. I don't want to die, but I don't want to be a nobody again. If I'm not a Red Skull, then what am I supposed to be? So as we continue on here, Tony mentions how they're inventing new ways to connect, to find each other, to exchange information and ideas. We're building a new sincerity. And what this means here is that they're building, or they have built, an ultimate network app. Because as you see, traditional media is still telling their side of the story, because the Makers Council controls that side of the story, controls that narrative. They control all the sources: television, newspapers, radio, the internet. So to counteract that, they've built their own internet system that tells the truth. And this is where, through this app, they're beginning to leak information that the Makers Council had been hiding. We see here where civilians are finding out how on that island where their gamma bomb, that they were experimenting on an entire island of people. It was mentioned here where they found out that they were funding a war in Africa. And of course, we know what's going on here in the Ultimate Black Panther series. And Tony mentions how they are making different choices. And he says, picture it, Dad. He's like, instead of consumption and control, our reimagined communities are designed to maximize human flourishing and cooperation, strengthen connection, educate, and organize. And the civilians continue to be enlightened, because they're finding out now too about the chemicals that are being put into their food. And this was mentioned here back in the Ultimate Universe 1 year in, where they had mentioned how they have this like will weakening free school milk program that left the population highly susceptible to suggestion. So all these secrets here are coming out. And now on the Altnet here, it's not all serious business, because, you know, Tony Stark did take this one quick moment here to show everyone how to make a Molotov cocktail from common household items, which of course, the irony of this here, because we know the 616 Tony Stark dealt with alcoholism. So I'm like, I hope that this version doesn't go down the same path. But he mentions here in his journal, he's like, it's only been a little over a month, but I can see a difference. But then here in this next moment, this is where Tony begins to talk to the Human Torch. And the Human Torch tells Tony, he's like, I'm ready. To which, of course, Tony is like, are you sure? You can take some time to think. Now, unbeknownst to them, the Wasp is listening in on this conversation. And Jim basically says to Tony, he's like, dude, that's your problem, Tony. Too much thinking. But for Tony, he's like, what I'm asking you to sacrifice. To which Jim responds, he's like, yo, I understand what you're asking better than you do, Tony. I've been here before. This isn't complicated. It has to be done. And I'm the only one who can do it. So let's do it. To which he responds, he's like, you mean now? But I mean, there's no rush. Take a few days, say your goodbyes. And he's like, my goodbyes, Tony. I have exactly one friend left in this world. Speaking of Captain America. And we said everything we needed to a long time ago. And in this moment, he's like, dude, I'm ready. But before he goes, Tony tells Jim, he's like, you know, while I rebuilt you, Steve kept telling me not to think of you as a machine I was working on, but as a patient. In every way that mattered, Jim Hammond was the most human being I've ever known, he says. That captain said. I see what he meant. So which is, Jim is like, yeah, I'd say that's a compliment. And before he goes, Tony says, what should I tell the others about where you went? And he's like, tell them the truth. I went to start the fire. So Tony says, good luck, Mr. Hammond. We're all counting on you. And it's in that moment where we just see zap as the Wasp looks on. Now, they don't really explain here like where he's going and what he's doing. So if y'all want to let me know what your thoughts are, I got some theories. Put it down below in the comments. By the way, real quick, if you've been enjoying the stories that we bring to life here each and every single week, consider becoming a part of the crew here by hitting the join button and becoming a YouTube channel member. Alternatively, you can also join our Patreon membership group too as well. It is more than just support. It's joining a movement of comic book fans here who want to keep this channel alive. We appreciate you. Now let's get back to it. Now in this next moment here, we jump back to the Pacific Grounds. Now this is the island here where Immortal Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner here had gamma bombed this island. Now we saw this story here back in issue number 4 of the series. And here we see Midas's men, and we also see the 4 Immortal Hulk members that are a part of Dr. Banner's team. And Tony continues on here mentioning how the regiments of fanatically devoted soldiers, 4 immortal weapons rotating in and out to deal with the local megafauna, and an armory of advanced gamma-powered weaponry some of the most dangerous and destructive on the planet. And then there's a voice that is there in the background lurking that says, but they do not belong here. And she says, and they do not know the island as I do. But then Tony says to She-Hulk, he's like, I know this is my fault for getting you into this. You were right from the beginning. I'm so sorry, but we're going to fix it. I swear. And she says, she's like, rushing in was our mistake last time. This time must be different. And he's like, absolutely. First we observe, then we plan, then we prepare. And then she says, and then we take it back. And I kill Banner with my bare hands. But then here in this next moment, Tony mentions, he's like, I asked God for help, and God answered in a voice like thunder. Now here, he's talking to Thor, and Thor responds back at us like, the gods make war on a scale you cannot imagine. 9 realms hang in the balance. The fight for Midgard is but a minor skirmish. Kneel and beg all you like, Iron Lad. The gods no longer answer mortal prayers. Now you must answer your own. And I'm like, yo, Thor, you're being a bit of a douche right here, right? Now on one note, I'm like, what a jerk move. But at the same time, based on what we saw here back in issue number 11, yeah, they got their own issue that they got to figure out right now. But I do love this line here where he says to his dad, he's like, the gods are kind of bleep dad. But he continues on, he's like, but the most important piece, the thing that could turn the tide is this. A man named Luke Cage, who has helped inspire prison uprisings all across North America. Many have declared themselves sovereign states and have been defending themselves as such. As the facilities were already heavily militarized and North American forces are confused and fragmented since your removal from the council, they're actually holding their own. In each of these fragile new territories, Cage has instituted education and rehabilitation programs. It's still early, but they seem to be working. And I love this shot here of Danny Rand leading this meditation session. Listen, if Danny Rand don't put on some superhero-ness in this universe, I'm gonna feel some type of way. But he continues on, he's like, hardened killers, violent racists, compulsive thieves, no one is beyond redemption if given the right environment and right tools. It turns out, locking away the problems your society creates isn't the same as solving them. This is what a revolution looks like, and this is how we build on it. Now here we find out that Luke Cage is actually running what is called the Ultimate Avengers program. And Tony mentions how after Cage, Charlie, and Joanna is Lajuri, by the way, that's She-Hulk that he's talking about here. He said that they realized that they've been going about it all the wrong way. And Luke Cage in this moment continues on. He's like, over the next months, we will teach you. We will train you. Eventually, we will work with you to pick out the superhuman catalyst right for you and help you construct your super identity from stealth suit to code name. So essentially what Tony is doing here is that they're creating with the Ultimates superheroes. That's what I'm reading here, right? Because as Tony says in this journal here, he says heroes aren't born, they are made. And Luke Cage continues on, he's like, each of you has proven yourself a hero 100 times over. This program is not about teaching you how to be a hero. It's about giving you the tools to succeed in using these new powers and abilities for the movement. It's about taking things to the next level. And Tony continues on, he's like, they rise up from the people, from the struggle. Heroes, in other words. It's not the maker's list that marks them heroes, it's their actions. But this time, rather than throwing them into deep water and hoping they figure out how to swim before they drown, we're actually preparing them. And I wonder, y'all recognize some of these people here? Y'all let me know. Leave that down below in the comments as well. He mentions here how Captain America is on combat strategy and tactics, and Doom is on science and theory. And whenever he has time, he comes in and he answers questions. Luke Cage teaches civics and politics. But here is where things take a little bit of a turn, because we see what Tony Stark has been doing. As he says, of course, we don't have a lot of time, but prisons have always had a strange relationship to time. And here we see him creating this bubble inside of one of these prisons. And he says, inside these walls, time passes much faster than it does in the outside world at a ratio of 6 to 1. I got the idea from the Maker City. This is plagiarism, right? This is 100% plagiarism. Well, let's continue. And he mentions how they have a time machine. It's time to really use it. But then we get this little montage here of Tony in these multiple different locations as he's leaving these missions. And he continues on here in this journal and he's like, we're going to change everything, Dad. We're turning your prisons into schools. We're turning your convicts into superheroes. We're pushing things to the very limit of what's possible. As we see him here go into this chamber and he clacks it. And as he continues on, he's like, when the city opens, if you're still alive, I wonder if you'll even recognize the place. And then we see what came out of those chambers. Multiple Tony Starks. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of Kang the Conqueror himself, aka Iron Lad, known as Tony Stark. Or if you want to call him the Council of Tony Starks, whichever one you desire. Which, by the way, now explains the blue light in Tony's eyes. And he leaves his journal here with the last words that say, I wonder if we'll recognize each other. But unbeknownst to him, once again, we see the Wasp looking on in the background. So this is wild, right? 100% this is wild. And we've been waiting for some confirmation of what potentially is going to happen here. Because remember, back in Ultimate Invasion, we saw what his dad, Howard Stark, had seen when he pulled off Kang the Conqueror's mask. And all of us believe that that had to have been Tony Stark. And I feel like we're starting to get the beginning of that right now. I mean, come on. After all, they did call the dude Iron Lad. It had to come true, right? Now, as I mentioned here, Captain America and Hawkeye, they're currently right now at a Roxxon stakeout. Now, this is supposed to be fairly routine here because they've done this numbers of times, but something's a little bit different, which is the reason why Cap says it's an obvious trap. We definitely should delay, but Hawkeye is an absolute hothead here. And he's like, come on, Cap, this is Roxxon, not the Hulk. A few more hired goons with guns. We've done this 100 times by now. So when Cap is like, yo, we should wait, Charlie says, he's like, we need to control the junction to shut down the pipeline. I'll bet you $20 it doesn't take us 20 minutes. 20 for 20, start your watch, and then he fires off an arrow. But simultaneously here, what was going on is over at another Roxxon building here, there's a meeting of some rather interesting constituents. And right on the big screen here on the inside, we see the words that say the biggest risk to future earnings, with all the members of the Ultimates on that screen. And speaking currently right now here is CEO of Roxxon Energy, Rex Bonhurst. And he mentions to those at the table, he's like, the people in this room control 28% of the world's wealth. As I look around, I see a table full of job creators and innovators, leaders and problem solvers. And that's what's brought us together today, a problem that needs solving. Now, I know we've traditionally been competitors. I'm pretty sure that a couple of you have tried to have me killed unsuccessfully, I'm happy to say, but I'm glad that we could put all that aside for what's really important, which is the bottom line. For instance, last month, the Ultimates decimated confidential research and proprietary protocols for Alchemix's entire line of life-extending treatments. So now, practically anyone with a kid's chemistry set and a few common precursors can make their own. Black market generic cures for cancer and AIDS are flooding the market, to which Nicodemus West here, the CMO of Alchemix, says, listen, there were trillions wiped out in one day. And then he continues to say, Miss Hammer, the Ultimates have been destroying your weapons manufacturing plants all over the North American Union, crippling various war efforts abroad and decimating your margins. To which Justine chimes in, she's like, yeah, your information is a little bit out of date here, because in the last few months, they've gone from just destroying our products to stealing them. And they're hypocrites who are planning to use our own weapons against them while complaining that they exist. And then he shifts his gears here to talk to number 1983, the scientist supreme here of the Advanced Idea Mechanics group, as he calls them the Everything Company. And he's like, frankly, I don't really understand what you do. To which the Scientist Supreme chimes in and says, "It's as you said, Rex, we do a bit of everything, but information technology is what worries us. Somehow the Ultimates have altered our algorithms remotely, greatly reducing our ability to suppress information and elevate favorable narratives across all 9 major markets. And despite our best efforts, the Ultimates Ghost app is the most downloaded app of the week for the 7th straight week, which is something that we know was introduced here in the very last issue." And when Rex is questioning, like, how the hell did you have that happen? This is when Scientist Supreme responds back and says, well, Stark Tech underlies a lot of our hardware, and Howard Stark invented the language that we use to program our software. And to be fair, that means that Ireland understands all of their technology better than they do. And then he shifts over here to talk about young Miss Midas. And he's referring to here Oubliette, who is the daughter of Midas that we saw back in some of the earlier issues here, who is now paralyzed, by the way, which is something that Rex mentions here. He's like, the Ultimates paralyzed your father and orchestrated the violent uprising of Midas correctional facilities all over the country. And with the material and strategic support of the Ultimates, your prisons have become schools of violent revolution and your family name a laughing stock. To which she says, he's like, I know, hot, right? Oh man. And Rex continues on to talk about all the things that they've done, how they've destroyed a significant percentage of Roxxon's energy infrastructure, including pipelines, refineries, transport vehicles, and fracking operations, and how they've even turned the public against them, smearing them with stories of so-called Savage Land, Broxton, and other such regrettable but unrelated incidents, and how the average Joe is too stupid and too limited to understand what they all know, that sometimes sacrifices have to be made. To which Oubliette mentions, well, Dad does have a whole department of human sacrifice. So then he shifts the question over and says, with all of this being laid out here, what are we going to do about it? Now, Nicodemus chimes in and he's like, okay, well, what about our silent partner? Which is when Rex says, he's like, he has referred to us an associate, which is an associate that they've worked with before. And it's mentioned how she's handled previous situations like this one. And then the next question comes in here, which is, what exactly is that going to cost? To which Rex is like, it costs what it costs. And how it is certainly less than what they can stand to lose if they do not take care of this problem quickly. But this vendor's reputation, as he says, and this is the key word, is diamond. It is mentioned here how what her people did in Fort McMurray, it was bloody poetry, and how because of them, there's not been one word of protest since. And how he only wished that they had them to go up against those Savage Land insurgents in the 70s. Cavemen riding dinosaurs, boiling out of the bush. And as he pours himself a drink here, Nicodemus once again chimes on in, continuing to show that he's not very pleased about the situation. He's like, okay, well, what about DaCosta? Shouldn't this dude be picking up the bill? And of course, we know that he's talking here about Emmanuel DaCosta, who's one of the members of the Maker's Council, the Black King here of the Hellfire Club. So now we know who is controlling this operation. So as we move forward here, what we next see is what's been going on with Cap and Hawkeye on this 20-minute bet that they have. We see 5 minutes in, we see 9 minutes in, we then see 14 minutes in, and then we finally see 18 minutes in. So it seems as if though things are going pretty well on their front. And then here in this next moment, we finally get to see who this associate was that Rex was talking about. And here comes in Emma Frost in all of her majesty and all of her glory. Which of course, if you listen to when I emphasized the word diamond, you probably knew who was gonna pop on it. Now, as Rex is introducing her here, he says one thing. He's like, Miss Frost runs a kind of, well, what exactly do you call it, Miss Frost? And she says, a school. Children are her passion. Now, Justine chimes in and basically says, like, listen, I appreciate you showing up, especially in this day and age here of email and video conferencing, and how she can appreciate someone that still understands the importance here of personal touch. To which Emma responds back and says, our reputation is very important to us. With Frost's School for Wayward Youngsters, 100% satisfaction is guaranteed. But then here in that moment, we see Emma as she says the words, as you can see, we have eyes on your problem. And that's when she begins to get into the minds here of everyone in the room. And she's performing what she calls here remote viewing. So the question is asked, okay, when will the operation begin, Miss Frost? And while she says that, we also see that Hawkeye and Cap now, they've completed their mission, at least they thought, in 90 minutes and 38 seconds. And as Hawkeye says to Cap, he's like, you owe me 20 bucks. Cap is like, yeah, we ain't done yet. You're getting a little bit too cocky here. Now, Emma continues to say, she's like, it's already started. Just watch. And Cap has this eerie feeling about him here because he was like, this was a mistake, and how in war, mistakes can be fatal. But before Hawkeye could completely sheathe away here his bow, as Emma says to the group, there, did you catch it? Captain America disappears. And then she explains, she's like, let me play it back at around 1 million frames per second. She's like, now do you see? That's Pietro. And as he crashes into Captain America, he's moving at about 4 times the speed of sound. And she continues on, she's like, your check has cleared, gentlemen. All of your problems are about to disappear. Blink and you'll miss it. And then she continues on, she's like, back to your troublemaker with the arrows now, yes? Well, that's Wanda. And when she's upset, bad things happened around her. Unlikely things, equipment malfunctions, slip-ups, freak lightning strikes. And it just gets worse and worse as we see Pietro going to town here on Cap. But then someone chimes in and is like, okay, all right, enough of this. Like, how long do you expect this to take? To which Emma's like, not long. I've been training the twins for this sort of work since before they could walk. Ever since I found them in a Eurasian weapons lab, bred like dogs and living like them. But then here in this moment, Charlie's trying to target Wanda. But then, just as Emma said earlier, his equipment begins to malfunction. Because you see here, Charlie is not Clint Barton. So he relies here on his mask to be able to help him to target accurately. And because of Wanda's magic, he's also off with his arrows. And as he continues to keep on firing, none of them are hitting, which is beginning to frustrate Hawkeye. But Emma continues to narrate, she's like, Pietro is doing his victory lap. And Cap is realizing that, yo, they're just playing with us. And as Emma says, it should be all over soon. Charlie's asking the question, he's like, yo, what are they? And Cap, I'm not gonna lie to you, as a parent, I felt him in this moment, man, because he's pissed off at Charlie because Charlie should have listened to him in the first place. Cap's like, yo, just kids. You're all just kids. But then here's where Cap realizes, he's like, you know what? I do not see any other choice. So as the ground begins to split underneath them, he tells Charlie, he's like, blow the pipeline. But then Charlie kind of hesitates here. And Cap's just like, dude, just take your shot, as he knocks Wanda off her feet. But then Charlie explains to Cap, he's like, dude, I don't even know if I can because my target system right now is down. So Cap's like, okay, so what does that mean? Which is when Charlie lets him know, he's like, dude, I'm not actually a great shot. Which I kind of love here because in reality, Charlie found this equipment. It wasn't meant for him. So I like the fact and the idea here that, yeah, he's not skilled enough to actually properly use this. Of course, that doesn't help them in this situation. But there's still another problem because as Wanda says, she's like, oh dear, he's hurt Wanda. And that was a mistake because Pietro is very protective and now he will certainly make them suffer. And he continues to come in and give blow for blow for blow for blow for blow. Because as Pietro says, you do not touch my sister. And the only thing that can save Cap right now is hoping that Charlie actually hits the target. And you can see Charlie lying on the board right now. He's like, oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. And he fires it here by Pietro and Cap. And by golly, I think he got it. Because in this moment here, Cap begins to say over to Pietro, he's like, okay, you're moving at what, Mach 3? Which means you can't hear anything that I'm saying, which is too bad because you build up heat as you move. You're not dissipating it. Everything you touch burns. One more weapon, right? Too bad. As Pietro begins to catch on fire himself, and he's like, now your friction field will protect you from most of the heat, which is why you didn't even bother to dodge it. But all that fire is going to burn the oxygen right out of your lungs. And as Pietro falls down to the ground, he's like, take a seat, son. Catch your breath a minute. And there's a voice that pops in there that says, Pietro, my dear, sweet Pietro. And that was the voice here of Emmanuel DaCosta, that jerk. And the only thing that he cares about is this. He's like, I'll miss the electric jolt that I got from a pint of Pietro's blood. I've tried every drug there is. None hit quite like his freshly squeezed cells. I'm like, yeah, what a jerk, man. Oh boy. Now Emma continues to talk here telepathically. She's like, Pietro and Wanda were two of her most promising students. Their loss of the program will be challenging, but it was not a total loss. Because back in the room, when we pan back here to Emma and everybody that was in there with her, she says this to DaCosta. She's like, just to let you know, they were all plotting against you, as you expected, with the exception of Miss Midas. To which DaCosta is like, yeah, I'm not really surprised. And if they hadn't been scheming, I would have fired them anyways. So now what Emma does is that she's like, all right, I'm going to be planting evidence here that links their deaths to the Ultimates. And the White King is preparing a new batch of supple young CEOs for your approval. And DaCosta says, he's like, thank you, my queen. If there is a silver lining to this tragedy, let us hope that it creates some much needed sympathy for the CEO class. Billionaires are people too. But then here is the question that Obieleta asks. He's like, why did you leave me alive? And this answer right here is very intriguing because she says, you all nurse fantasies of displacing DaCosta. Only yours though showed any promise. You show creativity and potential. Miss Midas, despite what your father says. Now be a good girl and I'll teach you how to take over the world. Which just makes me wonder, I'm like, is she now plotting against Emmanuel, or is it just that she, like she said, she just wants to find some use for her? Listen, y'all let me know down below in the comments. But then here, in the aftermath of this, where we see Wanda and Pietro laid out on the ground, Charlie asks this question. He's like, okay, so what are we supposed to do with them now? Do the Ultimates take prisoners? So now what I see here is that they're going with a little bit of a younger version, or introducing some younger generation here of Ultimates that will be joining the cause. Now, when this first kicks off here, we actually go to a flashback. And this is where we meet this gentleman named Shang-Chi. Now, this is not Shang-Chi, but this is Shang-Chi before Shang-Chi. I hope that's not confusing, but let's continue on. And it's mentioned that he is the 8th wielder of the Iron Fist, master of every discipline, greatest warrior heaven would ever see. And in the celestial tournaments, he easily proved himself most deadly of the immortal weapons. Now, I just mentioned the immortal weapons here. We first met them back in issue number 6, who, as I mentioned, is Hulk's Gamma team, essentially. And they were a team that defeated the Ultimates, or I should say killed the Ultimates, until, of course, Doom used the Immortus engine to rewind time and then to pull them out. But as you will probably recall right now, we did not see Shang-Chi in that battle, and we'll find out why now. Because as the story continues on, it is mentioned here that his performance was so perfect, his movements were so fluid, and his technique was so beyond reproach, and even the gods looked at him, whose name meant godlike, with respect. And because of Shang-Chi, he led the forces of heaven to victory against the endless demon legions of the 8th city, and in a battle so terrible that the sun itself hid her face and the sky wept, saved the 7 cities. But then later on, in the aftermath of this, Shang-Chi began to become disgusted beyond disgust. And after standing in a pool of blood, he decided that he was going to renounce violence. Additionally, he also renounced heaven, hell, and also the world. So what happens next here is that Shang-Chi, he finds the most remote forest that he could find here in Kunlun. And it's there where he sat, closed his eyes, and then began to meditate. But then here's the thing. He never opened his eyes again for another 40 years. And when he opened his eyes, Shang-Chi found himself surrounded by people. And they had come from everywhere. They had come from Kunzi, they had come from Tiger Island. There were people from Punlai and the Kingdom of Spiders, from Zugambo, and then also the Undercity. And the people there, they were highborn and lowborn. They were seekers and aesthetics and holy men, students and teachers, peasants and priests and prostitutes, merchants and farmers and warriors. And they had all come just to see this one man and to learn from the awakened one. So then Shang-Chi decided to get up off of his behind, and he began to walk and to speak. And the people followed and listened, and he walked across all 7 cities, moving between worlds as easily as between rooms in a house. And Shang-Chi spoke on the self and the illusion of the self. He spoke of the path of self-extinction. He spoke of his past lives, of which he now remembered all. And that right there is a little bit of foreshadowing to later on. But then he continues on. He spoke of the essential condition of the world, which was suffering, and the path to escape it. He preached distrust of doctrines of kings and princes and of gods. And it's here in this one moment where he asked the question. He was like, for are they not subject to time as everything else? He also preached against violence for entertainment's sake, against the tournaments and the schools. As he mentions here one more time, let the world be your school. Let self-abnegation be your fighting style. And as he continued on, wherever that he went, he performed great miracles, things that people have never seen done before with chi. Lands that were ruined and dead sprung forth life. The sick became healed. People who were infertile, they begin to bore sons and daughters. The mad found peace. And the thing is that the word began to spread far and wide. And everywhere people were taking up the crimson robe and the crimson headband. And on his path, founded on his very footsteps, his followers built great monasteries as testaments to his teachings. They called him a god, though he never claimed to be one. But the thing here is that the news had spread far too wide. Because you see, the word of this new kind of god who preached against the old gods, that message got to the immortal weapons. And it's here where the gods, being gods, responded as gods often do, and that was with wrath. And it was mentioned here that they fought for 1,000 days and 1,000 nights. They fought so furiously that the 7 celestial cities shook and mountains shattered, and the sun once more had hid her face. And even the stars and the night fled in fear, so that the naked machineries of heaven filled the sky for a time. But unfortunately, as we already knew, in the end, the gods prevailed. And it's mentioned here how Shang-Chi's followers have gathered once more around their dying teacher. And in his very last breath, he promised to one day return. So now we jump back here to present day. And in present day here, we see that Tony Stark was the one that was telling the story, as he continues on to mention that that was 10,000 years ago, that Shang-Chi's temples and teachings were burned and his gentle followers slaughtered, imprisoned, or forcibly converted. And every record of his existence was erased from heaven and earth. His footsteps were scrubbed out with stones, but information is impossible to destroy. So naturally here, as She-Hulk or anyone else would ask, like, what does that necessarily have to do with us? Which is when Tony lets them know, he's like, well, about 10 years ago, rumors started spreading in heaven of a baby and a burning dragon in the sky, of spontaneous healing in the boy's presence and man-eating tigers rolling over like newborn kittens at his feet, of long dead fields springing to life after the boy urinated on them. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm Hank Pym in this moment saying gross. Now Tony lets him know that Hulk Banner tried to find the boy, but luckily for Shang-Chi's followers, those of the red robe, they found him first, and then they hid him on Earth on a remote mountain in a rural Tibet. So Hank does ask the question, like, if this is supposed to be like secret information, and how exactly do you know this, Tony? Which is when Tony lets him know, he's like, well, I did receive a message here on the Altnet with this information and coordinates asking for assistance. But then She-Hulk asks the question, she's like, why exactly would Banner be afraid of the child? To which Tony responds back and is like, from what I understand, despite the gods' best efforts, everyone in heaven has heard the story. It's almost as old as the celestial cities themselves. Shang-Chi, the ultimate Iron Fist, reborn to lead his people out of spiritual poverty and violence into enlightenment. And then he drops this right here. He's like, never underestimate the power of a good story. And as he continues on, he's like, well, he is right to be afraid. Because if anything, Hulk knows a threat when he sees one. Now, as I mentioned here, in addition to She-Hulk, Iron Lad, and also Hank Pym, we also do have another distinguished gentleman here that we know from the 616 as the Iron Fist in that world, Well, until he officially retired in the 616 and then was killed off in the 616, and then he's supposed to be coming back again in the Undead Iron Fist series in September. But either way, you get what I'm trying to say here, right? So Hank does ask him the question. He's like, okay, so who exactly are you again? To which he says, he's like, I am Danny Rand. I'm a friend of Luke Cage. Which, of course, if you've been following the series here, Danny Rand met Luke Cage in prison, which is the reason why Danny is admiring the view here a little bit, being that it's been a long time since he's been outside in fresh air. But it's here where Iron Lad chimes in and he's like, well, Luke insisted that you come on this mission. Did you go through the Avengers program? Now, the Avengers program that they're talking about here, just in case you haven't been following up with the series, it's basically where they take these proven heroes, or they train these individuals that have been a part of the underground insurgency in the prison system. They train them and give them superhuman catalysts and then codename identities. Essentially, they're turning them into superheroes. At least that's the way I understand it. If I'm wrong, y'all let me know in the comments. But then what that leads to here is Danny Rand saying, no, I am just a normal guy. But what he feels here as he says this, he's like, have you ever felt called to something? Like you were supposed to be here? When I heard that story, I don't know, I felt called, like I might be useful, like it was where I was supposed to be. So I like how Dennis is just like dropping these breadcrumbs in, right? Something's gonna happen maybe. Let's keep on. But it's here where they stop walking because there's a smoke that they see here coming up into the sky. And when they finally get to the location, all they see is just bodies on the ground. And Tony lets them know, he's like, there are no life signs here whatsoever. Now, all these bodies here are Shang-Chi's red robes and then also the children of the eternal light. So this pisses off She-Hulk. And at the same time, they hear this massive crash. So now Tony's asking the question, he's like, oh crap, like where's the boy? And when we look further on to see, we see that there's these defenders who are trying to battle up against one of the immortal weapons that we saw earlier. His name is Uranium Brother. But what's a little confusing here, because one person does ask this question, they're just like, I don't understand. Aren't the guys in the white the Hulk's people? Like, why are they fighting against Uranium Brother? To which Tony's like, listen, we'll figure that out later on. But either way, Uranium Brother took out those fools like it didn't mean anything. And immediately he tries to start targeting here Shang-Chi. But luckily, Iron Lad was able to step in and deflect, or at least stop the blast from hitting him. And I found this moment pretty funny here because Hank was just like, yo, no one said anything about Hulks. Like, if that was the case, I would have stayed my ass home, basically. But Iron Lad's like, we got to stay on mission here. Protect the boy. But She-Hulk has a whole other idea in mind. She's like, or we can kill the man. Now, while Uranium Brother was caught off guard for a little bit here, he kind of shrugs it off a little bit. And he's like, all right, the ultimates. Fortune smiles. I worried my business here could be concluded before you arrive. I have no idea, by the way, what accent I just put on. Let's just move on. The thing for Iron Lad here is that he was prepared for this moment because he's done some upgrades here to his suit, because he's installed what he calls gamma dampeners. But the thing here is that he misses and he accidentally actually hits She-Hulk, or should I say Uranium Brother put She-Hulk in the way. Either way, she got hit with the things. So as She-Hulk needs some recovery, Uranium Brother goes back over to Shang-Chi. And then he comes up and then he comes down with this big old slam while he says, for the strongest. But when he looks down, he didn't catch his prize because Danny Rand was able to save Shang-Chi. So Hank Pym, he comes in, Giant Man, and puts a stomp on Uranium Brother. But my guy did not wear the right shoes because he looks down at his leg and it looks like it's kind of, I don't even know what it looks like, all right? But it's damaged because he was like, ow! But really all this does is just enrage Uranium Brother, right? Because now he takes down Iron Lad. And then he gets ready and he begins to charge with his gamma lit up hands. And then he punches directly into the chest of She-Hulk. And as he's standing over her, given this diatribe, he's holding her heart in his hands. And I'm like, oh man, like she's done, she's out for the count. But then it's not really explained how. First and foremost, she begins to start laughing. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then she begins to start pummeling Uranium Brother. So once again, like, how is she doing this without a heart? I don't know. It's not explained. But then here comes in here this moment where iLad finally gets to land the gamma dampeners here on Uranium Brother. And he's trying to push through it, but he's essentially weakened and you can see it in his face. And right now, pretty much basically this matchup is just left to She-Hulk and Uranium Brother. But in the meantime here, remember, Danny had just saved Shang-Chi. And when Danny asks the kid, he's like, yo, are you okay? Shang-Chi just responds back and it's like, I am just as I should be, Daniel Rand. To which Danny's like, hold on, wait a minute. Like, how do you know me? But then when we jump back here to this fight between She-Hulk and Uranium Brother, She-Hulk says to Uranium Brother, she's like so full of faith, but it's not faith that makes us strong. Rage makes us strong. Tell Banner Brother, tell your master I'm coming for my people, coming for him. Tell him I cannot be stopped or denied. Tell him there is nothing left of me but rage, because I'm assuming that she also doesn't have a heart now as well. But either way, because in this moment here, she caps it off and she's like, oh, never mind. I'll tell him myself, as she's holding Uranium Brother's head in her hand. So when we first start out here, we see a young Reed Richards where the question is asked, what is the fourth dimension? Can anyone tell me? Reed. Now, similar to what we saw before, Gary, this is now present Doom looking back in time here on the big screen of a moment in his past. And in this next phase here, we see where Doom says, a prison. Time closes in on us like the walls of a cell. If you are to make it past those walls, escape this prison you were born into, then you'll have to think in 4 dimensions. I am Doom. I will be your teacher. And in this next phase here, we see where Doom approaches Tony Stark, asking him if he has time to speak. Now remember now, from what we learned back in issue number 13, that Tony has duplicated himself so that he can be in multiple places here on multiple missions at the same time, which is why we see his eyes glowing here in this moment. And when we jump here to this next page, we see who Doom was talking to when he said, I will be your teacher. Because in the crowd, someone asks a question. Hey, Dr. Doom, how was this different from the Avengers program that we were already selected for? And on the door, we see the words Project 4. Now Reed is like, don't call me Dr. Doom. I'm just Doom. This project though predates the Avengers program. Development was slow to start. It is the result of years of research into cosmic energy and a new theory of superhuman organization. Welcome to Project 4. Now, when we jump back here to the conversation that Doom is having with Tony, Tony comes right out and he's like, is this about Project 4? To which Doom was like, no, Project 4 continues apace. I recently discovered something, Tony, potentially vital information I felt that you had to know. And in this next moment here, we are shown a glimpse into Doom's past when he was with Sue Storm as they were studying how they could harness the cosmic rays. And as we already seen, we are also shown here the moment when Sue died because of what those cosmic rays did to her on their failed mission in space. And as we continue to see what's going on here with Project 4, we see where Doom says to the group, thanks to Miss Chavez, each of you will be bombarded with cosmic rays in a short, controlled burst. The levels must be exactly right. Too much or too little destroys human cells. Death is creative and painful. My analysis says that you are all likely to survive exposure, but not certainly. I am not the maker. Do you understand? You have a choice. Each of you has a choice. So as Doom continues to talk to Tony here in present time, he says to Tony, he's like, I am Doom. That is all I will ever be. But before I was Doom, my name was Reed Richards. And when we jump back to Project 4, we see where Doom has created multiple Fantastic Four members. As he says, you'll be formed into surgical teams, small, scientifically balanced units of 4. Thanks to the Immortus engine, we'll have relative years to train. So then one asks the question, why 4? And as Doom continues to talk to Tony here in this next phase, he mentions, in another universe, Reed Richards is Mr. Fantastic, leader of the Fantastic Four, a great hero. To which Tony responds, he's like, you have to stop dwelling on the past, Doom. We're looking into the future now. And Mr. Fantastic kind of sounds like a piece of work. And then we see here in this next moment in Project 4, we see where Doom is talking to 4 of the subjects. I hate to call them subjects, but for the sake of this video, we're just gonna go with it. And as he tells the small group here, he's like, change shape and density. Your new forms can interact in myriad and surprising ways. Human circuits powered by cosmic energy. Any four of you could neutralize a mid-sized air force. But then one asks the question, they're like, you make us sound like weapons. Well, another one says, or lab rats, which then brings us right back to Doom in front of these lab rats. As then Doom continues to say to Tony, he's like, listen to me, Reed Richards in our universe, that man became Doom. In another, Mr. Fantastic, but in a third reality, he became the Maker. And this is the realization that Reed is going through in this moment. He's like, it was me. It was me all along. And in this next moment here, where we see where some of the Project 4, they're on this mission. And this mission does not go well because one of the subjects named Plasma ends up getting killed. And all these things that we're seeing here happening in Project 4, this is the reason why he's currently talking to Tony, which I'm sure that you picked up on by now. Because in this next moment here, he says to Tony, he's like, for an eternity, I wondered why. Why the torture, the cruelty, the glee? Why me? And it's here where we begin to see again the torture that the Maker had brought Reed Richards' Doom through. We first see the Maker here catching Doom on fire, and he's asking that same question, why? We see another phase where Doom mentions, come on, compensate for gravity. And in the background here, we see where that was related to the mission that had originally killed the Ultimates before he used the Immortus engine to save them. And in this next mission where he sends out some of the Project 4 again on another mission against AIM, we see where he mentions those same words, make sure to compensate for gravity. And as he talks to Tony, he tells him, he's like, I've seen the enemy and it is me. Under the circumstances, I am now stepping back. And this is where Tony takes a step back. He's like, you're stepping back? What are you talking about? Which then leads to this next moment where the Maker tells Reed Richards, after he was torturing him, after Reed thought that he was going to die, that's when the Maker tells him, he's like, we took a step back in time. It's never over, Doom, not for you. You will die a million times if it amuses me. You will die until it doesn't. But don't worry, I'm working on something much worse than death. In this next moment here, we see where Doom continues to be haunted by the cloud of the Fantastic Four members that he's lost. We see where one of the Project 4 members completes the mission successfully to take out the AIM Securicar. But then also we see Doom continuing to talk to Tony in present time, where he mentions, he's like, don't you understand? Every plan, every insight, every breakthrough, he had them first. Any hope that we had just went up in flames. All our preparation, all we've sacrificed, all compromise. I am compromised. But then this is what surprises Doom, because Tony just responds back and he's like, yeah, but I already knew that. And then next we see here where the Maker, we're in that moment in the past where he is surgically going through Reed Richards' head, trying to find something specific. And Reed is pleading with the Maker, please stop. We see, but then comparatively here, we see where Doom was taking one of the subjects here through the Project 4 simulator, or he had him in the chamber getting the cosmic rays. I don't know why I said it like that before. Let's just move on. But the point is that this subject is saying the same thing, stop. But all Doom is saying here is just a moment longer. But then as we jump back here to the present, where Doom is talking to Tony, he's like, you knew? How? To which Tony responds, he's like, well, from this conversation, I saw it months ago, though I do forget how it ends. To which Doom is like, and you said nothing? To which Tony's like, didn't I? Well, I guess it didn't seem relevant. I mean, what does it even change? But before that continues, it's here where we see the Maker finally get that thing that he was trying to take out of Reed's head. And he says, this little bit of gray matter was the troublemaker. And as in present time, as Doom is talking to Tony, he tries to tell him, he's like, it changes everything. He knows me better than I know myself. It's hopeless, Tony. It always was. I was a fool to think otherwise, even for a moment. And this ties all into what the Maker did, because here in the past, he says to Reed, he's like, you know that feeling that you get when you unlock some secret of the universe, formulate a fundamental law, or discover a new dimension? That profound euphoric moment when everything suddenly clicks into place. It's the best feeling in the world, isn't it? You can be honest with me, Doom. I already know how you feel. Not even love comes close. Not for you. That's what I cut out. That feeling, or your capacity to feel it anyway, which is just amazingly wild. Like, he took away all of his satisfaction, all of his feelings of accomplishment, all of it. And as a result, indirectly, he's also taken away his hope. Wow. And as Tony continues here, or I should say, as Doom continues to talk to Tony in this next moment, he says this sadly. He's like, one cannot escape one's maker any more than one can escape himself. And as we see here where the maker said, be happy that I left you with your genius. I wasn't so generous with others. I find myself in need of an assistant, Doom. You're going to help me make a better world. And Reed tries to resist. He's like, my name is Reed Richards. I'll never assist you. And as we continue to see what's going on here with Project 4, it seems like they're starting to have some success. And as Doom is in like turmoil emotionally right now, Tony's just like, all right, bro, I gotta go though. But I gotta say this, I can't force you to stay. The ultimate is by design a choice. But I'll say this though, this might not work with you, but it definitely doesn't work without you. And after this here, we go through this montage where the maker essentially makes Doom his assistant. He forces him to create things in this lab. He forces him to create the Immortus engine. We see later on here where Doom is introduced to Howard Stark, and we already know how that story goes here from back in the Ultimate Universe series. We see where before Doom ever approached this conversation with Tony, we see where he starts to have regrets as he goes back to the chamber that created these Fantastic Four subjects in the first place, or I should say Project 4 subjects in the first place. But in the midst of that here, after Tony leaves, in the present time, we see where Hank Pym comes in. And he asks Doom for a second, he's like, do you want some company? To which Doom just says, you know, which Hank replies, he's like, about you being the maker or whatever. Well, yeah, everybody does. It's all over the alt-net. To which Doom's like, all right, great, wonderful. And Doom tells Hank, he's like, I'm considering leaving the Ultimates. To which Hank is like, yeah, I consider that about 100 times a day. To which Doom's like, I am not stable. I cannot be trusted. To which Hank replies back, he's like, I had pretty much the same thought back when I had my little revelation. You know what Cap told me? That his failures are not your failures. His sins are not yours. Annoyingly right, as always. You decide who you're going to be, Doom. But then Doom's reply is, this latest revelation is only a part of it. I am not well, Henry. There are times I feel figures close to me looking over my shoulder like ghosts. Not presences, but absences. The shape of loss, I feel them now. To which Hank replies back and he's like, ghosts, I see those sometimes. Only for me, it's the guy I was before the accident. I don't think they ever go away. I think they just follow you around forever. And it used to really bother me. This thing I couldn't shake. Then one day I had this thought and I felt better since. And then he says, just because you're broken doesn't mean that you need to be fixed. And simultaneously here, while Hank was having this conversation with Doom, what we also got to see as well is that Doom had actually finally landed on his Fantastic Four. As one of those members comes up to him and says, Dr. Doom, is everything okay? To which he says, of course, Magna. I was just checking that the machine was in order, testing our cosmic batteries and safety systems. Everything appears to be in order. No more failures. To which she responds back and says, death is creative and painful. To which she's like, excuse me? And she responds back, she's like, that's what you said. If you didn't get the cosmic energy doses exactly right, death is creative and painful, right? To which he's like, yeah, that's right. Which is when she says, well, come on. We're all celebrating the Gamma Bomb facility mission. Don't soak in here by yourself, Dr. Doom. To which he's like, listen, nah, don't call me Dr. Doom now, just Doom. And no thank you, Magna. Enjoy yourself. My place is here. To which she replies, she's like, nah, it's not. Don't make me magnetically drag you there by your mask. And it's here where we see Doom here with his team. And as they share a glass of champagne, they all say, to the Fantastic Force, which I gotta be real with you, is a little corny. But then in this next moment here, we see where in present time now Doom is talking to Hank as he says, hey, the mice stopped dying. To which Doom's like, yes. And Hank says, well, what are you going to do with them now? And then we go to this next moment where he says, when the mice stop dying, the Fantastic Four will return. I will have my revenge on the Maker, and then I will come to you, my family. In death, we will be together again. We will be free.
Now look, this starts in the Triskelion, and someone says, are you ready, Tony? And it's none other than American Chavez. And Tony's like, I'm not sure. Are you? And she says, almost. I just have to do one thing. Hey, you're gonna do great. Remember, this is a rescue mission. And Iron Lad says, here goes everything. And with a push of a button, Iron Lad is everywhere. And he says, hello, my name is Tony Stark. Some of you may know me as Iron Lad, founding member of the Ultimates. And by now, most of you have heard something about me, one way or another. But most of you have never heard from me. Whatever you've heard, I hope you'll listen. This message is being transmitted to every receiver in the world, automatically translated according to region. This is for you, all of you. Ever since I was a little boy, I felt there was something wrong with the world, that there should be more. I know that many of you have felt it too. Life was supposed to be better than this, wasn't it? Brighter, kinder, more full of hope. We were supposed to be better. And I love the fact that we can see the Fantastic Force is completely tuned in. But he continues, but instead, we live small lives and dreams, small dreams, and spend all of our time trying to escape reality. Why do we want so desperately to escape? I think it's because reality is millions starving. Despite unprecedented abundance, reality is millions more going homeless, sleeping on sidewalks, circling empty luxury high-rises. Reality is sanctioned genocide, irreversible environmental damage, and widespread oppression. The reality is, we have no say in the course of our lives. We are not people but cogs in a vast, unfeeling machine that slowly grinds us down into painful nothing. And of course, we see Nick Fury calling his little lapdog. And he continues, who wouldn't want to escape? So what happened? How did we get here? Who was to blame for all this? You know the man responsible. His name is the Maker. He and all his world leaders, Henry Duggery, Emmanuel DaCosta, Bruce Banner, Ileana Rasputin, and Emperor Sunfire, have conspired to rob you of your freedom, to kill and imprison all who stand against them, and to drain the life from this world. I've seen it for myself. I've seen mass graves filled with superheroes, many of them children. They go on for miles. I've seen hidden prehistoric paradises fouled beyond repair, the innocent inhabitants of idyllic islands turned into radioactive test subjects. I've seen 40,000-year-old cities built by strange and beautiful life forms, a race so genetically diverse no two remotely resemble each other, empty except for ghosts. For over half a century, they have killed and imprisoned every potential threat to their power, everyone they could not corrupt or contain. The world as we know it is an experiment in cruelty and control. It was not supposed to be like this. My father, Howard Stark, trapped the Maker in his city to give humanity a chance. His sacrifice brought us 2 years to fix the world. And for the last 2 years, the Ultimates have been trying to do just that. But time is running out. Most of what we've accomplished has been hidden from you. Most of what you've heard about us has been lies and manipulations. We did not destroy Stark Tower. That was the work of the Maker's Council. In an attempt to discredit us, we grieve every one of those lives lost. And I just want to take a second to say I love in the midst of all this motivation, America Chavez is looking so friggin' badass right now. But anyway, the power outages in Maryland and Virginia last year were the results of our actions. The Maker had built the grid on the unending suffering of an innocent young woman, one of the most incredible people I've met, and we did not think it was right. And just in case you guys don't remember, that was because Midas and his people were siphoning American Chavez's power. But he continues, and we would make the same decision again. It is true, we have attacked the Council's infrastructure, raided their mines, destroyed or absorbed their weapon factories and stockpiles. We have distributed cures for most major diseases, cures previously reserved for only the super rich and heavily connected. All across the country, a wave of prisoner uprisings, inspired by an ultimate named Luke Cage, have overthrown their tormentors and turned their dungeons into autonomous self-governing collectives. The so-called Ultimate Archipelago. We have fought living fairy tales and set off war of the gods and have fought among the shining ramparts of heaven itself. Many of us have died, but we came back. We came back for the cause, for you. We have wounded the Council significantly, weakened them appreciably. They can be fought. They can be beaten. We are proof of it, but we are running out of time. The city opens soon, and when the Maker and his children return, we don't know what will happen, but we know things will change fast. We know we'll have to fight. We have been labeled terrorists, criminals, fundamentalists, cultists, degenerates, dangerous antisocials. We call ourselves freedom fighters, and we are dangerous to them. Freedom is dangerous to them and the system they've built. We are a threat to any system designed to suppress or interfere with human flourishing. But we are not a threat to you, never to you. We're going to need you, all of you. We have been expanding our membership rapidly to deal with what is coming. But if we hope to win, we'll need everyone. That's why I'm asking you to join the Ultimates. Yes, you. And boy, if you didn't get the Captain American vibes from Iron Lad, boy, you watching the wrong video right now. But this is where we start to see the uprising begin, as Iron Lad continues and says, powers and weapons are not necessary to become an ultimate. All it takes to be an ultimate is to decide to be an ultimate, decide to resist. Resistance comes in many forms. Yes, taking up arms is one, but we'll need people doing much more than that. Organizing strikes, leading protests, providing intelligence, sabotaging factories, utilities and munitions. Not going into work can be a heroic act. If we have any hope of winning, of changing the course of our lives, we have to do it together. If you are currently the tool of a violent arm of the system, military, police, or administrative, know that defectors are welcome. It is our belief that no one is beyond rehabilitation. Nothing is beyond forgiveness if forgiveness is earned. And in the midst of this, we see none other than Captain America, who is gaining the trust of Wanda and Petro, which I'm sure in a fight, they're going to be a deadly force to reckon with. But America Chavez is still on a mission right now. And every time you see her on a panel, it is just craziness. She knocks the door down off of that bunker, walks in, and 3 of these lackeys go to attack her. And she's just like, what did the 5 fingers say to the face? Smack. And like that, all 3 of them are gone. And then she's like, hello, Midas. He says, I knew you'd come. Forgive me for not getting up, my dear. Your friends broke my neck into so many pieces. Not even all the money in the world can put it back together again, apparently. This suit is the only thing keeping me alive. Breathing has become a gruesome chore. It is good to see you, my love. She responds, I felt I had to before this next phase begins. He says, you have something to tell me? She says, no, I have something to give you. Midas says, give me? What could you give me, my love? I am one of the world's richest men. And she says, were. And as she gives him a kiss, you can see his body inside the suit start to turn to dust. And all of a sudden, him and the suit is gone. And she says, you were one of the world's richest men. And Iron Lad continues, They're scared of us, scared of you. They know what I know. We outnumber them, and they are vulnerable. So, they stole your future. Do you want it back? And we get this crazy image of Shang-Chi helping out Danny Rand. This cannot be anything good for the Maker and his crew. But then we start to see all this battling and these teams forging together, and it's crazy. You get to see Luke Cage and Ghost Rider. I don't know if they want to be the Avengers or not because that's Luke Cage's words, not mine. You see Thor and Sif. You see Hawkeye. She-Hulk is always going crazy. I really like her design in this one. And then you see the Fantastic Force as well. And you hear the dialogue continue from Iron Lad that says, "Together, we will fix the world." Wherever you are, whoever you are, if you are seeing this, consider this an open invitation. Be a hero. Join the Ultimates. Heroes are everywhere. They can be anyone, even you. The enemy's power over us is inversely proportional to our connection to each other. They can't stop us all. Now is the time. So I say to every one of you, my brothers and sisters in arms, my Ultimates, rise up. And in the midst of all this mayhem, we get a glimpse at what I believe is the Maker City opening up, with the word saying, 0 months remaining.
So where we pick up on this is right after the events had happened here in Ultimate Endgame, which we just covered here on the channel, by the way, and I will leave that link down below in the description. What we saw here is that Nick Fury, director of the Hand, had just gunned down the Ultimate Triskelion. And Jarrett's narration starts off by saying, "What would you sacrifice for what you believe?" As we see here, parts of the Triskelion start to fall as debris. As she continues to mention, the uprising is happening all over the world, but Captain America, Hawkeye, Hank, and I have taken up the liberation of the East Coast, mobilizing multiple Ultimate cells and a battle group of Avengers. To reinforce his position, Captain Britain has brought in his army Never Ending, an occupying force of enslaved English culture heroes. Notice how she calls them heroes: elves, giants, fairies, ogres, goblins, trolls, orcs, etc. It's make-believe run amok. Last week, Captain America killed King Arthur. He'll be back though. In Avalon, they have resurrection spells and cauldrons of rebirth. Captain Britain himself refuses to leave Camelot, surrounded by good luck gold seized from the leprechaun treasury, which is maybe why he's winning despite being an inbred idiot. The fighting has been going on for a month, with no signs of slowing down. We've all made sacrifices. Many made the ultimate sacrifice. Some of us sacrifice in other ways, less obvious ways too small to see with the naked eye. And the writing in the imagery here, as she says this and then she shrinks down and goes through somebody's ear and then explodes through their body, excellent touch here, and also incredibly gross. But as we saw here back in Ultimate Endgame, we see where the team finds out that the Ult network is down. We also see where they see that the Triskelion has been blown to bits and is also fallen down. All right, bits is a little bit much, but it was blown up and now the debris is falling to the ground. So Hank is asking the question, he's like, what? Like how? To which Captain America's like, it doesn't matter. There were at least a dozen people on board. We need to perform a search and rescue. But then Janet mentions, she's like, with the Triskelion down, there's no more teleporter. To which Cap is like, well, I guess that we're gonna have to go on foot then. And it's a good thing that you two can take such big strides. But it's here where we jump back to the past, Janet's past, as she mentions, I never wanted to get married. I saw what marriage had done to my mother, and I swore I'd never let it do that to me. As we see a young Janet here staring at her father, Dr. Vernon Van Dyne. And I tried looking this up, but we never got a name here for Janet's mother. But she continues to mention, besides, I had big dreams. Big dreams. I wanted to leave a mark on the world. Marriage would only hold me back. As we see these clothes designs here in the background. But then she continues, but then I met Hank. It was at one of my father's corporate balls, which were generally just a bunch of old men, titans of industry or distinguished scientists, to which of course her father was one. And then one day, Hank, which in a lot of ways, when it comes to her father, this was incredibly planned out because he wanted, of course, Janet to be with Hank. As he mentions here, Janet, I'd like to introduce you to a brilliant young man. who we think is going to be an important part of the future of Van Dyne Industries, Henry Pym. And she mentions, he was just a boy in a room full of old men, but he took up space somehow. We started seeing each other casually. Neither of us wanted anything serious. We just liked being together. There were ups and downs like any relationship. Sometimes his animated brilliance would cross over into mania, which of course definitely does sound like Hank. And clearly Hank was also a fan here of Stain/Stark based on that shirt. But then Janet continues, and there were days I couldn't get him out of bed. But these were rare and short-lived. It was a small price to pay for what we had. Every night we'd order food and just talk and talk, sometimes until sunrise. He'll describe a new theory of matter and I'd show him my designs. Hank never made it seem that one was more important than the other. He was the only man I'd ever met who didn't try to make my dreams seem small. And then one day I realized that despite my best efforts, I was in love. But then she mentions, I remember it exactly because it was the same day as Hank's accident, the day that changed everything. Now, as we jump back here to the present, we see Hank and Wasp. As Hank mentions, no one could have survived this. Janet, LaJury, she was up there. Speaking of She-Hulk on the Triskelion. As they go further over, what they see is a member of the Fantastic Four, one of the members here that Doom had created. And Janet mentions how she's still alive. But then that phrase comes in again from Janet that says, what would you sacrifice for what you believe? As here, Janet feels so remorseful for what she's done as she keeps saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And repeatedly keeps on saying, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. But then Hank is trying to get her attention because he sees something coming. And when he looks up, what he sees here is Director Fury and his helicarrier. And they're coming down at him. But then they take us to this location here that is 1,000 miles away, as they say, as we see agents here of the Hand looking down to make sure that there were no surviving parties. And as one of them mentions, like, yo, this is an absolute waste of time. No way that anyone could have survived that. Well, not so sure, because what we see here is this big, large hand come out of this hole that says, smash! As Janet's narration comes back in and says, they said it was a miracle that Hank survived the crash. And this jumps us back here to a flashback. As Janet continues to say, I would say it was debatable, because when he finally woke up, 4 weeks, 3 brain bleeds, and 18 surgeries later, he was a different person. It was like someone had erased his mind. Later, I'd find out that's exactly what they'd done. Thinking too hard, the kind of rigorous sustained thinking his work required, gave him awful headaches. He could no longer do the crossword, much less high-level physics. And because of that, he became disposable. Because hearing this conversation that Janet was having here with her father, she says to him, you can't just fire him, Daddy. But Vernon says, I had high hopes for the young man, but he's no use to me now, Janet, nor any use to you, I'm afraid. But she's like, I love him. To which she's like, don't get emotional. You've known him for less than a year. He's dead weight, Janet. You're young. You have your whole life ahead of you. And it's here where Janet says to us, my father was right. I had my whole life ahead of me. And this wasn't the man I fell in love with. The man I fell in love with could recite French poetry from memory. The man I fell in love with could speak eloquently on quantum entanglement and Greek literature. This man struggled to string simple sentences together. This wasn't the man I fell in love with. I had to walk away. But then, after everything that he'd been through, he'd said something amazing. And those words were, are you okay? To which she said, I mean, how could I walk away from that? Oh man, that's just touching. All she wanted was someone to actually care about her. I'm sure a lot could relate. But she continues on to say, we were married a few weeks later at the courthouse. When my parents refused to attend, a few friends and old colleagues agreed to be our witness. Without the financial support of my parents, I had to worry about money. That was new. I had no job experience, so all I could do was retail and waitressing work. Hank got a job cleaning the bathrooms at the university where he used to teach, which is rough. Oh man. But then Hank's long lost uncle died and Hank inherited a van and a bunch of bug killing equipment. So I designed a logo and we made the most of it. It wasn't exactly kosher, but it put food on the table and we got to be together. It was a small life, smaller than expected, but I was happy. Mostly, still Sometimes I stayed up at night imagining that other bigger life, that one that died in the crash. It was so big I'd have to crane my neck to see it. And that's when they first came to me. They came to me in the night. And when we jump back here again to the present time, we see where the helicarrier is now firing off. And they almost hit Hank, but instead, they blow the ground from under him. And as we see more hand agents come out, we see where Janet steps into action right after, of course, Hank is trying to shield off a couple blasts. But this next scene right here where Janet steps into action, let me tell you, this is fire. Because she tactically flies through each one of these agents, taking them out. And she got the blood to prove it. And Hank's just looking on like, wow, you're amazing. You know that? And that's when Janet says again, what would you sacrifice for what you believe? And that's when a gun fires directly here at Hank and hits him directly in the stomach. So Janet, she rushes over to go catch him as she transforms to a bigger size. So she yells out though, she's like, stop this. As one of the hand agents on the inside says, the director wants anything with superpowers destroyed. But here, Janet begins to recite something that they would recognize. Hand is power, hand is magic, and will make us clean. Code phrase, Amber Turncoat, identifier code. We work for Fury, we're on your side. To which Hank is like, the F? But then that's when we jump back here to Lazuri, She-Hulk, because after all, she was being hunted down here by hand agents. And we see where it looks like and none of them survived. And she has this kind of savage quote right here because she's like, enslaved my people, killed my comrades, shot me from the sky. But I thank you for helping me reach this new place. I thought I knew anger before. I thought I knew rage. I knew nothing. It was naive to believe homemade armor and gleaming castle in the sky. I was a fool to put his priorities before those of my people. It is good to have my feet on the ground again. I see with clarity again where I belong. I had hoped to return with an army, but I will have to do. And what that does next is that actually brings us back here to a flashback, another flashback for Janet Van Dyne. And here we begin to see her live this other life. As she mentions, training was 4 nights a week. Hank never knew a thing. The course seemed random and bizarrely specific. Subjects like hand-to-hand and ear-to-ear combat, ethics, leadership, military history and strategy, physics, especially as related to mass, density, and momentum, espionage, of course. It's almost like they know something. But I digress. She then continues to say, they even had me practice with synaptic control interfaces, which left Janet asking the question like, when is this going to be useful? To which a voice says, you never know. But she continues on to mention, I hated lying to Hank. And even here, while she's going through her training, she tries to mention, she's like, we can trust him. Speaking of her husband, he's a good man. But this voice just kept saying to her, it's not about trust. Hank's a good kid. But you know as well as I do, he's too soft, too emotional. If he really knew the way the world worked, he wouldn't like it. It'll eat him up inside. To which Janet would say, how do you know that? To which the voice would say, I just do. If you love him, you'll keep him in the dark for as long as you can. So here she continues on by saying, that's why I did it, for him. Or at least that's what I told myself at the time. But if I'm being honest, and I want to be more honest, I did it for me too. I loved it. I felt like I had purpose. I felt my life getting bigger than I could ever have imagined. And once again, as she continues to go on these little secret meetings here, she says this one time, she's like, send me on a mission. You've been training me for years. Let me put it into practice. But then the voice just says, no, you have to be spotless. We can't risk you having a criminal record. To which Janet's like, why not? What makes me so special? And then she mentions here in her narration, then one day I saw it. And what we see before her here, of course, is the message from Tony Stark, Iron Lad. But she calls it the vision. And it's here where the voice says, do you understand now, Janet? To which Janet says, I think so, some of it. And the voice says, we've been putting this together for a very long time. It's all been planned out. So as we once again jump back here to the present time, we see this man, Nick Fury, walking up with both Hank and Janet here, hands behind their backs. And he's like, that's all right, boys. I'll talk to them. Come to see your handiwork up close, huh? and then says, seriously, great work, Van Dyne. Couldn't have done it without you. To which Hank's like, Janet, what the hell is this man talking about? To which Janet's like, Hank, I can explain. So Fury's like, she did it for you, to protect you. To which Hank's like, man, shut up. And then this man leans in. What an a-hole for this. He leans in and is like, nasty scar there, by the way. Must have been some accident. I'm like, you jerk, you were the one that caused the damn accident. So then Hank, because of the brain injury now, this dude's like starting to malfunction. He's like, Janet, I don't understand. To which Janet's like, Hank, I had to. It was the only way. I didn't know. And then he starts writhing in pain. And Janet's like, Hank, your head, you hurt yourself. Please just calm down. To which Fury is like, I don't think he's taking it well, Van Dyne. He seems unstable. And Janet's like, it's from his old injury. He'll be fine. But Fury is just like, this is not the picture of a man who's gonna keep a secret. To which Janet's like, he's fine. It will pass. And he's like, hell, it's not the picture of a man. To which Janet's like, none of this is what it looks like. And Fury's like, it looks like a liability for all of us. So then Janet, being overwhelmed with all of this, she's like, I can't do this anymore. Do you hear me? So then Fury pulls out a gun and then points it at him. And he's like, well, too bad. We're not done with you yet. We'll keep your Hank as a guest. We've got plenty of room in the holding cells. So then Hank is like, why? Like, why would you do this? To which Janet's like, I had a vision, Hank. But Hank is like, yeah, I know I was there. But she was like, no, not Tony, something else. But before she could even finish, Hank is immediately asking, he's like, so you work for him now? To which Fury's like, you're damn right, Chi. But before he could even finish that sentence, there's this hand that comes and phases through this dude's head and kills him. Well, to be fair, like Nick Fury is already dead. This is just an LMD, but you get the point. And the voice then says, the same voice that we've saw from before, no, she doesn't work for him. And then we see who's holding Nick Fury's LMD cap. And these lasers that are just absolutely flying through or phasing through the body of the Vision. And in the aftermath of that, the voice says, she works with me. Now, wait a minute. Like, where in the world did Vision come from? Now, I saw something out there that this potentially here could be Jim Hammond, which could kind of make sense here because back in issue number 13, as a part of this like new Ultimates 3.0, this new plan here to try and defeat the Maker, Jim Hammond was talking to Tony Stark about this mission that he was going on. And Tony was trying to make sure that Jim felt comfortable about going on this mission. But the message was very cryptic to us as the audience who was reading it, right? So there's a possible chance that this could be very well be Jim Hammond. So when the story picks up, what we find out here is that the Ultnet has now been offline for 8 days, 14 hours, and 39 minutes. The Vision is now shown rebooting the system. He explains that the Ultimates network is made of interconnected nodes that share information and resources, and defines a node as a point where paths intersect. All of this before declaring that these are the nodes. Next, what we see here is Captain America at one of these nodes, and he is completely isolated. Roads are cut off, trolls and ents make travel deadly, and his personal chance of survival is only 17%. But wait, it gets worse. Because normal communication channels are compromised and telepaths have been wiped out, so coordinating his 11,849 irregular fighters is nearly impossible. Once he is connected to the Ultimates network, of course, their collective survival should get better, right? But instead, it actually gets worse. It drops down to 8%. Emphasizing how dire the overall situation is. What we do next here is that we go over to another node. Now this node here is node 4371, and here we get introduced to Wingspan, who is an airborne hero whose ultimate Avengers unit has been stalled in Kentucky by enemy counter moves and communications have been severed. But after the Vision intercepts an enemy communique, my bad, y'all, it's communique, okay? I fixed it, it's communique. But once he's intercepted that, That allows the Vision to link Wingspan here into the Ultimates network. So Wingspan can now warn Luke Cage's Avengers about reinforcements coming from the north, nudging the overall odds up by 2% here to 10%. And then we move to see Ren Montgomery, who currently is at node 24,842. Now Ren, just in case you don't know here, Ren was introduced back in issue number 16 and is an ordinary teenage girl here who joined the Ultimates movement and watched a hand murder her parents after she helped expose the Maker and his council a little bit here. Now she's being hunted. As a matter of fact, thousands are being killed in the streets and her personal chance of survival is under 0.01%. So when Ren and the people hiding with her are finally connected here to the Ultimates network, she gasps in relief and she's like, oh, thank God, as the narration reminds us here from Vision that these are the nodes: living, dying, and fighting. All of this, the Vision explains, is the Ultimates network. So what we see next here is the Vision just hovering, and he's currently right now in the free city of Detroit, Michigan here, the Motor. And he mentions, forgive the service interruption, everyone. The Ultimate Network is back online. And he mentions that there's over 2 million nodes currently active and connected. But then Captain America's like, cut it out with all that noise, man, because who the heck are you? And how the heck did you get access here to this line? So the Vision responds back and is like, I am the Vision. I am one of you, and I have been waiting for a very long time. And in this moment, that is when we jump back here to a flashback, because one thing that Deniz Camp likes to do here is bring us back to flashbacks. But this one right here is an important one, because remember, we talked about this in the very last video as well, back when we discussed issue number 19. And what we discussed there was back in issue number 13 of this particular series. And it shows us here that that timeline was back in June 2025. What we see here is Tony Stark talking to Jim Hammond, and he mentions to him that the Maker's protective bubble extends from 1963 to 2024, and that the Immortus engine has limitations, but with effort we can transport an individual to a point before the Maker put up his walls. It's asking a lot, more than I have any right to, but then Jim cuts him off and is like, it's all right, man, I'll go. What we see next here is where Jim Hammond gets transported back to a time before the Maker's bubble, back in 1947. Now this here is for a very specific reason, because what he does here is that he goes and meets himself here in the present time of 1947, which doesn't this defy all like time travel logics that you're not supposed to go back and talk to yourself? Well, this man did it. And he mentions to himself, Human Torch, he's like, it is the only way that we can see to go about it, to which Human Torch himself responds back and says, yes, I concur. The fate of the world requires it. A shame though, I hoped to do more. To which future Jim Hammond says, you will. And it's here where we see the Vision mention these key words that says memory, manual, erase, death, birth, father, Horton. And here we see where Jim continues on with this mission back in the past. The mission is to lay the groundwork for revolution without creating a ripple effect that destroys future, self included. Change everything without changing anything. Then we see the time here back in 1963 where we see the Maker makes his introduction onto the scene. You see where he's talking to the president at this time, and I couldn't tell whether or not this is like John F. Kennedy or this was like LBJ after John F. Kennedy was assassinated, of course, here by Midas. But either way here, the word states that the Maker, he says that he's come to make a better world. And as Jim is getting his shoes shined here back in 1963, the guy mentions to him, he's like, that sounds good to me. To which Jim is like, I don't know. Didn't Hitler say the same thing? What we see here is the progression of his plan. We see here where Jim goes and he buys a bomb shelter, all of them actually. To which the guy who sold it to him is like, didn't you hear that the Maker is going to end all of the war, or end all war, I should say? To which Jim is like, I'll find some use for them anyways. Because Jim's plan here is to invest, influence, have patience, and then be precise. What we see next here is Namor's execution, which we knew happened because back in the day, Jim, Captain America, Namor, Bucky, they used to run together. And I'm assuming that that's Atuma that's right there as well next to him. What we also see is that anyone who chose to resist, we see here where director Nick Fury of the Hand, right, takes them out, which then brings us back here to the present time, January of 2026. So what Jim, aka the Vision, is currently doing right now is that he's creating rendezvous points here for Captain America, and as you can probably assume, all of the Ultimates that are out there. But Cap jumps in and he asks this question. He's like, Jim, is that you? Where have you been? You sound different. To which Jim responds back. The Vision is like, I am different, Steve. We are next then told here that the Ultimates network is a river running through the Vision's mind, as we see him here intercept communication between director Nick Fury and the immortal Hulk. And the Hulk, he has business that he has to attend to. As he mentions here, this business in Detroit is bad for our image. Make an example out of them, Fury. So what the Vision does here is that he sends out a message to all the Ultimates to let them know that the Hand Hellifleet means to burn the free city of Detroit to the ground. Please stand by. So what the Vision also does is that he clocks all the number of Hand helicarriers that they are, and he sees that there is 1,189 in service. But before we continue on with that bout, what we do here is that we jump back again to the past as we see Jim continuing on with his mission. As we see him mention the key words, past, secret, world, history, star, files, future, intelligence, knowledge, complete. He mentions to someone how he's working on something big, but he wants to avoid paperwork, all under the table, and how he'll pay double. So the question is then asked, how many men do you need? And he says, how many do you have? And simultaneously, while he's working on that plan in stealth, we also see where there was a discussion about the disbanding of the United States, which of course, as we know, led to the North American Union being created. But Jim continues on with his mission: counteract, quiet, bribe, resist. We see where he created his own interconnected network, the ARPA network, back in December 1969. And at the time, there were only 4 nodes. We see where Jim becomes something different, as he says repair, replace, upgrade, evolve, become. Additionally, he mentions to himself, it's like it echoes the philosophical conundrum commonly called the ship of Theseus. Is a ship still the same ship if all of its boards and planks and masts and rigging are replaced one by one? If it is different, at what point did it become something else? Can something be the same when part of it is different? But he is different, but he is the same. And as he says, he is me. But here we see where he goes to meet Janet Van Dyne, as he says, behold, new Vision. Then we jump back here to the present, where we see Vision sending aid here to Luke Cage, which of course, Luke is like, much obliged. But then he checks in here with the Wasp, as he wants to check in on our current mission. But Wasp, she ain't too happy. And as she snaps back like, don't micromanage me, I already did the first thing, now I'm doing the second. He's starting to realize, the Vision is starting to realize, I should say here, that she's emotional. And he mentions how his emotional intelligence is far above the average now. And he realizes that she is upset about what happened to Hank. To which she does agree, but then she's also like, you also told me that they wouldn't hit the Triskelion. You said that we would have warning. Now she's talking, of course, about what happened here back in Ultimate Endgame issue number 1, and then also the aftermath of that here in the Ultimates issue number 19, all of which we covered in the channel, and I'll leave the links for that down below as well. But then in response to that here, the Vision mentions, he's like, no, I said there was a 73% chance that the Triskelion would survive. Unfortunately, we live in the 27%. But then the Wasp, she's additionally upset because she's like, you made me into a murderer. As to where the Vision responds and says, I only ever told you the truth. I can play it back for you if you wish. To which she's like, back to her original overall concern, she doesn't know where he went. And she's talking about Hank, like where is Hank? And how he disappeared. How she can't really bear the look on his face. But then that communication gets interrupted here rather rudely by director Nick Fury, director of Hand. Which, as we all know, is just another LMD, because we saw the last one get murked by the Vision. So the Vision tells him, all right, Nick Fury, welcome. You are currently on the Ultimates Network, Director Fury. To which Fury is like, that's funny. I could have sworn that I shot that thing out of the sky. But then Vision is like, so long as any two nodes survive, the Ultimates network cannot be destroyed. So Fury goes back again and is like, who am I speaking to? To which he responds back, this is the Vision. So Nick is like, do I know you? And that's when the Vision tells us that he's killed Nick Fury 14 times. How the Vision once burned him alive in the ruins of Adelan, surrounded by the corpse of inhuman children. How fighting on the blue area of the moon, that the Vision tore out his robotic heart. Something incomprehensible watched us from a distance, who we see in the back as the Watcher. Or he's referencing here the Watcher. The Vision continues to mention, when he discovered what I was doing in Detroit, I uploaded a digital worm via Sneeze and watched him lose his mind in under a minute. And how that was their pattern, the hidden shape of history. They had their own private war all down the years, just the two of them, a secret war. I see what you did there, Dennis. But Vision continues to mention, he could never even prove I existed. I was a ghost. I drifted through the world without leaving a trace. But he had his suspicions. And every so often, he'd follow them right to me. He always comes himself, in person, so to speak. So Vision, in a reply back to that question of, do I know you? Vision says, no, you don't know me. The conundrum here, as we know, as the Vision mentions, that Vision has killed Nick Fury 14 times, but the Maker's Council, they keep bringing him back. And because of that, he never remembers. So here, Nick Fury says, well, Vision, I've got your location, Detroit, right? That rusty old hole. I'm on my way with my friends. But the Vision already had a plan for that. He's like, I know, but I have friends too. And this was the mission that the Wasp was on. And on one of those helicarriers, what she does is that she ends up freeing heroes that Director Fury had trapped. She releases them all, and now they're on the attack. And of course, you guys already know here, my favorite, of course, if you know me, is Squirrel Girl. Absolutely. Seeing Ultimate Squirrel Girl was a highlight of this issue. So of course, now naturally, Nick Fury, man, is pissed. But the way that Fury sees it, he's like, bro, you can't stop us. We have over 1,000 helicarriers. Now to this point, or what we found out earlier, I should say here, is that the number of helicarriers that they had was 1,189. At this point now, they're down to 1,004. And this dude comes in with one of them helicarriers and is like, honey, I'm home. And it's just like blasting Detroit left and right. But the thing is, this is the trap right here into the secret plan of the Vision. Because the Vision mentions here, Detroit was once one of the most important and affluent cities here in the country, thanks to its legendary automotive industry. It was where you went to build things, America's industrial engine. So here the Vision is checking on his team, like that he had set up now for this moment. Like this is their time to shine. So he calls out, he's like, is everyone in position? And then he says, Rhodes. So I'm like, yes, James Rhodes, love it. So the Vision continues on. He's like, over time, the engine broke down almost as if by design. The thousands of skilled, dedicated workers suddenly jobless. Engineers, mechanics, machinists, welders, electricians, they all slowly seemed to disappear. They became ghosts. No one cared to ask any sort of questions. But the thing is, for the Vision, he was like, it was difficult to hide our work, but difficult is what we do. The world forgot about Detroit once it had no use for it. But I never forgot. I remember everything. I remember every second, decades of heat and hammering underground, of sweat and steel and secret construction, collaboration on a scale not seen since the moon landing, and all in secret. And while he's saying that, we see this big old thing that's coming up from the ground. It's insane. As one of the hand agents mentions here to Nick Fury, like, it's the city, sir. It's moving. And Fury's just like, keep firing. And there's a voice that comes in that says, you poor trapped bleep Maker's little war machine. Oh. And the voice continues on by saying, well, War Machine, meet anti-War Machine. Man, this is nuts. Look at this thing. Leo, I love this right now. And the anti-War Machine is just smashing helicarrier after helicarrier after helicarrier after helicarrier. Then we see the number of helicarriers here down to 935. Nick Fury's trying to counterattack here with evasive maneuvers to try to track down the source of the signal. But this dude ain't got a chance, man, because the Vision mentions thousands working in perfect unison to operate it, pooling talents and specialties. Number of hand helicarriers now is down to 793. But here's the thing, yo, Vision wasn't done. Because there's a moment here where Nick Fury's like, I'm going to burn you and your network to ash. But Vision is like, if you only understood how stupid you sound, me burn? And what Vision starts to do right here in this moment, he explains to Fury, you and I are two peas in a pod, Nick, machines pretending to be people, denying who we are, missing memories. Well, Tony Stark fixed my memory and I thought I'll pay it forward. And he mentions, well, Janet helped. Actually, none of this would be possible without her. It's a terrible thing to be without your memories, like missing a piece of yourself. I know. Luckily, the council saves everything. So here it is. Everything you've ever done, everything you've been, and he gives him back all of the memories. So then he pulls out this gun, Fury, and goes blam. But then Vision was like, no, I'm not done. I don't just want you. And he starts to do the same thing to every single one of the remaining LMDs that are there. Like, this is crazy. And what we begin to see here is a continuation of all these helicarriers falling. The number goes down to 653 left, 652 left, to 483 left, as we see the war machine, the anti-war machine blasted and taking out every single one of them. It gets down to 389. And at this point now, all the helicarriers that are remaining, they start to turn back. And in victory here, as the Vision continues to hover, he says, this is the Ultimates Network. We are bigger than they can imagine, and we are going to fix the world. Ultimates, unite. And it's got this incredible opening line right on the cover. It says, the time for talk and peaceful protest is the past. Power concedes nothing without a demand, so make the demand. Now, this Hamlet narration here is going through the entirety of this issue, almost like a philosophical voiceover while the real action unfolds underneath. And with that, we cut immediately here to the battle for Atlanta, which is 2 hours and 24 minutes in. And this here is the southern front of the Ultimate Rising, and the narration tells us exactly what it is. It says, there is fire spreading from person to person, city to city, shore to shore. It is a fire that does not destroy, but transforms. It is a fire called freedom. And then we get the introduction cards here to the Avengers team, Luke Cage's Avengers team. So we first see Luke Cage, bulletproof, abolitionist, burgeoning folk hero, leader of the Avengers. Then we get Wingspan, spent most of her life confined to a 4x4 box, will never be confined again. And for a second, I thought this was like this universe's Angel, but then I remembered that we already got Angel here in the Ultimate Wolverine series. So then I'm wondering, I'm like, is she this universe's version of like a Firebird, a Banshee, a Pixie? Like, I don't know. You let me know down below, like, what you think. Then we see Singularity, wanted to be a poet, became something else, connected to a dimension of profound and infinite darkness. So obviously this universe's version here of Cloak. We then see Nameless, mute, mysterious, deadly serious master of combat, suicidal, cannot die, which of course is this universe's version here of Deadpool, which is just incredibly funny because they're mute, they do not talk. And then we see Penance, sold his soul to the devil for the cause, got hell's worst boy in the bargain. So this universe's version here of Ghost Rider. And what we're seeing here is that the Ultimates are absolutely cooking in Atlanta right now. The council forces are collapsing, and we see here where Pennison's rolling out with Cerberus, which I like how they're throwing in some Greek mythology here. And Pennison's like, spare no one, Cerberus, they are soaked in sin. We'll fill up hell this day or die trying. Listen, in my head, that's just how he sounds. So the Hamlet narration simultaneously explains that their enemy lineup consists here of Renoraces, mutant assassins, vampires from the Costa's Vampire Nation conscripts, there's taskmasters. And the way they explain taskmasters here is that they're basically people without their own control. It says taskmasters, downloadable skill sets, but no brains. But as penance makes it very clear, no one will escape their penance. But as the narration here from the handbook continues, it says, but your victory will not be measured only in the enemy casualties or liberated territory. The heroes of this revolution will be those who refuse to forget their humanity, even in the face of unspeakable horror. It's after the battles that the real work of the ultimates begin. Treat the wounded, tend to the dead on both sides, secure surrendered soldiers, empty the prisons, and establish civilian order and public safety. Make yourself into a living example of the Ultimates project. Let every action be an expression of your love for humanity and human freedom. The cruelty of our enemy is a noose around their own necks. Let them hang themselves with it. So as the Ultimates here win Atlanta, the handbook kind of pivots to what happens after the battle. And this is generally kind of one of the most unique things that this series has done. It kind of goes city by city here. It's kind of done this before in previous issues, but it mentions here Lexington, Kentucky. It mentions how it was already captured 2 weeks ago, rebuilding underway. It mentions Nashville, Tennessee, workers taking over Roxxon, Alchemex, and AIM facilities. Someone just found out that one of those corporations buried a clean alternative to oil back in 1978. What should we do about that? And this, I believe, is in reference to also what happened here in Michigan as well, which we saw back in issue number 20 with the rise of the anti-war machine. We also see here Charlotte, North Carolina, economic restructuring. People will work less, produce more, and then live better. We also then see Kansas City, Missouri, war crime tribunals, which are basically, or who are basically people who have been converted over from the other side, truth and reconciliation consuls, defectors being processed through voluntary telepathic scans. So basically they're having them join the Ultimates, but only on one condition, which is that they scan and test if they truly do mean well. Otherwise, they're essentially confined into a prison, or the Ultimates version of prison, or the Avengers version of prison, which we'll see what that looks like later on. It also mentions, once again, Atlanta, Georgia, where we see Luke Cage himself. And we see him pointing here as he says, these luxury high rises are half empty and there are a lot of people who need homes. I want them patched up and ready for new tenants within 24 hours. And this essentially is the whole ideology here of this book in sort of like one moment. They're doing good. They're doing it by force because force is the only way to stop the bad in this moment. But the ultimate goal is to take back essentially their independence, their freedom. So what we do next here is that we cut over to Emmanuel DaCosta and Emma Frost, and they're preparing for something. It is reminded to us here that Emmanuel DaCosta is the Black King of the Hellfire Club, the CEO of the Society of South America, and human vampire, who, as we've seen here throughout this series, has absorbed and stolen mutant powers from others, who just got done siphoning off powers here from his own son, Roberto DaCosta, who now needs to recover. We are also reminded here that Emma is the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, headmistress of Frost School for Wayward Youngsters, manipulates minds. So DaCosta's like, this is war, Emma. This war, how it tries me. Hand and the Midwest lost to Iron Giant collectivists, escaped convicts with stolen superpowers, threatening our North American holdings. It's outrageous. The Fabulous have declared independence back home. Can you imagine? On my own doorstep. To which Emma stays calm. She's like, the Ultimate's progress is troubling. The collective unconscious is on fire with their message of revolution. To which DaCosta is like, while we have a morale and message problem, I am aware, but revolution is a product like any other, and there is no product I can't sell. It's all in the packaging. And after this man suits up, he looks at Emma and he's like, hey, how do I look? And you can see the look of just disgust on Emma's face. She's like a light in the dark king. Now, if you remember here, back in issue number 14, we know that Emma is not all too thrilled to be linked to Emmanuel DaCosta, especially considering that he is willing to sacrifice or siphon off mutants here to achieve his goals. So she does have a plan here up her sleeve to stop him. And that plan, we'll see it come to fruition later on. But as it pertains here to Emmanuel DaCosta, his new plan is to introduce the Defenders, a team who he spent billions of dollars creating. What is his counter-revolutionary super team? And they are designed here to specifically undermine the Ultimates in the court of public opinion. And I'll go through the lineup here in a little bit, but before we get there, we pan back over to see Luke Cage and we see Wingspan approaching him. She mentions how to this date, they currently have 3,981 new prisoners, made up mostly of Red Skulls, Makerites, mercenaries, council loyalists, and a few volunteers, just regular people. And you can see here, they don't have them in a regular traditional prison facility, right? They have them outside with trees around them, just in cuffs, because they themselves know what it's like to be in prison cells. So they don't want to do that to other people. But here's what happens, right? Is that Luke, Wingspan, and this prisoner, they kind of get into it because this prisoner mentions, he's like, you guys are traitors, terrorists, criminals. The Maker already fixed the world. You're just breaking it. And then he's like, and you call yourself freedom fighters? What a joke. So then Luke responds, he's like, you are a danger to others, to your fellow man. When you cease to be a danger, a path to freedom will be presented. Until then, you will be fed and sheltered and treated with respect. You have my word on that. Once the local committees are established, you will be given due process for any crimes. To which the prisoner responds back and it's like, I'm sure you'll be real impartial. To which Luke is like, for any crimes that you may be accused of, it's more than we were ever. But then he cuts him off. He's like, due process? You're lying to yourself. I mean, you call yourself Avengers. That's what it's really about. You're hungry for, he would have said blood, but instead what happens is that this prisoner out of nowhere completely gets blown to bits. And it's not just him. There's many others who share the same fate. And then we see this voice that comes in that says, the show has started. I've invited the rest of the council to watch live, but they're fashionably late as usual. And that is Emmanuel DaCosta talking. And this was all part of their plan here, because what we do get now is that we get an introduction to one of the members of the Defenders. And this is Sam Guthrie. Now, in the main universe, or 616 universe here, we know that Sam is usually, he goes by Cannonball. But it's mentioned here that in this universe, his name is Ballistic, 100% human missile, handsome hothead of the Defenders. And the thing that he says here is, I mean, what are people gonna think when they see you standing in front of a bunch of brutally executed prisoners? People could draw conclusions. That's their whole plan, is to make the Avengers look like the bad guys. So what Luke does here in this moment is that he calls out to the Avengers. He's like, Avengers, Unit 01, assemble. But then he also calls out to Vision. He's like, a superpowered combatant has entered the theater. I need intelligence. But they had already jammed their signals to Vision. And this massacre that we just saw is now being broadcast live. Because what we see next here is Emmanuel DaCosta saying, tune in, true believers. We are live casting from Atlanta, where members of the Ultimate Terrorist Network have just massacred dozens of unarmed innocents, 31.8 million viewers. So here, they're just making it look like the Avengers were the ones who did this, and that Sam came in to actually stop them from doing it. So the broadcast continues on as Emmanuel says the sight was too much for fearless, headstrong Ballistic, who volunteered to leave his family farm to fight for his way of life. Can you believe the bravery, folks? Ballistic is the unstoppable force. He faces an immovable object. Who wins? So it's here where Luke Cage charges in and then knocks Ballistic down. And we see here where Emma is actually talking to Emmanuel DaCosta. She's like, using Sam was a mistake. He's one of the best killers I've ever trained, but he's a vindictive psychopath. The public isn't as stupid as you believe. To which Emmanuel is like, I think they're exactly that stupid, Emma. So then here comes in Luke's Avengers team. And Emmanuel continues to broadcast here. He's like, more super insurgents are on the way. The stinking of brimstone, slaves of Satan himself. That isn't poetic license, folks. We have word that one of them actually sold his soul to the devil. One man against an army of ultra convicts. The odds are impossible. It would take a miracle to win. And it's here where Sam mocks Luke. He's like, if you were smart, you just give up. We have you beat. To which Luke is like, that blow to the head that you just took might have knocked you for a loop. There's one of you and then 5 of us. But Luke spoke too soon, because here comes in the Defenders. And as they come in here, we see where Emmanuel DaCosta is talking to Emma, and he's like, Emma, this is the Defenders series premiere. This feed is going out all across the world, edited in real time by our AIs to put the Defenders in the best possible light. And I don't know why I didn't clock this before, but this is clearly an allegory here to the boys. And DaCosta is continuing here to feed this narrative. It's like the defenders, they'll do anything to protect your way of life. There's the beautiful, devastating Thora, powered by the Norse gods and her pure Scandinavian bloodline, which I would assume here is perhaps this universe's rendition of Jane Foster. Once again, could be wrong, you let me know. And we see her swiping here at Luke Cage with a hammer. And then she lights him up here with some lightning. And then he mentions, and there's Marvel Boy, legendary monster of Hinokuni. Marvel Boy, protector of Tokyo, who single-handedly hunted wild kaiju to total extinction. And as he rises up here and towers over Penance, he proceeds to knock him off a Cerberus. He then mentions that there's fierce and noble Proctor, he calls him, Captain Britain's Black Knight Brigade, one of the greatest soldiers on the planet. And as he's in combat here with Nameless, he tells him, I can see into your true heart, to its very center. I see the pain that you're in. I see you wish for death. So I bring good news. My sword drinks souls. It will cleave your soul from your body and you will have your wish. And then he cuts off Nameless's hands, to which DaCosta's like, he forgot about his line about disarming him. There is still obviously work to be done. And then we get introduced here to the K's beautiful daughter, who we've seen before. She is a part of Hulk's immortal weapon team here that we saw that fought the Ultimates before. And Singularity is wondering, like, how in the world is she able to touch her? To which the K mentions, the darkness cannot escape the light. And I mean, as this fight is continuing to go on, like, they are getting the business. The Avengers are. The Defenders are giving them the work. And DaCosta's just loving this because as he's talking to Emma, he's not broadcasting here, but he's talking to Emma. He's like, we've developed a full slate of live action TV, summer blockbuster movies, animated half hours, action figure lines, and more featuring these characters ready to roll out immediately. A small group of extraordinary individuals with heroic backstories and relatable flaws. People don't want to be lectured, they want to be entertained. Scripted quips and one-liners, catchphrases. They want clear, long-running storylines and interpersonal drama, maybe a little light romance. But then what happens here is that as the Avengers are losing, there are reinforcements that come in. And as has been established here throughout this series, the Ultimates are not just superpower people. The Ultimates is everyone who is willing to rise up against evil. And that's where the handbook kicks in again. It says, though you may find yourself outnumbered or outgunned, as an Ultimate, you have advantages over the enemy too. As an Ultimate, you are never alone. Where the enemy is inflexible, you are adaptable and endlessly creative. While the enemy is fighting for fear or money, you fight for something bigger than yourself. Where the enemy is unused to resistance, you have known nothing but. Many of you will not survive, but those who die will know what they died for. And what we begin to see here are the tides turn as Wingspan comes in on Ballista and takes him out the game. We see where Nameless grows their hands back, I should say, and severs Proctor's head from his body. We see where Singularity traps Decay in the dark dimension, or my bad, the universe of darkness. And then we see here where Luke takes Thora's hammer and then finishes her with it. And in victory, they all stand, whoever's left, all power to the people, all power to the people. So in the aftermath of this here, what we see is where Emma is now talking to Emmanuel DaCosta and it's like, yo, listen, your new pet project has lost badly. To which DaCosta's like, no matter, a victory can still be salvaged from the corpse. We'll make the Ultimates look like butchers and then bring in the Defenders understudies. But then Emma's like, nah, I don't think so. And she's like, yet another costly failure in a string of costly failures. The council contacted me personally after your betrayal allowed many of the Maker's most powerful assets to be lost. This premiere was also your finale. I am currently suppressing the part of your brain that controls your stolen mutant powers, your power of motion, and your bowels. Speaking personally, Emmanuel, I have always found you disgusting. The things you did to the children under my care, your own son, it's unconscionable. I'm going to leave you two alone now to work things out yourselves. And that's when Roberto comes in and is like, thank you, Miss Frost. And then, man, we see Roberto transform And you already know what happened after that. And as Emma walks out here with Midas's daughter, she's like, let's go. As the new leader of the Hellfire Club, I am withdrawing our forces from the North American Union and consolidating our hold on South America. Let Banner and Duggery fight the Ultimates for North America. We have a continent of our own to worry about. So what we do here is that we follow up on the origin of Bucky Barnes and how this all came into play in the first place and the relationship between him and Steve Rogers, Captain America. So initially we pick up here in Fatherlandville, and it is a war zone right now. We see Captain America standing in the middle of pure destruction here, bodies on the ground, fires burning, tanks in the background, the whole thing, and Vision is checking in on comms. Steve, this is Vision. Are you hurt? We immediately then cut to the field hospital, and this is where it kind of gets a little heavy because we see the casualty numbers that are coming in. There's 119 confirmed dead, there's 326 wounded, and they 100% expect for that number to go up. And Pietro's moving so fast that he's bringing in the wounded faster than the medics can count. But then we also see Wanda, and she's in there healing soldiers, using her powers for something constructive. And she tells Cap, she's like, for a long time, I believe I can only make bad things happen. That is what Miss Frost taught us at the school. But here, I make good things happen. Here, I am good. Now, if you know Wanda's backstory in this universe, she and Pietro were products of the Hellfire Club. And as a part of their mutant club, they were raised to essentially be weapons. And Cap validates her. He's like, one thing I'm sure of is that there's no limit to the good that you can do, Wanda. I'm very proud of you. My guy is full on in his father figure moment here. So the thing here is that Cap wants to push forward. He's got intel that the Grand Skull is still trapped inside Fatherlandville, and he also has the Hand aiding him, or what's left of the Hand, specifically their weapon system. And Vision is letting him know, he's like, yo, dude, they've stockpiled sufficient rations and ammunition to hold out for many months. It would be more efficient to shift your focus and your troops elsewhere. To which Cap is like, you know better than that, than anyone. Why I can't do that, Viz? To which Vision is like, this is bigger than our past, Steve. We are fighting for the future. And he's like, I can't stop now, not when the Grand Skull is so close. But as Cap looks out, like, one of the things that we see here, some of the visuals, yo, this is wild, bro. Because Vision says this, he's like, that intelligence that you had, my God, that was like 5 days ago. That's old information. But Cap is like, with Hand shattered, he's lost access to their teleport system. He's trapped in there. Like, I can get him. I can feel it. But then Vision is like, perhaps you can. But if so, he's guarded by 10,000 heavily armed men wearing babies as flak jackets, sitting on enough high-tech hand armaments to take a lot of Ultimates out with them. The fact that these dudes are literally wearing babies for vests is wild to me. So then right then and there, someone calls out to Cap and lets him know that there's a friend that's calling him, and he says that he's the Red Skull. So what we do next here is that we see John Walker, who we also saw back here in issue number 10. And he's currently calling Cap here on a secured line. And he's currently donning the Red Skull face here. Now, what we learned is that in the Ultimate Universe that there are many Red Skulls. Like, the group itself is called the Red Skulls, and then there's like one supreme leader of the Red Skulls, which is usually called the Grand Skull. But in this particular situation here, well, actually, we saw back in issue number 10 that John Walker was presumably supposed to be dead. So now he's alive and he's reawakened here as a Red Skull leader. So what he says, he's like, John Walker did die that day. I rose in his place, reborn in the revelation of fire. It burned through the lie of my face to reveal the bone red truth beneath. Cartilage fizzed and popped in my ears like trumpets so that I could hear. My eyelids peeled back like burning tree bark so that I could see my storied past, my glorious future. I was John Walker and Johann Smith and Frank Castle, George Washington, and this man really said, and Jesus Christ, to name just a few. I am the second coming of the Red Skull. But here's the thing, right? Ultimately, what he wants here is that he wants to make a deal. He says that the Grand Skull is a false prophet, a pretender, and he's offering Cap inside access of followers inside Fatherlandville, detailed schematics, a path to the Grand Skull with minimal bloodshed. And Cap, of course, is very skeptical, as well as his Vision, who is watching all of this, right? So with that, Cap sort of like reluctantly accepts this deal and then gets the Ultimates to go along with him. We also see that Hawkeye is still here as well. He's a part of this mission too. And then we also see Pietro, who, might I add, looks very unhinged. But what Cap says here is that Pietro, he plays the most integral part to this whole thing. I do like this little nod here when Cap calls him Pietro. It's like, you can now call me Quicksilver. That's my Ultimate's code name. So of course, we always like when they pay homage, right, to what's going on in the 616. But it's interesting that this kid that was raised as a weapon, right, is continuing essentially to be a weapon, but at least that's what they made you think initially. We'll pick up on that later. So with that, Cap gives out the rules of engagement. He's like, protect yourself, protect the innocent. And then Cap says, the one thing though, the Grand Skull, his ass is mine. So Walker's intel, it checks out, right? His men are waiting at the entrance with disguises. There's a route through the underground escape tunnels to avoid the combat drones, the disintegrator beams, the adaptoid array, the hypersonic ICBMs, easy peasy as Walker puts it. And then when they get there, right, they get to his men, Cap looks at the disguises and says, bruh, we ain't wearing those. And then Quicksilver starts to move. And I mean, this man is moving right here. And this was the whole thing the entire time. His mission, he's like, I can do it. I can save them. I can save the children. So he's not just creating a distraction. He's pulling civilians out of the crossfire in real time at like massive speed, right? And the Red Skulls, they're on the wall and don't even know what's happening. So, and then we get this moment right here where Cap begins to engage the Grand Skull. So Cap throws his shield. Then the Grand Skull's like, nice try, Cap. I upgraded. This dude got tech I-beams now. And this dude's like, Steve, it's amazing the technology that they have today, isn't it? Not like when we were kids. But Cap's like, as he's like trying to dodge all this, he's like, take that damn mask off right now and show me your face. And then the Grand Skull's like, make me. So then Cap, he throws these bombs, right? And then they land on the Grand Skull's face and they crack his mask. And that is the moment when Cap is like, Bucky, is that you? Now, Cap had already suspected that it was Bucky, right? But seeing him face to face and confirming it, it hit different. And Bucky responds back and is like, surprised that you recognize me. The years haven't been as kind to me as they have to you. But then again, I actually lived them. And this is where the whole issue structure snaps into focus, because this entire time as we've been going throughout this, there have actually been flashbacks baked into this issue, but we haven't specifically addressed them here until now. The first one that we saw here was right in the opening, where we watched their whole story kind of start back in July 4th of 1923 in Brooklyn. Steve and Bucky were born in the same hospital on the same day. We see their mothers calling them brothers. Then we see 1926, the two of them as toddlers playing blocks on the floor while their moms talk about how they couldn't have gotten through it without each other. Then we see Steve, who was a sickly young boy here, already fragile. And then we see 1930, where Bucky is outside and he stops himself playing in the middle of it, thinking about Steve and coming back inside just to sit with him, just because that's who Bucky is. No drama, just loyalty built into his bones. Then we see the war, Bucky being shipped out, Steve being too sick to enlist yet. That sunset goodbye. Wish I could be there with you, Steve says. Me too, Bucky says. In case I don't come back, and Steve cuts him off and is like, I know, Buck, same here. And the handshake, right? Both of them leaving something unsaid. You know the weight of that sentence, right? Bucky then fighting in the trenches, the soldier next to him taking a catastrophic headshot. Bucky, of course, keeps on going. And then eventually Steve does make it to the war, becomes Captain America. They're fighting together. And then the moment on top of an aircraft, Cap going after the Red Skull, Johann Schmidt at that time, chasing him to the edge. And then we see Bucky screaming, "Steve, no." And then we see what we believe is where Steve goes over. And this is almost certainly the moment, I believe, the moment that Steve ends up in the ice and Bucky watched it happen and he could not stop it. And then Bucky has to continue living without Steve Rogers, his best friend, or as this issue has put it, his brother. And then as we jump back here to the present time, we first see, Bucky here in this little like tech suit, which just made me laugh. Because in my head, I'm like, you mean he's Zola too? And as Cap is asking him the question, like, why? Like, Bucky, why did you do this? And Bucky's like, you don't get to ask me why. So when Cap retorts and is like, you betrayed the people, everything that we fought for, Bucky responds to this like, I betrayed them? Question mark, me? And I just love this monologue here that he goes through in the middle of this fight. He's like, they took apart everything that we fought for. You weren't even there. I was there and no one cared. They were happy, celebrating in the streets. So Cap's like, you gave up? He's like, gave up? I ran for Congress a dozen times, while of course there still was one, because after all, we know what the Maker did to this universe, right? He's like, I tried to make a difference, but government was already going out of fashion. The new thinking went. There was nothing between people but self-interest, checks and balances, church and state, constitutions. They were all discredited one by one. The whole democratic system was declared a failure, unequal to meet the needs of the modern man. The Maker was building a new world and there was no stopping it. So then of course Cap replies back with a Cap response. He's like, then we die trying. To which Bucky's like, same old line, huh? He's like, you would have been proud of me, Steve. I refuse to be a part of it. Like I knew that you would have. I settled for a normal, like fixing cars, but pretty soon the cars, they fixed themselves. Couldn't keep a job after that. I could never prove it, but I had the feeling I'd been marked, a permanent black spot on my record, which very well could have been true, right? Just based on what the Maker had done to make sure that certain people would not get powers in this universe. But then Bucky continues, he's like, or maybe I just wasn't good for anything but killing. The years fly by, Steve. You can't believe it. Or maybe you can. And then he's like, one day, I woke up and I realized I was going to die. He found out here that he had liver failure and that it was terminal. And he's like, Cap, I was a hero, Cap. I helped with the war. I lost everything, lost my country, lost you. For what? I could take dying for something, but couldn't take dying for nothing. And that is when we see where Bucky goes to Nick Fury. And he tells Fury, it's like, I don't want to die. So Fury is like, you don't have to. Let's get this old man a dose of Infinity Formula. And just like that, as Bucky said, they had him. And he's like, it wasn't like I thought it was going to be, you know? And then we see this moment here where Fury gives him the mandate to be the Red Skull, the Grand Skull. As Bucky continues to tell the story, he's like, I thought there would be tanks in the street, police at your door, and there were for some, but it wasn't like that for the most. It was mostly the same as before, except we didn't vote. Our decisions were made for us. People preferred it that way. It doesn't seem very different until one day you realize how different your life is, how much of yourself you lost given away. But by then, it's too late. And it's this moment here where Cap throws a shield that knocks this dude's teeth out. And as Cap goes and he holds Bucky up here, Bucky's like, you can't kill me, Steve. To which Steve is like, why not? He's like, same reason I can't kill you, because we're brothers, because that means something. But then also because my heart is connected to a large bomb by a dead man's trigger. If it stops beating, a room full of kids and pregnant woman goes boom. But Steve lets him know, like, yeah, we took care of that already. Because at this point in time, Pietro had already saved all the moms, the kids, they're all good. And it's here when Bucky's like, okay, Steve, you got me. And Steve's like, I don't get you at all, Bucky. To which Bucky's like, no, it's actually simple. So simple you can't believe it works that way, but it does. First, you say and do all these horrible things and you hate yourself, but it's okay because in your heart, you know that you're just pretending. It's not you, it's a performance. And then after a while pretending, you stop hating yourself for it. You can only hate yourself for so long, or survival mechanism, I guess. A while longer and the things that you say start to make sense. After all, it is your voice. You begin to see your own point, and then it's not a performance anymore. Then you believe it down to your bones. And then Bucky gets sad here. Well, to be fair, he's probably always been sad, right? But he says this here, you can feel it in this moment. He's like, I don't want to die. Please, Steve, please. You weren't there. You don't know. I was afraid and alone. I was so alone. So Cap holds him and he's like, okay, Buck, it's okay. You're not alone. I'm here. You are my brother. I will always take care of you. And as Bucky collapsed into Steve's chest here, he's like, oh, thank you, Steve. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And it's in this moment here where Cap says, me too, Buck. And then we see crack with tears just flowing down Steve's eyes. The fact that he snapped his own best friend's neck. Wow. Like, bro, I don't think 616 Cap would have done this. Oh my goodness. And all we see next here is just Bucky's lifeless body laying on the ground. The tragedy of the Ultimate Universe just continues on, man. Thor and Sif had left the Ultimates and headed back to Asgard to deal with Loki directly. Now, Loki was on the throne as king of Asgard and ruler of the 9 realms. Odin was gone, dead. We actually saw his head there on top of a staff. We saw the Bifrost that was gone. And Asgard had basically become a machine for keeping the Maker's new order intact. So we watched Thor and Sif travel through the 9 realms, recruiting allies. They went to Neverdalir and saw the dwarves, who were turned from proud craftsmen into overworked factory workers. They went to the Alfheim and Vanaheim, and they saw how Loki's rule had twisted those places. More importantly, and this was the big one here, we saw where Thor had snuck off to go meet with Surta, the guy who usually burns Asgard down. Thor fought through fire demons, stood in front of the Flame Lord, and said, yo, burn it all down. In the aftermath, we saw where he came back scorched. He was unable to look Sif in the eye. And we will see how that plays out here as we go throughout this issue. Now, what's different about this one is that we get a clear understanding here that Loki is the one that's actually narrating this entire story, functioning here as the ultimate god of stories. And the way that it's written here, it's like an old legend. And the art that Stephen Morian does here is absolutely beautiful because it matches the story so well. So he starts off by talking about a time when the old gods went to war across the stars, swinging lightning and swords and standing against Loki's undead armies. And what we see next here is where the full rebellion comes to a head, because we see the proof of Thor's deal. Surtur, yes, the big fire demon who usually destroys Asgard, is standing with the gods against Loki, with the purpose to end his regime. So Loki is losing and he knows it. So what does he do when he's desperate? Well, he makes everything worse. He breaks open Asgard's vault. He pulls out every forbidden weapon that they swore never to use and throws them into the war. These are the things that they hid for a reason: cosmic armor, reality breaking relics, all the stuff that you only use when you don't care what's left afterwards. Now, one of the things that he unleashes here is Mangog. Now, if you're not familiar here with Mangog, in the main Marvel continuity, Mangog first shows up back in the classic Thor comics here. I believe it was Thor issue number 154. He's described here as the sum total of the hatred of a billion beings, whose entire race was wiped out by Odin, and all that rage and desire for revenge gets stuffed into one body, and that body is Mangog. Every time that Mangog essentially shows up, he's basically an apocalypse warning. So when we jump back to issue number 23, that's the reason why Mangog is basically described here as a walking hate mob. The book, or the issue I should say, describes him as a monster made from a billion beings, as I mentioned before. And the deal here that Loki made with him is very simple. If he wipes out the gods, he gets his people back. So this is not just another big guy to punch. This is a living extinction level threat. But Loki wasn't done there. He also sends the Destroyer armor at Surtur. And now, once again, if you're not familiar with the Destroyer, because maybe you've only seen him in the Thor movies as sort of like this big, shiny robot guarding Asgard, In the main Marvel comics, the Destroyer is not just a guard dog. It was originally forged by Odin and the other Skyfathers as a kind of doomsday weapon to fight the Celestials. Now, the Destroyer here is made out of this enchanted Uru metal. I feel like I always say that word wrong. Uru, you let me know. And it's basically empty armor until one of the gods projects their life force into it to pilot it. And when that happens, it gets amped up strength, near indestructible durability, a flight, and it can fire those disintegrating beams out of its faceplate that you saw back in the movie. Except, of course, in the comics, those beams are strong enough to threaten even beings on Odin's level. And this issue mentions how it specifically described that something built ages ago to fight Celestials, and now it's fighting Surta. Now, their fight is so big that they reckon entire star systems. It's insanity on a cosmic scale. On top of that, we cut around the realms and we see how the rebellion has spread. In Vanaheim, the peaceful nature gods, they finally stopped sitting on the sidelines. Even the birds and the bees, like, they catching bodies too. Out in Neverdelir, the dwarves, they take back control of their forges and they roll out to war on those stone war bears, swinging axes and swords, just like what Thor and Sif were trying to spark earlier in the run. So everything that they kicked off before, this issue is showing you the war version of that. But all that big, wide war stuff is really the backdrop, because the emotional core of this issue here is Sif versus Mangog. So what happens here is that Sif, she gets a vision of what Mangog is going to do if no one stops him. This whole divine armies are just wiped out like nothing. Sif, she doesn't freeze on that. She doesn't debate the situation. She just makes a decision here. The issue describes her as silent and steady. She makes Mangog her last mission. But perhaps her big mistake here is that she doesn't tell Thor. Now, the reason why she doesn't do that is because she's still upset about the fact that Thor went and got Surta involved into this rebellion in the first place. So this was her way of getting payback for it. But also, this is partly ego, because she picks the biggest monster on the board and goes, "That's mine," without telling him. And their fight is ridiculous. The narration here kind of plays with time. Initially says that the fight is almost like 40 fortnights, which, if you're not familiar here with what a fortnight is, a fortnight is 2 weeks. So 40 fortnights, I did the math here, is 560 days. But then it's also described here as 40 femtoseconds. And for the record, those are two completely different things. Like, a femtosecond is 1 quadrillionth of a second. That's such a tiny slice of time, it might as well be nothing. The point isn't the exact number here, I believe, though. The point I believe that Deniz is making here is that when gods fight, time breaks. What feels like years to them could be over in less than a blink to everyone else, and then also similarly like vice versa. Because at the same time, their yesterday could be a century ago. The issue is basically saying this, that the Sif Mangog fight is so intense that it sits outside of normal time altogether. And the intensity of this fight here is explained to the point where it's like every hit could wipe out a civilization. Sif wins on skill, speed, and sheer stubbornness. For what feels like forever, he can't land a solid blow on her, but eventually she slips, and that's where the real cost hit. Because it's described here that the gods are making a bargain. 1 soul for a billion others. That's the offer. Sif's life in exchange for stopping Mangog from annihilating the entire pantheon, and she takes it. And what happens next here is that Loki's Valkyries, they show up to collect her, or at least what's left of her. Sif sees them coming down, old friends, that tries to speak, tries to get one last favor out of them, but she got absolutely nothing back. So here is where Sif dies in the duty of battle. Man, and when Thor finds out, this dude breaks. And because he's Thor, he doesn't break quietly, right? He takes every bit of grief that he has and he turns it into weather. The issue says that he gathers every single storm, every gust and gale across time, and drags it over Asgard as one giant superstorm. They call it the All Storm. And I mean, he lets it rip, man. We got lightning, floods, wind, the whole thing. It's described as a flood to rival biblical levels, turning night into blinding day, and then into straight up unlivable. Other gods, they get blinded, swept away, tossed around like debris in the middle of his breakdown. There is every storm in history crashing down on Asgard, the same way that all your fingers, by the way, should be crashing down on that subscribe button. Now, Sif's sacrifice here also acts as a signal to everybody else. At this point, there's no more pretending that things might go back to normal. The issue even says it itself, like, no more debate, no more delay, this is it. Surtur goes and frees Fenris, the giant wolf destined to eat the sun. He breaks the magical chain and then basically tells Fenris, like, yo, you go finish the universe. Now, at that point, you know that you're past the point of no return, right? Now, the issue also takes time to show the other realms snapping. In Alfheim, the Light Elves turn into a full-on revolutionaries, or they turn into full-on revolutionaries here. They start using stories and language as weapons to kill their censors and bosses. There's this whole extended metaphor about copy cops being killed by clauses and footnotes. It's low-key getting real meta about writers taking their power back. The key idea here is that even the creative realms have decided that they're done playing nice as well. We then see Hela, Queen of the Dead, who it states here doesn't flinch at any of this. Which of course is not really surprising because, you know, ending things is like her whole thing anyways. She actually finds beauty in the finality of it. She's the one who sets the time and place for the last stand, where everybody, gods, giants, demons, the dead, will gather for one final battle. Loki then powers himself up with every dark magic that he can grab, calling down ancient forces that hate the light and love destruction. The frost giants arrive like walking glaciers, reshaping the land when they move. The dead rise. Every army that you can think of is there. This here is the end. Now from there, it's one long, brutal closing sequence. Now Heimdall is the first one to die. He's supposed to be the guy who blows the horn at the end of the world. And here, Hela just walks up and kills him before he can even use it. Even the prophecy about the horn goes unfulfilled. Like, that's how off script this Ragnarok is. We got Surtur's forces and piles of bodies that are just being turned into huge funeral pyres. The whole battlefield is on fire and smoke covers the sky. The frost giants fall. Gods sink into muds or get vaporized by heat. At the roots of the world tree, the Yggdrasil, the destroyer armor tries one last time to take out Surtur and then fails, shattering his sword, but not the man himself. Surtur reforges a new blade of the remains and sets Yggdrasil, the world tree, on fire. So like at this point, the sun is about to go. The tree that holds the realms together is burning, the armies are dying, and the last few big players are all that's left. We got a really clean here, simple moment between Thor and Fenris. Thor flies above the battlefield up to where Fenris is stalking the sun. Now Fenris is like, you're not even gonna try to stop me? And Thor basically says, no, I'm the one that set you free. Because I mean, he set Surtur free. So then subsequently, Surtur setting Fenris free. Like, this was all Thor's play. And what I love about this here is that this is Thor not resisting the end. He's choosing it. He's just letting the cycle go all the way through. So Fenris just shrugs and is like, all right, fine. He eats the sun in one massive bite, burps out the light like it was nothing, and then just curls up and goes to sleep. Down below, Loki screams, you've ruined everything, like always. Now from Loki's perspective, Thor just destroyed his whole plan. From Thor's perspective, that's exactly what needed to happen. Then it all comes down to Thor and Loki. Now Loki here has loaded himself up with all father power. He's carrying Gungnir, he's glowing, he finally looks like the kind of guy that he's always claimed to be. But underneath all of that, he's still Loki. He's still sloppy in a fight. And Thor, even though he's worn down, just knocks the spear aside like it's nothing. The issue even calls out that Loki has never been the fighter between the two, not since they were kids, which we already knew. Loki is furious and confused. He yells, why, Thor? Why? And Thor gives the line, he's like, because brother, as above, so below. Then he breaks it down. He tells Loki that the Maker took them off the wheel. The cycle of Asgard's death and rebirth that used to be their strength. In their old stories, Ragnarok happens, Asgard dies, and then it comes back. That repetition is what kept them meaningful. The Maker broke that. He froze them in place. No ending, no renewal. Thor basically says without endings, their stories are empty. Without renewal, the mortal world can't move forward. So what he's doing here is letting Asgard burn It's his way of putting them back on the wheel. He wants Asgard to die so that it can come back better, purged of the Maker's influence, modern and actually suited for this new world. He says that Asgard will be reshaped. The gods will become what the growing world demands, gods of a new world's way. That's the whole play. Thor isn't giving up. He's forcing a reboot. And once that was said out loud, there's nothing left to do. Asgard is burning. Thor and Loki sit together in the ruins and just watch their world fade. After all the fighting and schemes and betrayal, it ends with two brothers on a burning balcony telling stories while everything dies around them. Then Loki finally admits what he's been doing this entire issue. He tells us that one of the gods in this story is him, and one of the stories is the one that we're reading right now. He talks about a time when the old gods made sense, gods of hammers and swords and storms and lies, petty and brutal, built for a harsher era. But that time wasn't meant to last forever. There was a time when the old gods lived, he says, and there was a time when old gods died, so that something new could come after. And that's what this whole issue is really about. It's Thor and Loki finally letting go of what Asgard used to be so it can become something different in this Maker-warped universe. Now, this whole issue has a green caption thread running through it. She-Hulk is asking the question, what strength actually means? And it's here where we transition here to Kunlun, the heavenly city, and Shang-Chi has shown up at the gates with a full army with Danny Rand beside him. Now, the Celestial Guard, Hulk's own people, they've all thrown down their weapons and joined Shang-Chi's ranks. Now, Hulk gets the report and he's not impressed at all. He calls it a hypnotic aura, nothing but a cheap trick of chi. But still, his people confirm that they are surrounded on all sides. So we cut to inside the sanctum here where we see the Hulk, and he wants to know where his strongest fighters are. And specifically, he's talking about his immortal weapons. And he's told that they're out protecting his territories outside of heaven as he commanded. Then he asks the question about Monsters Island. Now, just to remind everyone here, Monsters Island is where She-Hulk got her powers because Bruce Banner had gamma bombed that whole island and transformed everybody there, including the fauna and the flora. Now, Joanna was essentially the only one who came out the strongest from the whole thing, while everybody else, the results that they experienced they just weren't good. And ever since then, she's been protecting that island, whenever, of course, she's not out with the Ultimate on missions. Now, the report coming back to Hulk is not good for his side because Joanna is tearing through everything. She's already destroyed 8 heavily fortified installations. She's also evolved past the gamma suppressors. She's literally drawn power from the soil on that island, and everything that's supposed to slow her down is actually making her stronger. His people on the ground are absolutely terrified. The report says that this is not the same monster that they faced before. She is actually much worse, more powerful, more focused, and her rage can only be measured in the frantic readings of distance seismographs. And then we find out where Wasp has been, because Janet Van Dyne is on Monster Island fighting alongside She-Hulk, to which Joanna, she don't want her there at all. She's like, go away, Van Dyne, you betrayed us all, nearly cost us everything. But Wasp, she's like, look, I was wrong and I'm sorry, but I'm here to make up for it, even if it kills me. Which, man, almost sounds like the famous last words. Now, as for all the followers that Joanna has been putting down, Hulk gets the body count, and his response is basically like, all right, good. They'll be reincarnated into stronger forms. I'm like, this dude don't even really care. So Hulk checks out in on Crane Mother. Now, Crane Mother here is one of his immortal weapons, and how she's faring against Joanna. Now, the assessment is that the combination of Gamma and her divinity makes her a match. Well, nearly a match. But Crane Mother, she ain't come out here alone, because what we see are these gamma enhanced dogs. And listen, every single time I see any sort of like gamma dogs, I immediately think about that terrible Hulk movie here from 2003. Y'all know exactly which one I'm talking about. But at least these look better. But on top of having the Wasp here, Joanna, she also got some other creatures that can help her out too. Because remember, ever since Monster Island has been gamma bombed, all the creatures on that island, they have also mutated. The flora and the fauna, the flesh-hungry fish, hypnotic fields of flowers. We see what looks like dinosaurs. And then we see some crabs. Yes, y'all, giant mutated crabs just absolutely wrecking everything. And I'm sorry, man, but this 100% reminded me of Pokemon. You know, like Krabby and Kingler, 100% reminded me of that. So what the crabs do is that they come in and they mob the Gamma Hounds and clean them out. And now Joanna, she has a clear path of being able to finish off Crane Mother. Man, she takes her up and then she cracks her back. Damn. So pretty much as it pertains to the report, well, that's what happened to Crane Mother. I guess you could tell Hulk to reincarnate that one. So after she lays waste She-Hulk to everybody, she blasts through this wall, screaming, no more death camps, no more prisons, no more wall. And then on the other side, what we see here are the survivors of that gamma bomb, the ones that she was protecting, the people of Monster Island. Now we do pan back here to Hulk because he's getting briefed on what's happening here on Earth as well, because he also sent out some of his immortal weapons to some of his people in the Earthbound. I'm pretty sure that there was a better way for me to say that, but you know what? Let's just move forward. What we find out here is that the Prince of Meltdowns is holding the West Coast against the Fantastic Force insurgency. Now remember here, the Fantastic Force, and I've talked about the Fantastic Force before, and if you've been following the series here, it's Reed Richards' doom, obsession with trying to rebuild what was taken from him by the Maker. He started something called Project 4, which was his attempt to recreate the Fantastic Four. The Fantastic Force is a result of that. Reed's army of superhumans that he built to fight the Maker's forces. But what's really interesting about this is that the cosmic radiation that was used to create the Fantastic Force army, this is a direct counter to the gamma radiation. And although the Prince of Meltdowns has killed 7 of them so far, there's still more of them coming. And it's a very slow process. So in other words, it's technically not going well. In addition to that, we see mentioned here the Bride of 9 Warbreakers is running domestic operations, which was working here to suppress Ultimate's uprisings. But then here comes in the Fantastic Force, who was also operating inside of that territory. So the bottom line here is that his territory is stretched thin. Resources are going unanswered, and on all fronts right now, Immortal Hulk is technically losing. Now back in Kunlun, the alarm goes up as this guy says, Master, they have made it past the interior gate. The enemy is at your door. So Hulk is like, all right then, if we have guests, then allow me to greet them. So this dude, he jumps up, man, with the iron fist of fury, drops down like a freaking bomb. And we just see bodies flying on the ground as he creates a crater. So then Shang-Chi, he walks up and basically reads this dude his termination letter. He's like, Bruce Banner, you have murdered or imprisoned millions in heaven and on earth without recourse to justice. To serve your own brutal agenda, you have twisted the ancient teachings and so led mankind further away from enlightenment. You have perverted the path to peace. The people of Kunlun speak with one harmonious voice. I am merely their messenger. Your brief reign in heaven is ended. Go immediately. And the reason why I love this here is because what Shang-Chi is saying here is that you took the most sacred thing that we have, the literal embodiment of everything the city stands for, and you used it to build the exact opposite. Death camps, prisons. You didn't just steal the power, you made it its own antithesis. So Hulk, of course, he don't care. He laughs it off, man. He's like, cheap, hypnosis, parlor tricks. You didn't really think that was gonna work on me, did you? To which Shang-Chi was like, nah, but I thought I might at least try. And then the fight starts. And this part right here just completely reminds me of like a full anime scene where they're just calling out their moves. Well, to be specific, it's not them calling out the moves, it's the narration calling out their moves. So Hulk fires off the fist of the 4 fundamental forces while Shang-Chi, like, he just deflects it and he lands the Scorpion's heart-stopping sting. Hulk is talking his stuff, bragging about how he slayed Shao-Lo, the Undying. That's the immortal dragon of Kunlun, the one whose heart gives the Iron Fist its power. And Hulk claims he killed it and took that power for himself. Now this entire time here, Hulk is not landing a hit on Shang-Chi. But he's hitting everything. The paralyzing tap, the paralyzing pointer touch. All small, all deliberate, and all intentional. And then in this moment here, where Hulk comes in to land what he thinks is gonna be his finishing blow, dude cannot move, paralyzed. And Shang-Chi steps up and he's like, I remember all of my past lives. Collectively, the thousands of years of training, of study, of meditation, I have mastered every technique, invented some of the styles that you now employ. You have led my people to spiritual ruin. You stole my destiny, And though I have renounced fighting and violence, he then drives his hand straight into his chest as he says the words, "For you, I will make one exception." Just like how you should make an exception and hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. And watching Hulk for the first time in this entire Ultimates arc on the back foot was amazing to see. And as Shang-Chi continues to talk, he's like, "Do you see? You are the great dragon I was destined to slay. It was you all along. Your heart, Shiloh's heart, is mine. I am the immortal fist, and you are an ailing old dragon." And then he hits him with the fury of the ultimate Iron Fist and sends this dude flying. And then he calls out to Danny. He's like, "Yo, you ready?" And it's in that moment here where Shang-Chi, he floats back down and he's like, "Submit." As he says this to Hulk, he's like, "Submit and you will be shown mercy." To which Hulk is like, "Mercy? Me? I am the strongest being in heaven, hell, or earth." And it's in that moment here where Shang-Chi, he blasts the Hulk outside of heaven, banishing him. It is hard here not to think about the correlation between God banishing Lucifer here from heaven, because in a lot of ways, that's what this feels like, right? It's like Shang-Chi is saying, like, "You're the devil, get out." So what ends up happening here is that the Hulk is transported down to Monsters Island, where we see She-Hulk, Wasp, and the whole crew. They're waiting for this dude. And what's so interesting here is that Hulk looks at Joanna and there's almost something paternal about it. He's like, "Joanna, my child, it doesn't seem so long ago that I bounced you on my knee. Now look at you, queen of monsters." And Joanna's like, "I am the living vengeance of my people, of this land. I am your death." Now Hulk is still calm and he's still controlled. And he's like, "I have been hungry for a challenge. Show me." Like he didn't just get his behind whipped. Now, just because Hulk just took an L in Kunlun, let's not act like this dude is still not a massive problem here, and he's about to prove that. So then she charges in, and this dude just like sidesteps too slow. Then this dude jumps through a gamma mutated dinosaur and goes right through it, comes down talking about weak, frail, puny, and then it's like more. Then we see another mutated dinosaur here. He goes through that, pulls out his tongue. She-Hulk jumps after him again. He just drops and then flips it right into the Wasp. Then here comes in these Kinglers, these crabs. And he just starts ripping them to shreds, man. But that does give She-Hulk here a little bit of a small opening as she comes in and she hits him straight in the face. And as she's like, "You are no great man. You are a monster, a tyrant, a weakling," using his words against him. She's like, "You kill and control the people because you fear us." To which he's like, "Fear? I fear? Billions worship me as a living god." And as the Wasp comes down and she tries to stomp here on Hulk, he just moves her feet and then throws her directly here onto She-Hulk. And he tells him, he's like, "1/6 of the world's population is under my direct or indirect command. My power does not descend from the people. The people's power, what little I allow them, descends from me." And as he jumps in here towards the head of the Wasp, like it don't look like it's about to end well, he says, "I am the breaker. I will sink this island and end you all with one blow." But it's in that moment here where something happens. What we see are these ants, these giant ants that start going after the Hulk. And then we get another surprise because here comes in Hank Pym. Because ever since he found out here about Janet's betrayal, we haven't seen Hank since. And he tells us here that these are radioactively supercharged Ultra Ants. Now, Janet, of course, is surprised to see him. And as she says, she's like, "I thought that you needed more time." To which he says, he's like, "I do. I haven't figured out it all yet, all the lies, but you're still my wife, and that means that you're never alone." But listen, forget all that sentimental because you still got a Hulk to deal with, because now he rips apart all the ants. And as Hulk is ranting again, She-Hulk catches him while he's ranting and tags him right in the chest. She goes in, she's like, "This is all a game to you, all a joke." To which Hulk is like, "It's not a game, it's a project." He grabs her by the throat. And here's what's notable. He is still in complete control of himself, right? No rage, he prides himself on that. He tells her to control her emotions. And then he reaches for the thing that he thinks will finish her. Very reminiscent of what he did here in the earlier part of the series. As he tells her, "Your generation is so entitled. This time we finish what we started, just the two of us." But then She-Hulk's like, alone? And then she starts laughing. And it's here where she begins to go into this gamma rage. As she says, how long have you studied us and how little do you understand? Men like you have no relationship to the land. For you, it is only something more to possess, a commodity like a television or a chair. For us, it is a living thing. For us, it is family. And she's saying this while punching him directly through the heart, as she continues on by saying, as near to us as our own heart. Rip it out and it returns to us, which 100% is a callback here to when She-Hulk's heart got ripped out earlier in the series and how it grew back. And I mean, she's unleashing here this gamma rage on Hulk over and over and over again. And as Janet tries to step in, she's like, stop, She-Hulk, he's dead. When she turns around, it looks as if though she is gonna turn on Janet, but instead she stops. Because what happens here is in this moment, we see the communication from Iron Lad come on in. The same one that we saw in Ultimate Endgame issue number 4, because the Maker has been released. And the comm says, attention all Ultimates, this is Iron Lad, broadcasting from the city. And as we see Hulk's lifeless body laying on the ground, the message continues. The dome is down. I repeat, the city is open. The Maker has returned. All available Ultimates get to the city. The Maker is free. So what do you think here about the final conclusion of Ultimates issue number 24? It was nice to finally see what's been going on here with Immortal Hulk, because he was such a big play here, especially in the earlier parts of this series when it first started. So it's nice to see this get sort of like a culmination. I thought, which is what a satisfying ending, which to me is kind of rare sometimes with Marvel. They typically tend to have like really good stories, really good middles, and then the end sort of kind of falls off. But I felt like this was satisfying enough, especially knowing that we're going to be getting a full conclusion here in Ultimate Endgame. What do you think? Leave it down below in the comments. Don't forget to leave a like here on this video for the YouTube algorithm. Subscribe if you're brand new to the channel. Check out our links that are down below in the description, where you can join our Discord, and also where you can check out our keepinitcomic.com website, where you can purchase merch that supports the channel and also get to follow us on our other platforms. We appreciate you, and as always, thanks so much for kicking it with Keepin' It Comic. Bye!